It was an army built not for speed alone, but for precision under pressure. While much of the German war effort focused on sweeping advances and rapid encirclements, Manstein's 11th Army fought a different kind of war. Its campaigns unfolded where terrain constrained movement, where fortifications mattered more than momentum, and where success depended on patience, coordination, and methodical force rather than shock. From the very beginning, the 11th Army operated in spaces where improvisation gave way to calculation. Erich von Manstein understood this environment instinctively. He did not see war as a series of races, but as a sequence of problems to be solved. His 11th Army became the instrument of that philosophy, a formation designed to break positions others avoided, to reduce fortresses considered too costly, and to fight battles measured not in days, but in phases. Where panzer armies surged forward, the 11th Army closed in carefully, shaping the battlefield before committing decisive force. Nowhere was this clearer than in the Crimea. The peninsula was a natural fortress, narrow approaches, limited routes of advance, and defensive depth that punished reckless attack. Manstein's 11th Army was tasked with clearing it not through speed, but through isolation and reduction. Operations unfolded deliberately, cutting off escape, denying reinforcement, and dismantling resistance piece by piece. This was not glamorous warfare. It was deliberate, it was exhausting, and it was devastating. The siege of Sevastopol defined the army's character. Fortifications buried deep into rock, layered defenses, and heavy coastal artillery turned the battlefield into a contest of endurance and engineering. Manstein concentrated overwhelming firepower with surgical timing. Artillery barrages were planned with mathematical care. Air power was integrated not as spectacle, but as function. When the defenses finally collapsed, they did so not suddenly, but inevitably. The 11th Army proved that modern war could still be decided by method rather than motion. But that success came at a cost. Time spent reducing fortresses delayed redeployment. Resources were consumed at scale. And when the broader war demanded mobility again, the 11th Army found itself both victorious and out of position. As the Eastern Front shifted, the Army's role changed. It fought holding actions. It absorbed counteroffensives. It operated as a stabilizing force in sectors where collapse could not be allowed. Manstein continued to apply flexibility within constraint, using maneuver when possible and defense when necessary. But the scale of the war increasingly outpaced even his ability to compensate through operational brilliance. The 11th Army remained effective, yet it was drawn deeper into a conflict where attrition replaced decision. Its story is not one of failure, it is one of specialization. An army optimized for decisive reduction in a war that increasingly demanded endless endurance. Where others chased breakthroughs, the 11th Army delivered certainty. But certainty came too slowly to alter the war's final direction. The complete history of Manstein's 11th Army reveals a side of the Second World War, often overshadowed by speed and spectacle. It shows how wars are also won and lost through patience, preparation, and the willingness to commit fully to battles others hesitate to fight. This was an army that did exactly what it was built to do. The world around it simply changed. This is the complete history of Manstein's 11th Army, where calculation met consequence and precision shaped battles, even as the war itself slipped beyond control. Before continuing, pause for a moment and take in where you are. What's happening around you right now? Stillness, movement, background noise, silence, and what time has quietly arrived where you're listening from. Manstein's battles unfolded slowly, deliberately, and without spectacle. Let this one settle into your moment, exactly as it is. May 10th, 1946. Nuremberg, Germany. The courtroom falls silent as a tall, gray-haired man in a simple dark suit takes the witness stand. Erich von Manstein sits with the posture of a Prussian officer, spine straight, hands folded, face composed into an expression of polite attentiveness. At 58 years old, he carries himself with the dignity of someone who has never doubted his own competence. The Allied prosecutor approaches with a folder, thick with documents, orders, reports, correspondence spanning 4 years of war. but Manstein's demeanor suggests he is merely here to clear up some unfortunate misunderstandings. When asked about the operations of special SS units under his command, his answer comes smoothly, rehearsed through months of preparation. "My concern was purely operational," he says in measured German, translated for the court. "The military situation demanded my full attention. I was a soldier, not a politician." The prosecutor slides a document across the table, an order bearing Manstein's signature, dated September 1942, authorizing cooperation with Einsatzgruppe D. Manstein barely glances at it. "I signed many documents," he replies. "One cannot read everything carefully during wartime." This performance of selective memory, this careful construction of ignorance, would prove remarkably successful. Within 3 years, Manstein would be released from prison. Within a decade, his memoir would become required reading at Western military academies. Within 2 decades, NATO officers would cite him as an authority on operational doctrine, his strategies studied by the very forces built to counter Soviet expansion. The man sitting in that Nuremberg courtroom was engineering something more durable than any military victory he had ever achieved on the battlefield. He was engineering his own mythology. But mythology requires forgetting. It requires that certain documents remain unread, that certain questions remain unasked, that the distance between what happened and what is remembered becomes sufficiently vast that truth can no longer bridge it. And for decades, this mythology would succeed. Manstein would be remembered as Germany's greatest military mind, the operational genius who nearly defeated the Soviet Union despite the incompetence of his superiors. The man who fought a clean war, separate from Nazi ideology, concerned only with professional military excellence. 1993, Moscow, Russia. A historian named Christian Gerlach sits in a basement archive that smells of mold and old paper, carefully photographing documents that have been sealed since Stalin's death. The Soviet Union has collapsed. The archives are opening, and what emerges challenges everything Western historians have written about the Eastern Front. Here are the intelligence assessments Soviet commanders actually received, not the ones German memoirs claim they possessed. Here are the casualty figures Soviet units actually suffered, not the inflated numbers German generals reported to justify their defeats. Here are the operational orders Soviet forces actually followed, not the simplistic human wave tactics German accounts described. And here, perhaps most damning, are the reports of what German forces actually did in occupied territories. Reports that Manstein claimed never to have seen, sitting in files that bear the stamps of his headquarters. Gerlach photographs everything. The truth, it turns out, has been waiting patiently in the dark. The documents paint a picture starkly different from the one Manstein spent his post-war years creating. They show a commander who received regular reports on anti-partisan operations that killed thousands of civilians, who signed orders for the starvation of Soviet prisoners of war, who authorized the cooperation his Nuremberg testimony claimed ignorance of. They show operational plans built on fantastical assumptions about Soviet weakness, logistics that never came close to supporting the forces deployed, strategic objectives that ignored the most basic mathematics of supply and distance. Most importantly, they show the systematic integration of genocide into military operations, not as a separate activity conducted by specialized units, but as a deliberate component of the occupation regime. These documents had been in Soviet hands since 1945. Soviet historians had cited them for decades. But during the Cold War, Western military establishments dismissed Soviet scholarship as propaganda. Now, with the archives open to independent researchers, the propaganda turned out to be closer to truth than the memoirs Allied forces had so carefully studied. 1958. Hamburg, West Germany. Manstein sits in a comfortable study, surrounded by maps and military texts, writing the book that will define his legacy. Lost Victories will become one of the most influential military memoirs ever published. It will be translated into 16 languages. It will shape how generations understand the Eastern Front. And it will be, in careful and systematic ways, a lie. Not entirely false. Manstein is too intelligent for crude fabrication. But the memoir constructs a narrative where German forces fought with honor against overwhelming odds, where atrocities were committed by others beyond his knowledge, where defeat came through the interference of an irrational dictator rather than the inherent impossibility of Nazi strategic objectives. It is a masterpiece of selective memory. What makes the lie so effective is how much of it is true. Manstein was operationally brilliant. His plan for the invasion of France in 1940 was genuinely innovative. His tactical maneuvers during the defense of the Eastern Front displayed real mastery of operational art. His analysis of military problems was often incisive. The memoir builds credibility through technical competence, then uses that credibility to excuse moral bankruptcy. The book never quite denies what happened. It simply reframes it. Civilian deaths become unfortunate necessities of anti-partisan operations. The starvation of prisoners becomes a logistics problem rather than a policy choice. The cooperation with SS killing units becomes something that happened elsewhere, managed by others, outside his sphere of responsibility. This technique of moral distancing would prove devastatingly effective. By acknowledging that terrible things occurred while denying personal agency or knowledge, Manstein positioned himself as a tragic figure, a professional soldier caught in circumstances beyond his control, doing his best with limited resources against impossible odds. Western audiences, eager for insights into how to counter Soviet military power, were remarkably willing to accept this self-portrait. The fact that Manstein had fought on the wrong side became secondary to the value of his operational knowledge. 2023, Imperial War Museum, London. Dr. Alexander Stadiev, a historian specializing in Soviet military operations, gives a lecture on the mythology of Eastern Front generals. On the screen behind him, images of Manstein appear, the confident field marshal in his prime, the dignified elder statesman in the 1960s, the face on countless book covers. Stadiev's presentation systematically dismantles the legend. He shows how Manstein's memoirs claim German intelligence estimated Soviet forces at levels that German archives prove they knew were inaccurate, how operational orders Manstein signed contradict his later claims of ignorance, how the timeline of decisions he describes doesn't match contemporaneous records, how casualty figures he cites differ dramatically from both German and Soviet archives. The audience of military historians, many of whom were raised on Manstein's memoir, shifts uncomfortably. But the evidence is overwhelming. The Manstein myth, Stadiev argues, served multiple purposes. For Manstein himself, it was rehabilitation and redemption. For West Germany, it was a way to integrate former Wehrmacht officers into the new Bundeswehr without confronting the crimes of the Nazi regime. For NATO, it was access to operational knowledge gained fighting the Soviets, knowledge that seemed urgently necessary during the Cold War. For all of them, it required forgetting. The creation of this mythology was not accidental. British intelligence officers visited Manstein in prison, debriefing him on Soviet tactics and operational methods. American military historians interviewed him for classified studies on Soviet warfare. West German politicians lobbied for his early release, arguing that his expertise was needed for national defense. A network of former Wehrmacht officers, now integrated into NATO command structures, worked to rehabilitate the reputation of the wartime military as distinct from the Nazi Party. Manstein became the perfect symbol, operationally brilliant enough to be useful, aristocratic enough to seem apolitical, eloquent enough to present a compelling self-defense. The fact that he had commanded forces that committed systematic atrocities became less important than the strategic insights he could provide. And because those insights were often genuinely valuable at the tactical and operational level, it became easy to ignore that they had been employed in service of genocidal conquest. November 24, 1887, Berlin, Germany. A child is born to an aristocratic Prussian military family. He will be christened Fritz Erich von Lewinsky, but, following Prussian custom, he will be raised by relatives and take their name, von Manstein. From the beginning, his path is predetermined. The Prussian officer class is not merely a profession, but a caste, with its own codes, traditions, and sense of superiority. Young Erich will be educated in cadet schools from age 13, immersed in military culture that emphasizes operational excellence, personal honor, and absolute obedience to authority. This education produces officers of remarkable technical competence and equally remarkable moral blindness. They learn to view war as an intellectual exercise, a problem of logistics and maneuver, divorced from the human consequences of their decisions. It is a mindset that will serve Manstein well in planning operations and catastrophically poorly in recognizing when those operations serve monstrous ends. By 1914, when the First World War begins, Manstein is a captain, already marked as a rising star. He serves with distinction, demonstrating the analytical capability that will define his career. But the war also shapes his understanding of how Germany lost, not through military defeat, he will come to believe, but through political betrayal. This narrative, the stab in the back myth, will poison German politics for decades and make officers like Manstein receptive to a political movement that promises military restoration. When Hitler comes to power in 1933, Manstein has no particular enthusiasm for Nazi ideology, but he enthusiastically supports rearmament, the rejection of Versailles Treaty restrictions, the reassertion of German military power. For men of his class and generation, these seem like natural correctives to an unjust peace. That they are also enabling genocidal conquest is something they train themselves not to see. Professional competence becomes moral insulation, as long as one focuses on operational efficiency. One need not examine the purposes that efficiency serves. May 10th, 1944. Führer Headquarters, East Prussia. Manstein stands before Hitler for what will be their final meeting as commander and supreme leader. The relationship has deteriorated beyond repair. For months, Manstein has been arguing for an operational retreat, a strategic consolidation that might stabilize the Eastern Front. Hitler has refused every recommendation. He sees retreat as defeatism, any voluntary surrender of territory as moral failure. More pragmatically, he recognizes that retreat would expose the regime's fundamental strategic weakness, that Germany lacks the resources to defend the territory it has conquered. Better to demand the impossible from commanders than to acknowledge the impossible nature of the strategic situation. The meeting is tense, formal, brief. Hitler informs Manstein that he is being relieved of command, not as punishment, but as a necessary change in leadership. Manstein maintains his composure, offers no protest, accepts the dismissal with Prussian dignity. Walking out of the conference room, he knows the war is lost. Everything that follows will be merely the mathematics of collapse. This dismissal would become central to the Manstein mythology. In his memoir, Manstein frames it as the moment when rational military strategy was finally defeated by Hitler's megalomania. If only the Führer had listened to his generals, the narrative suggests, Germany might have achieved a negotiated peace, might have avoided total destruction. It is a seductive counterfactual because it is partly true. Hitler's strategic judgment was often catastrophically poor, his interference in military operations frequently counterproductive. But the narrative conveniently ignores that those generals were executing a war of annihilation, that the strategic objectives they served were inherently criminal, that better military leadership would simply have made genocide more efficient. Manstein's dismissal allows him to position himself as a critic of the regime, a voice of reason ignored. It provides distance from the final desperate year of the war, the period when even the pretense of military professionalism collapsed into the chaos of total defeat. And it offers a clean narrative break, the professional soldier relieved by the fanatic dictator, leaving the implications of what he did before that moment conveniently unexamined. The mythology of Erich von Manstein, the ghost general, simultaneously everywhere in Western military doctrine and absent from honest accounting of his crimes, rests on a foundation of deliberate forgetting. It requires forgetting the orders he signed, the reports he received, the starvation he authorized, the massacres conducted under his command authority. It requires forgetting that operational brilliance employed in service of genocide is not genius, but moral catastrophe. It requires privileging what he claimed not to know over what the documents prove he did. And for decades, military establishments in the West found it convenient to forget. The knowledge seemed valuable. The alternative, confronting how thoroughly Nazi ideology had penetrated Wehrmacht operations, seemed unnecessary or even dangerous during the Cold War. Better to study the tactical innovations and ignore the context. Better to learn from the operational art and forget the operational objectives. But truth is patient. It waits in archives, in documents bearing bureaucratic stamps, in reports filed by men who never imagined their paperwork would one day testify against them. It waits in the testimony of survivors, in the accounts of Soviet soldiers who saw what German occupation meant, in the demographic records of communities that ceased to exist. It waits for the political circumstances that made forgetting convenient to change, for archives to open, for historians to ask questions that were deliberately left unasked. The ghost general, celebrated, studied, honored, was always a construction, a convenient fiction that served multiple purposes for multiple audiences. The man himself, the actual Erich von Manstein, who commanded the 11th Army through campaigns of conquest and atrocity, was always there in the documentary record, waiting to be seen clearly. This documentary is that clear seeing. What follows is the complete history of Manstein's 11th Army, not as its commander later claimed to remember it, but as it actually happened. The victories that were not victories, the professional conduct that was professional murder, the strategic genius that led 250,000 men into mathematically inevitable defeat. The mythology ends here. The history begins. April 15th, 1942, Vienna, Austria. Colonel Adolf Strauss stands in a requisitioned Habsburg palace that now serves as Wehrmacht headquarters for southeastern Europe, sorting through the administrative nightmare of creating an army from scratch. On his desk sits a stack of transfer orders 3 inches thick, unit manifests from a dozen different commands, logistics assessments predicting disaster, and a terse directive from Berlin. 11th Army will be operational by June 1st. Strauss has been a staff officer long enough to recognize impossible timelines when he sees them. 6 weeks to assemble 250,000 men, integrate formations from 3 different armies, establish supply lines across 1,000 kilometers of territory, and prepare for offensive operations against the Soviet fortress of Sevastopol. The mathematics of this task, the transport capacity required, the administrative coordination necessary, the sheer complexity of merging units with different training, equipment, and operational experience should require 6 months minimum. But Germany is operating on borrowed time, overextended across 3 theaters, bleeding resources at a rate that makes careful planning a luxury the Reich can no longer afford. So, Colonel Strauss does what German staff officers have been trained to do for generations. He creates a plan that might work if everything goes perfectly, knowing nothing will. The strategic situation that necessitates this administrative miracle is, in its essentials, an admission of failure. By spring of 1942, Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union that was supposed to conclude in 3 months, has ground through a catastrophic winter without achieving any of its primary objectives. Moscow remains in Soviet hands. Leningrad is besieged but holding. The Red Army, which German intelligence predicted would collapse after the initial assault, has instead retreated, reformed, and begun learning how to fight the Wehrmacht on something approaching equal terms. The strategic initiative remains nominally with Germany, but the margins for error have evaporated. Every offensive must now achieve multiple objectives simultaneously, because there are no reserves for follow-up operations, no capacity to absorb setbacks, no room for the kind of operational flexibility that characterized earlier campaigns. The 11th Army is being created to solve a problem that is itself a symptom of strategic overreach. German forces hold a peninsula they cannot adequately supply, facing a fortress they cannot bypass, defending positions they cannot sustain long-term. The solution is to assemble an elite force, crush the fortress in a single overwhelming assault, then pivot those forces to support the summer offensive toward the Caucasus oil fields. It is a plan that makes perfect sense on a map in Vienna and falls apart as soon as one considers the actual conditions in Crimea. May 2nd, 1942. Simferopol, Crimea. Erich von Manstein arrives at his new command by aircraft, flying low over the steppes that will become his battlefield. From the air, Crimea appears deceptively manageable, a peninsula roughly the size of Belgium, mostly flat terrain interspersed with low hills, connected to mainland Russia by a narrow isthmus. The Sevastopol fortress sits on the western tip, its fortifications visible as geometric patterns against the coastal cliffs. Soviet forces still hold the eastern Kerch Peninsula, but German and Romanian forces have established a front line that has been stable for months, neither side possessing the strength to break the stalemate. Manstein's briefing officer meets him on the airfield with maps and grim statistics. The forces currently holding Crimea have suffered 45,000 casualties since the initial invasion in autumn 1941, 18% of their strength, and have received minimal replacements. Morale is low, supplies are inadequate. The Soviets appear capable of reinforcing their positions indefinitely across the Kerch Strait, and Sevastopol, the primary objective, is more heavily fortified than initial intelligence suggested. The briefing concludes with a question disguised as a statement. The Führer expects Sevastopol to fall within 6 weeks of the offensive beginning. Manstein, who has spent his entire career navigating the gap between what superiors demand and what reality permits, simply nods. He will figure out how to make the impossible merely improbable. What Manstein finds as he inspects the forces that will form the core of his new army is better than he feared, but worse than he needs. The 50th Infantry Division, recently arrived from occupation duty in France, is relatively fresh and well-equipped. 12,000 men with full combat strength, recent training exercises, morale unaffected by Eastern Front attrition. They will be his assault spearhead. The 132nd Infantry Division, by contrast, has been in Russia since June 1941 and shows it. Casualties have been replaced piecemeal with undertrained conscripts. Equipment is worn, vehicles are breaking down. Officers describe their men as adequate for defensive operations but questionable for assault. The Romanian units are even more concerning. Theoretically, they provide 2 full divisions, adding 50,000 men to 11th Army strength. In practice, they are poorly equipped. Romania's industrial capacity cannot match German standards, and their training emphasizes garrison duty rather than mobile warfare. Manstein makes a note to use them for holding captured territory rather than breakthrough operations. Then there are the specialized units, engineers equipped for fortress assault, artillery formations, including the massive siege mortars that will be needed against Sevastopol's reinforced positions, a small contingent of assault gun brigades providing mobile fire support. These units are precious, irreplaceable, the product of years of training and industrial investment. Losing them would be catastrophic. Using them is mandatory. May 20th, 1942. Logistics Conference, Simferopol. The quartermaster's presentation is a masterclass in presenting catastrophe as manageable challenge. 11th Army requires, he explains, approximately 600 tons of supplies per day during active operations. Ammunition, fuel, food, medical supplies, replacement equipment. The supply network currently in place can reliably deliver, under ideal conditions, 450 tons per day. That leaves a daily deficit of 150 tons, which will compound over time unless additional transport capacity is allocated. But additional transport capacity is not available. The Reich's truck fleet is overcommitted. Rail lines into Crimea are limited, sharing capacity with civilian shipments and supply trains for other army groups. The Black Sea ports that might supplement land supply are either in Soviet hands or under Soviet air attack. The gap between what is required and what is available is not a temporary shortfall, but a structural impossibility. The quartermaster concludes with the bureaucratic fatalism of a professional who has delivered this news before. We can begin the offensive with full supplies. We can sustain intensive combat for approximately 3 weeks. After that, the army will be consuming more than we can replace. If Sevastopol has not fallen by then, we will be forced to either pause operations to rebuild stocks or accept declining combat effectiveness. In the silence that follows, every officer in the room performs the same calculation. 3 weeks, 21 days to breach the most heavily fortified position on the Eastern Front. It is lunacy disguised as logistics. Manstein listens to these presentations with the studied calm of a commander who has learned to operate within constraints that would paralyze lesser officers. He has been building armies and planning operations since the First World War, and while he has never faced a supply situation quite this precarious, he has extensive experience converting impossible challenges into merely difficult ones. His response is characteristic. He accepts the constraints, then designs operations around them. The assault will be concentrated rather than broad, maximizing force at critical points, rather than spreading resources across the entire front. Artillery preparation will be extensive but time-limited, conserving ammunition for the critical breaches. Infantry will advance on foot to conserve fuel, with mechanized reserves held back for exploitation once breaches are achieved. It is tactically sound, operationally innovative, and strategically desperate. It is also, everyone in the room understands, a gamble that Germany can no longer afford to lose. June 1st, 1942. Troop assembly areas, Crimean front. The divisions that will comprise 11th Army are being positioned for offensive operations, and the movement itself reveals the complexity of modern military logistics. The 50th Infantry Division's 12,000 men require 420 trucks for transport, consuming 16,000 liters of fuel for the 200-kilometer movement from their embarkation point to the assembly areas near Sevastopol. Those trucks then return to collect the division's artillery, requiring another 12,000 liters of fuel. The ammunition the division will fire in the first day of bombardment, 21,000 shells, requires 180 trucks for transport. The food the division will consume in the first week requires 40 tons of capacity. Multiply these calculations across 11 divisions, and the logistics system begins to resemble less a supply chain than a continuous juggling act, where every movement must be timed precisely, every resource allocated efficiently, and every contingency ignored because there is no capacity to plan for the unexpected. German staff officers have been trained to manage this complexity, but they have not been trained to manage it with a deficit. The system works when supplies exceed consumption. When consumption exceeds supply, the system does not gradually degrade. It remains functional until it suddenly isn't, collapsing at the point where cascading failures become impossible to contain. The troops themselves, the 250,000 men who will execute Manstein's operational vision, are a snapshot of Germany's military situation in mid-1942. The professional soldiers who invaded France are increasingly rare. Casualties are transferred to training commands where their experience can shape new formations. The officers are still largely competent. Germany's system for developing military leadership remains effective. But the enlisted men show more variation. Some units maintain the discipline and cohesion that made Wehrmacht formations legendary. Others have suffered losses that required replacement with hastily trained conscripts, older men from reserve categories, teenagers who should still be in school. The ethnic Germans recruited from occupied territories bring questionable loyalty and language barriers. The Romanian and Italian contingents bring their own command structures, complicating coordination. What holds this diverse force together is systematic training, clear hierarchies, and the institutional knowledge embedded in regimental traditions. But institutional knowledge cannot replace ammunition. Traditions cannot substitute for food, and cohesion cannot overcome the mathematics of supply deficits. June 10th, 1942. Officers briefing, Manstein's headquarters. The operational orders Manstein issues to his division commanders are documents of remarkable precision and equally remarkable optimism. Phase 1, artillery bombardment lasting 5 days. Coordinated fires from 600 guns designed to suppress Soviet defenses and breach fortified positions. Phase 2, infantry assault through identified weak points, with specific divisions assigned specific objectives. The 50th Infantry to seize the Sapun heights overlooking the fortress, the 132nd to assault the northern forts, Romanian formations to contain Soviet forces on the flanks. Phase 3. Exploitation. Once breaches are achieved, mechanized forces flowing through the gaps to encircle remaining defensive positions and force surrender. Timeline: 6 weeks from first bombardment to final capitulation. Each division receives maps marked with phase lines, objectives tied to specific dates, contingency plans for 3 alternative scenarios. It is comprehensive, professional, sophisticated operational planning. It is also, several of the more experienced commanders privately note, the kind of plan that disintegrates upon contact with reality, but nobody voices that observation directly. German military culture does not reward pessimism, and these men have been selected for their ability to execute difficult missions, not to question whether those missions are achievable. The briefing also addresses the question nobody wants to discuss explicitly: civilian populations in the operational area. Sevastopol contains approximately 75,000 civilians, a population that has swelled with refugees from elsewhere in Crimea. The operational plan makes no provision for civilian evacuation, humanitarian concerns, or the distinction between combatants and non-combatants. The implicit assumption is that anyone remaining in Sevastopol after the assault begins is a legitimate military target, either as active defenders or as logistical support for the Soviet garrison. This assumption reflects the ideological framework of Germany's war in the East, the explicit rejection of international law governing conduct of hostilities, the systematic conflation of military and civilian targets. It also reflects a grimmer calculation. An army operating on supply deficits cannot afford to divert resources to humanitarian considerations. Food, medicine, shelter required by civilians is food, medicine, and shelter unavailable for German troops. The operational plan's silence on civilian welfare is not an oversight, but a policy choice, one that every officer in the briefing room understands and none protests. They are not being asked whether this is right, only whether it is feasible. And on that narrower question, Manstein is confident. The plan will work. The fortress will fall. The costs, whatever they prove to be, will be someone else's problem. July 1st, 1942. Training exercises, Crimean steppes. 3 days before the offensive is scheduled to begin, 11th Army conducts final coordination exercises on terrain similar to what they will encounter around Sevastopol. Infantry companies practice assault tactics, advancing under artillery support, coordinating with engineer teams who will clear mines and breach fortifications. The exercises reveal both strengths and weaknesses. German tactical doctrine is highly developed. Squads move with practiced efficiency. Officers adapt to changing conditions. Combined arms coordination functions smoothly. But the exercises also reveal that many soldiers are not physically prepared for the intensity of fortress assault. Carrying full combat loads in summer heat, moving at combat pace for hours, maintaining cohesion under simulated stress. These demands expose that months of defensive operations have left troops less fit than sustained offensive operations require. Medical officers observe the exercises and estimate that heat casualties during actual operations could reach 5 to 7% of engaged forces, on top of combat casualties. There is no time to improve conditioning, so they simply ensure regimental aid stations are positioned close to anticipated assault routes, and hope German tactical superiority compensates for physical limitations. The atmosphere among the troops is neither enthusiastic nor despairing, but something grimmer, resigned professionalism. These men have been soldiers long enough to recognize what they are being ordered to do. Fortress assault is the most costly form of warfare, attacking prepared positions against entrenched defenders who know the terrain and have months to prepare their defenses. The casualty rates will be horrific, but German military culture instills the conviction that superior training, better leadership, and operational innovation can overcome material disadvantages. And there is always the hope that Soviet defenses will prove less formidable than anticipated, that breakthroughs will come faster than planned, that this will be yet another demonstration of Wehrmacht's superiority. Nobody speaks these hopes aloud. Instead, they clean weapons, check equipment, write letters home that avoid specifics about upcoming operations, and prepare themselves psychologically for what military euphemism calls intense combat. In 3 days, the bombardment will begin. In 3 weeks, by Manstein's calculations, Sevastopol will fall. In 6 weeks, 11th Army will pivot south toward the Caucasus. The plan is perfect. The army is ready. Nothing is certain except that blood will be the currency of whatever success they achieve, and blood is the one resource Germany is still willing to spend without restraint. 11th Army exists. 250,000 men, 11 divisions, 600 artillery pieces, 200 tanks, organized into a force designed for a single purpose, the conquest of Sevastopol and the opening of Germany's path to the Caucasus oil fields. The administrative achievement is remarkable, the operational planning sophisticated, the tactical execution will prove tactically brilliant. But the structure rests on foundations that are already cracking, supply lines that cannot sustain the army they feed, timelines that allow no margin for error, strategic assumptions that bear only coincidental relationship to reality. Colonel Adolf Strauss, still managing the endless bureaucracy of keeping this force functional, sometimes allows himself to wonder what happens after Sevastopol falls. The plans end there. The operational orders specify objectives through mid-August, then contain only vague directions about further operations as directed. Nobody has seriously planned for what happens if the fortress does not fall in 6 weeks. Nobody has calculated whether the Caucasus is actually reachable with the forces available. Nobody has asked whether creating this army might itself be the mistake, assembling resources for an offensive that assumes conditions that no longer exist. But these are not questions staff officers ask aloud. So, Strauss files the manifests, signs the requisitions, coordinates the movements, and performs his duty with the competence that German military culture demands. The army exists. Soon it will fight. And after that, consequences will reveal whether operational brilliance can transcend strategic impossibility. June 28, 1942. Manstein's headquarters, Crimea. Erich von Manstein sits alone in his command office after midnight, staring at the map that covers the entire eastern wall. Red pins mark Soviet positions. Blue pins show the disposition of German and Allied forces. Thin red lines trace supply routes stretching back through Romania, across the Black Sea, through a rail network operating at capacity. And there, on the western edge of the Crimean Peninsula, Sevastopol, a fortress that intelligence assessments compare to Verdun, to Port Arthur, to any of history's great defensive positions that consumed armies foolish enough to assault them directly. Manstein has been studying this problem for 6 weeks now, and the more he studies it, the more he becomes convinced that everyone else is thinking about it wrong. They see Sevastopol as the objective, the goal itself. Manstein sees it as an obstacle on the path to something far more significant. The oil fields of Baku lie 1,500 kilometers to the southeast. Control those fields, and Germany solves its most critical strategic vulnerability: fuel scarcity that threatens to paralyze the Wehrmacht's mechanized forces. Lose those fields to Soviet production, and the Red Army's material advantages compound indefinitely. Sevastopol matters only because it threatens the flank of any advance toward the Caucasus. Eliminate the fortress, and the path opens. Everything depends on speed, on completing the Sevastopol operation before summer heat gives way to autumn mud, on pivoting forces south while momentum remains, on reaching the Caucasus before Soviet forces can organize meaningful resistance. He pulls out a leather-bound journal and begins writing, not an official operational order, but a private analysis, the kind of document that helps clarify his thinking. The strategic situation permits 1, perhaps 2, more offensive operations of significant scale before German resources are exhausted. The capture of Sevastopol is not an end but a means. It provides 3 critical advantages. First, it eliminates the Soviet naval threat to our supply lines across the Black Sea. And second, it frees 11th Army for redeployment to the Caucasus offensive. Third, It demonstrates to our Romanian and Hungarian allies that Germany retains offensive capability, which is essential for maintaining their political support. He pauses, considering what he is not writing, that the Romanian allies are unreliable at best, that Hungarian forces are already seeking excuses to avoid frontline deployments, that Germany's position depends on an alliance structure held together by momentum and fear of Soviet revenge. If we eliminate Sevastopol by mid-August, as planned, 11th Army can begin moving south by September 1st. This provides 8 weeks of favorable weather for initial operations in the Caucasus, sufficient to establish bridgeheads across the Don River and position forces for a spring offensive against Baku in 1943. The plan is audacious, brilliant, comprehensive. It is also built on assumptions that will prove catastrophically wrong. July 5th, 1942. Intelligence briefing, Army Group South Headquarters. Colonel Reinhard Gehlen, Army Group South's intelligence chief, presents his assessment of Soviet capabilities in the Southern Theater, with the confidence of someone who has been consistently correct about Soviet intentions for the past year. Gehlen's methodology is sophisticated. He aggregates information from signals, intelligence, prisoner interrogations, aerial reconnaissance, partisan reports, and captured documents to build composite pictures of Soviet force dispositions. His track record has been good enough that commanders have learned to trust his judgments. Today's assessment is optimistic to the point of fantasy, though nobody in the room realizes it yet. Soviet forces in the Southern Theater have sustained approximately 2 million casualties since June 1941, Gehlen reports, clicking through aerial photographs showing damaged Soviet equipment and abandoned positions. Current Red Army strength in the region is estimated at 1.2 million troops, of which perhaps 60% can be considered combat effective. Soviet logistics remain catastrophically disorganized. Their ammunition production cannot match consumption rates, and morale, particularly among units that have been retreating for months, is assessed as poor to non-existent. He concludes with the assessment that will define German planning. The Soviet Southern Front is, in all significant respects, broken. They lack the capacity to mount sustained resistance against a well-coordinated offensive. Breakthrough operations should encounter only localized resistance. What Gehlen cannot see, what German intelligence systematically fails to understand, is that Soviet strategic depth makes short-term assessments nearly meaningless. The Red Army is suffering staggering casualties, but it is also conscripting millions of new soldiers, evacuating industrial production beyond the Urals, building defensive positions in depth that prioritize absorbing German attacks rather than preventing them. The intelligence Gehlen receives is accurate at the tactical level. Yes, Soviet units are taking heavy losses. Yes, Soviet logistics are strained. Yes, morale in frontline formations is often poor. But these tactical truths obscure a strategic reality that German planning cannot accommodate. The Soviet Union is trading space for time, casualties for industrial production, tactical defeats for strategic survival, and crucially, they are succeeding. By July 1942, Soviet war production is beginning to exceed losses. New armies are being formed faster than Germany can destroy them. The broken front Gehlen describes is regenerating even as he speaks. But none of this appears in his intelligence briefs because German methodology focuses on counting what is visible, divisions, tanks, artillery pieces, rather than assessing capacity to regenerate what is lost. July 8, 1942. Conference with Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, Army Group South Commander. Manstein meets with his immediate superior to discuss how 11th Army fits into the broader summer offensive, Operation Blau, designed to capture the Caucasus oil fields. Von Bock is a career officer of the old Prussian type, meticulous in planning, cautious in execution, deeply uncomfortable with Hitler's increasing intervention in tactical decisions. The two generals spread maps across a conference table, tracing the movements of 3 army groups. Army Group A driving southeast toward the oil fields, Army Group B protecting the northern flank along the Don River, and 11th Army once Sevastopol falls, moving south to link with Army Group A's advance. The timeline is aggressive, von Bock observes, his finger tracing the 1,500-kilometer distance from Rostov to Baku. We are assuming Soviet resistance collapses, that partisan activity remains manageable, that weather remains favorable, that logistics can sustain forces across these distances. If any of those assumptions prove incorrect, he does not finish the sentence. Both men understand what happens if the offensive stalls short of the oil fields. Germany will have expended its last strategic reserves for territorial gains that solve no problems and create new vulnerabilities. The Führer believes Soviet resistance will collapse, Manstein says carefully, the phrasing designed to acknowledge Hitler's judgment without personally endorsing it. Galen's intelligence supports this assessment, and we have no alternative. If we do not capture the Caucasus oil, the mechanized forces we depend upon will gradually cease functioning. This is not a choice between good options and better ones. It is a choice between high risk and certain eventual defeat. Von Bock nods slowly, accepting the logic even while recognizing how much it depends on factors outside German control. They discuss the specific sequence of operations. First, Sevastopol must fall. Manstein confidently predicts mid-August. Then, 11th Army redeploys, a complex maneuver requiring extensive logistics coordination. By September, forward elements should be approaching the Don River crossings that will allow access to the Caucasus. By October, bridgeheads should be established. Then, depending on weather and Soviet resistance, either continue the advance or consolidate positions for winter, resuming operations in spring 1943. 3 months, von Bock muses. 3 months from now, we will know whether Germany has secured the resources necessary to continue the war, or whether we have simply traded lives for unsustainable territory. The statement hangs in the air, neither man willing to explicitly acknowledge what it implies, that this offensive is less strategic advance than strategic desperation, less confident expansion than the flailing of a regime that has overextended itself beyond recovery. The meeting concludes with polite formalities. Manstein returns to Crimea. Von Bock returns to coordinating Army Group South's complex movements. And neither man admits to the other that they are planning an operation whose success requires miracles and whose failure guarantees catastrophe. July 10th, 1942. Engineering reconnaissance, Sevastopol approaches. Colonel Heinrich Sella, 11th Army's chief engineer, leads a reconnaissance team through the hills overlooking Sevastopol, studying the fortifications his troops will soon assault. What they find is sobering. Soviet engineers have transformed the approaches to Sevastopol into a fortress zone that extends 8 kilometers in depth. The outer defensive belt consists of machine gun positions protected by concrete emplacements, linked by communication trenches, supported by pre-registered artillery. Behind that, a second defensive belt composed of larger fortifications, Fort Stalin, Fort Lenin, Fort Siberia, reinforced concrete structures with interlocking fields of fire, underground magazines stocked with months of ammunition, garrisons that can shelter against even heavy bombardment. And behind those, the inner defenses around Sevastopol itself, naval guns positioned on the heights, extensive minefields, anti-tank ditches, and finally the city fortifications themselves. Sell makes notes, calculating what will be required to breach these positions. The answer is overwhelming firepower, specialized assault tactics, extensive casualties, and time. More time than the operational plan allows. His formal report to Manstein describes the defenses as formidable but not invulnerable, recommending concentration of force at the weakest point. The Sapun Heights ridge that offers observation over the entire fortress complex. But his private assessment, shared only with close colleagues, is grimmer. We are being asked to break fortifications that the Soviets have spent 8 months preparing, using methods that worked against French forts in 1940, but against defenders who have learned from French mistakes. The assault will succeed because German tactical superiority remains decisive, but the cost will be extraordinary. The engineering assessment also addresses timeline concerns. Breaching the outer belt of fortifications will require 5 to 7 days of sustained combat, Assuming artillery preparation successfully suppresses defensive fires, reduction of the major forts will require specialized siege techniques, direct fire from heavy guns, demolition charges placed by assault engineers, systematic destruction of defensive works. Each fort might require 3 to 5 days to reduce, and Soviet defenders have demonstrated repeatedly that they fight hardest when defending fortified positions, making last-stand defenses rather than tactical retreats. The mathematical implication is clear. Manstein's 6-week timeline assumes everything proceeds faster than reasonable estimates suggest is possible, but Selle does not formally challenge the timeline. German military culture operates on the assumption that demands create capability, that impossible orders inspire extraordinary performance, that the army will find ways to accomplish what planning suggests cannot be done. And historically, that assumption has often proven correct. Wehrmacht forces have repeatedly achieved objectives that appeared impossible through superior training, better tactics, and the kind of operational flexibility that comes from commanders empowered to make decisions. So Selle plans his assault operations, positions his engineer battalions, stockpiles the explosives and bridging equipment and mine-clearing tools his men will need, and prepares for the kind of battle that will either confirm German tactical superiority or reveal its limitations. July 12, 1942. Manstein's operational order, distributed to all division commanders. The formal order that sets 11th Army in motion towards Sevastopol is a document of crystalline precision. Phase 1 begins July 13th with artillery preparation. 600 German and Romanian guns, ranging from light field pieces to the massive 800mm siege mortars, will conduct coordinated fires against identified Soviet positions. Phase 2, infantry assault, begins July 18th, targeting weak points identified by aerial reconnaissance and engineer analysis. The 50th Infantry Division will assault the Sapun Heights. The 132nd Infantry will attack the northern forts. Assault gun battalions will provide direct fire support. Engineer companies will clear paths through minefields and breach fortified positions. Phase 3, exploitation, begins when major fortifications fall, projected for late July. Mechanized reserves will move through breaches to encircle remaining Soviet forces and cut Sevastopol off from resupply. Phase 4, final reduction, involves systematic destruction of remaining defensive positions and forcing garrison surrender, targeted for completion by August 25th. Each phase includes detailed instructions, specific divisions assigned to specific objectives, artillery fire plans synchronized to infantry movements, logistics organized to sustain operations continuously. The order concludes with Hitler's personal directive, transmitted through Army High Command. The fortress of Sevastopol will be eliminated as a factor in the Eastern Front. The Führer expects decisive results demonstrating the continued superiority of German arms. What the operational order does not discuss is what happens if the timeline proves optimistic. There are no contingency plans for extended operations, no instructions for what to do if the fortress has not fallen by September. The logistics plan assumes consumption of specific quantities of ammunition and fuel, with resupply scheduled to restore stocks during the exploitation phase. If that phase is delayed, if consumption exceeds projections, the entire army begins operating on deficits with no clear path to restoring balance. The medical plan assumes specific casualty rates, 5% killed and wounded during the assault phase, and has positioned field hospitals and evacuation routes accordingly. If casualty rates prove higher, the medical system becomes overwhelmed and effectiveness degrades. The entire structure depends on events unfolding according to plan, on Soviet defenders reacting predictably, on German forces maintaining the pace of advance that planning assumes. It is sophisticated planning that demonstrates real operational mastery. It is also brittle planning that lacks resilience when encountering the friction that Clausewitz described as the fundamental character of war, the gap between what plans assume and what reality delivers. July 13th, 1942, 3:45 in the morning. Artillery positions, Sevastopol sector. 600 German guns, positioned in careful coordination across a 20-kilometer arc, prepare to fire the opening bombardment of the Sevastopol assault. The gun crews have been rehearsing this moment for weeks. Elevations calculated, ammunition sorted, communications tested, corrections pre-planned for likely Soviet counter-battery fire. At precisely 400 hours, the barrage begins. The sound is apocalyptic. 21,000 shells will fall on Soviet positions in the first hour alone. Heavy guns targeting major fortifications. Medium artillery suppressing defensive positions. Mortars dropping rounds into trenches and communication lines. The ground shakes continuously. Soviet observation posts report that visibility drops to zero as smoke and dust obscure everything. German forward observers, positioned on heights that offer views into the fortress complex, call corrections, adjusting fires onto specific structures, specific defensive positions. By dawn, the bombardment has destroyed some defensive works, damaged others, and most importantly, forced Soviet defenders into deep shelters where they cannot effectively observe German movements. But it has not broken Soviet resistance. The forts remain operational. Soviet artillery responds, counter-battery fire targeting German gun positions. The bombardment is tactically successful. It is achieving its objective of suppressing Soviet defenses for the coming infantry assault. But it is also revealing the limits of firepower. Fortifications built to withstand naval bombardment can survive even this level of shelling. The infantry will still have to close with defenders who have survived by sheltering underground. The assault will still require fighting through minefields and barbed wire and machine gun positions. The plan remains intact, but first contact with reality is already suggesting that the timeline, the confident 6-week projection, may prove optimistic. Manstein observes the bombardment from a forward observation post, watching through binoculars as smoke rises from Sevastopol. He shows no outward emotion. Maintaining composure is essential for command. But his private thoughts, recorded later in his war diary, reveal his understanding of what has begun. The die is cast. In 6 weeks, either the fortress falls and 11th Army becomes available for operations in the Caucasus, or we remain fixed here while summer passes and opportunity vanishes. There is no middle option. The entire strategic position in the Southern Theater depends on this operation, concluding rapidly and successfully. He does not write what he also knows, that strategy built on single points of failure is strategy already compromised, that operations with no margin for error are operations that have already accepted the probability of failure, that his brilliant plan is also a desperate gamble by a regime that has run out of alternatives. Instead, he focuses on immediate concerns. Are the artillery fires achieving their intended effects? Are the infantry assault preparations proceeding on schedule? Are the logistics trains maintaining flow? These are questions he can answer, problems he can solve, challenges where his operational skill makes a difference. The broader strategic questions, whether Germany can sustain this pace of operations, whether Soviet collapse is imminent or illusory, whether the Caucasus oil fields are achievable or a mirage, these are beyond his control. So he focuses on what he can control and prepares to send 250,000 men into an assault that will determine the course of the war in the East. The plan is brilliant. The army is ready. Now, reality will determine whether brilliance and readiness are sufficient. July 7th, 1942, 4:20 in the morning. German artillery positions, Sevastopol sector. The opening barrage of Operation Sturmfang, Sturgeon Catch, the assault on Sevastopol, begins precisely on schedule. 600 artillery pieces, arranged in coordinated batteries across a 20-kilometer front, open fire simultaneously. The sound is not like thunder because thunder has pauses, moments of silence between strikes. This is continuous, a sustained roar that registers as physical pressure rather than sound. Lieutenant Friedrich Gollwitzer, forward observer for the 50th Infantry Division, watches from an observation post 2 kilometers behind the gun lines as the world ahead of him disappears into smoke and dust. Through binoculars, he can see the impacts, fountains of earth erupting across Soviet defensive positions, concrete fortifications taking direct hits, defensive structures collapsing under the weight of high explosive shells. 21,000 rounds in the first hour. Soviet observers dug into bunkers on Sevastopol's heights record that the earth shakes without cessation, that visibility drops to zero, that defensive positions not directly hit are rendered untenable by the continuous concussion. Gallwitzer's job is to identify targets that survive the initial bombardment and call corrections to the artillery. He sees Soviet defensive positions where the bombardment has done its work. Trenches collapsed, machine gun emplacements destroyed, communications disrupted. He also sees positions where defenders have survived by sheltering in reinforced bunkers, where gun crews emerge from underground shelters to man their weapons once the barrage lifts. The bombardment is achieving its tactical purpose, but it is not eliminating Soviet defenses. It is suppressing them, forcing defenders to stay in shelter, creating opportunities for infantry assault. But the assault will still have to fight through defenders who have survived the worst bombardment on the Eastern Front since the war began. 5 days of artillery preparation follow, systematic destruction of identified targets, suppression fires against Soviet artillery positions, interdiction fires against supply routes bringing reinforcements forward. German ammunition consumption exceeds projections. The 600 guns are firing an average of 35 rounds per gun per day, consuming 210,000 rounds over 5 days, nearly 20% of 11th Army's entire ammunition stockpile. The logistics system strains to maintain this pace. Ammunition trains arrive continuously. Trucks shuttle shells from rail depots to gun positions. Crews work in shifts to maintain the barrage. Soviet counter-battery fire, initially heavy, diminishes as German spotting aircraft identify Soviet gun positions and direct concentrated fires against them. By July 12th, when the infantry assault is scheduled to begin, German artillery has achieved fire superiority. Soviet guns are still operational, but firing sporadically, forced to displace frequently to avoid German counter-battery fire. The assault force has the conditions it needs. Now comes the difficult part, closing with defenders who have had 8 months to prepare for exactly this attack. July 14th, 1942, dawn, the thermal gap sector, assault approaches. Lieutenant Gallwitzer leads his company across terrain that resembles photographs of the moon more than anything earthly. Artillery has transformed the landscape into a wasteland of overlapping craters, shattered trees, pulverized stone. Every advance requires navigating obstacles, barbed wire flattened but still tangled, minefields partially cleared by explosive charges but still dangerous, trenches that require engineer teams to bridge. The company's mission is to secure a 300-meter stretch of Soviet trench line that forms the first belt of Sevastopol's defenses. Intelligence suggests the position is held by approximately 100 Soviet defenders. The company advancing to take it numbers 180 troops. The mathematics should favor the Germans, but the defenders are in prepared positions, know the terrain intimately, and have survived 5 days of bombardment by sheltering in bunkers. Gallwitzer's company moves forward in rushes, squads advancing while others provide covering fire. Small unit tactics refined through 3 years of war. They make it 100 meters before Soviet defenders emerge from shelters and open fire. Machine guns from positions that appeared destroyed open up, catching the advancing troops in overlapping fields of fire. The company goes to ground, taking cover in shell craters. Gallwitzer calls for artillery support. The response comes back. Artillery is engaged supporting other sectors, will be available in 20 minutes. 20 minutes is an eternity under sustained machine gun fire. The company begins taking casualties, men hit while moving between cover, others wounded by mortar rounds that Soviet defenders call down with practiced precision. The advance resumes, but the pace has slowed dramatically. Each squad movement requires suppressing the defensive positions with rifle and machine gun fire, maneuvering to flanking positions, grenades to clear trenches. By noon, the company has advanced 200 meters, 2/3 of the distance to their objective, and has suffered 40% casualties. 72 men killed or wounded from 180 who began the assault. Medical teams evacuate the wounded, moving them back through the devastated landscape to aid stations. but forward momentum has stopped. Soviet defenders are calling in artillery of their own. The battery's German counter-battery fire has suppressed, but not eliminated. Shells begin landing on the advancing troops. Gallwitzer attempts to coordinate with neighboring companies, hoping to outflank the Soviet position, but discovers they are all facing similar resistance. The defensive belt is holding. By nightfall, when orders come to consolidate positions and prepare for another assault tomorrow, the company has advanced to within 50 meters of its objective, but cannot advance further without reinforcement. Gallwitzer counts his surviving troops. 108 effectives remaining, 40% reduction in combat strength in one day. At this rate of attrition, the company will cease to exist as a fighting unit within 3 days, and they have secured 300 meters of the outer defensive belt. Soviet defenses extend 8 kilometers deep. The mathematics are becoming impossible to ignore. July 18, 1942. Fort Stalin Sector, Soviet Defensive Command Post. General Ivan Petrov, commander of the Soviet garrison at Sevastopol, observes German assault operations from a bunker 300 meters behind the main defensive line. What he sees is German tactical excellence confronting Soviet defensive doctrine. And while the Germans are advancing, they are doing so at a pace that makes their timeline objectives impossible. The outer defensive belt is falling. Slowly, expensively, but falling. German assault tactics are proving effective. But behind that belt lies the second defensive line, stronger than the first. And behind that, the major forts. Fort Stalin, where Petrov now stands, Fort Lenin, Fort Siberia, Fort Maxim Gorky, each a fortress within the fortress. The Germans have to take them all, and each defensive position is designed not to hold indefinitely, but to exact maximum casualties before falling back to the next position. This is elastic defense, the doctrine Soviet forces have been developing through 3 years of retreat and learning. You do not try to hold every position to the death. You defend stubbornly, impose maximum casualties, then fall back before being overwhelmed, establishing new defensive lines using the depth of the fortress complex. The Germans are winning tactically. But strategically, Petrov is achieving his mission, making them pay for every meter, consuming their strength, buying time for reinforcements. Soviet observers report German casualty rates that seem almost merciful by Soviet standards, 5 to 10% daily losses in assault units. But Petrov recognizes these are unsustainable for the attackers. German units cannot replace losses at the rate they are suffering them. Soviet forces, by contrast, are receiving reinforcements across the Kerch Strait, not enough to stop the German advance, but enough to keep defensive positions manned. By late July, Petrov calculates German forces will have suffered 20,000 casualties assaulting Sevastopol. They will have consumed half their ammunition stockpiles, and they will still face the major forts, the positions where Soviet defensive advantages are greatest. The question, Petrov remarks to his chief of staff, is not whether Sevastopol falls. We all know it will. The question is how many Germans it costs before falling, and whether that cost makes their subsequent operations impossible. The mathematics are clear to anyone willing to calculate them honestly. Sevastopol is a fortress that will be taken, but taking it will consume the army that takes it. And that army has strategic objectives beyond this peninsula that matter far more than this tactical victory. July 25th through August 6th, 1942. Sapun Heights Assault. The battle for the Sapun Heights, the ridge that dominates Sevastopol from the east, offering observation over the entire fortress complex, becomes the operational fulcrum of the entire campaign. Manstein concentrates forces here because seizing the heights will allow German artillery to directly target Sevastopol's inner defenses. The 50th Infantry Division, supported by assault gun companies and engineer battalions, launches repeated assaults against Soviet positions dug into the ridge. Each assault gains ground measured in hundreds of meters, then breaks under Soviet counterfires. The casualties are staggering. On July 27th, a single battalion assault suffers 300 casualties in 4 hours. On July 30th, an entire regiment, 3 battalions, takes the lower slopes of the heights and loses 900 men doing it. By August 2nd, German forces hold most of the heights, but Soviet defenders still control key observation posts on the summit. The assault continues. August 4th, another battalion attack. August 5th, engineer teams clearing the last defensive positions with demolition charges. August 6th, the heights are declared secure. The cost? 8,000 casualties among the assault units, roughly 15% of 11th Army's infantry strength, expended to capture 3 kilometers of ridgeline. But the objective is achieved. German artillery begins moving forward to positions on the heights. Soviet inner defenses are now under direct observation and direct fire. The fortress can still hold, but its defensive advantages have been compromised. The infantry who fought this battle are physically and mentally exhausted. Medical reports describe combat fatigue, affecting 20% of troops in assault units. Psychological breakdown, manifesting as inability to function under fire, physical symptoms without obvious injury, moral collapse where soldiers simply refuse to advance. The Wehrmacht does not have sophisticated understanding of combat trauma, but frontline commanders recognize the symptoms. Units are rotated out of assault positions when possible, though the limited forces available mean rotation, often means shifting from assault duty to holding captured positions, which still involves exposure to Soviet artillery and sniper fire. The survivors describe the Sapun Heights assault in terms that convey its intensity. Worse than anything in France, continuous combat without pause, every meter paid for in blood. The German tactical system, which emphasizes small unit cohesion and mutual support, is fraying. Casualties have disrupted unit structures. Replacements, when they arrive, lack the integration that makes German units effective. Companies that began the campaign with 160 men are now at 70 to 80 strength, diluted with replacements who do not know their squad mates, led by junior officers promoted to replace casualties. They remain effective because German training creates baseline competence even in disrupted units. But they are no longer the elite assault force that began this campaign. They are a degraded asset, still functional, increasingly fragile. August 29, 1942. Final Soviet defensive positions collapse. After 49 days of continuous operations, 7 days longer than planned, the last organized Soviet resistance at Sevastopol ends. German forces have systematically reduced each major fort, cleared the defensive belts, and pushed Soviet defenders back into the city itself, where continued resistance becomes impossible. Approximately 3,000 Soviet troops evacuate by submarine and torpedo boats under cover of darkness, leaving behind their heavy weapons and the approximately 20,000 wounded who cannot be moved. German forces occupy the ruins of what was once a city of 75,000. The destruction is near total, hardly a building remains intact. Soviet demolition teams have destroyed the port facilities, blown the bridges, mined the infrastructure. What Germans inherit is rubble, but strategically, the mission is accomplished. Sevastopol has fallen, the fortress is eliminated, the threat to the southern flank is removed, and theoretically, 11th Army is now available for redeployment to the Caucasus offensive. The victory is real. The cost is also real. German casualties total 24,000 killed and wounded, 9.6% of 11th Army's strength. Soviet casualties are higher. Estimates range from 30,000 to 50,000, depending on whether one counts only military personnel or includes armed workers who defended the city. But the casualty exchange rate matters less than the condition of the victorious army. 11th Army has consumed 21.5% of its ammunition reserves. Vehicle losses and mechanical breakdowns have reduced transport capacity by 15%. Medical facilities are overwhelmed with wounded requiring long-term care. And the summer campaign season, which began in early June, is now entering September. The window for operations is closing. Manstein's response to the victory reveals both his understanding of its limitations and his determination to proceed anyway. In his order of the day, distributed to all units, he praises the assault troops for their courage and efficiency, emphasizes the strategic significance of the victory, and then immediately announces that 11th Army will be redeploying for further operations in the south. There is no pause for rest, no period of reconstitution, no acknowledgement that the force that took Sevastopol is not the force that began the assault. Instead, movement orders go out. Divisions begin preparing for transport. Artillery pieces are disassembled for rail movement. The logistics system, already strained, now faces the additional burden of relocating 200,000 troops across 600 kilometers of territory, while simultaneously maintaining supplies for forces still in contact with Soviet defenders around the Kerch Peninsula. Hitler's response is to promote Manstein to field marshal and award him the Knight's Cross, recognition of operational success that carefully avoids acknowledging operational cost. The victory is celebrated in German propaganda as evidence of continued Wehrmacht superiority. The 49 days it took, the casualties suffered, the ammunition expended, these details are buried in classified after-action reports where they cannot complicate the narrative of inevitable German triumph. But buried or not, the mathematics remain. Sevastopol cost more than planned, took longer than projected, and consumed resources needed for subsequent operations. The fortress fell. The army that took it is substantially weaker than the army that began the assault, and the window for exploiting this victory is already closing. September 4th, 1942. Casualty clearing station, Simferopol. The wounded from Sevastopol flow through medical facilities in a stream that does not diminish. 24,000 casualties produces a logistics challenge as significant as supplying an offensive. Each wounded soldier requires evacuation from the front lines, initial treatment at a field hospital, stabilization, transport to a base hospital, definitive medical care, and eventually either return to duty or evacuation to Germany for long-term care. The medical system was designed for casualty rates of 5% during offensive operations. Actual casualties reached 10%, double the planning assumption. The result is field hospitals operating beyond capacity, wounded waiting for treatment longer than medical doctrine recommends, care quality declining as resources stretch thin. A doctor in Simferopol, writing home to his wife in a letter that military censors will later redact, describes conditions. We have 400 beds and 800 patients. The walking wounded sleep on floors, in hallways, wherever space can be found. The serious cases receive priority, but what does priority mean when we lack sufficient plasma for transfusions, when morphine supplies are rationed, when our surgical capacity is overwhelmed? We save perhaps 80% of the wounded who reach us alive. In peacetime, that percentage would be 95. The difference is 50 lives per thousand. Dead because our supply system cannot keep pace with our operational tempo. The letter concludes with a sentence that captures the fundamental tension of Germany's situation. We are winning battles while losing the capacity to sustain victories. The casualty statistics reveal patterns that will define the campaign. Lower extremity wounds, legs, feet, comprise 38% of all wounds, the result of assaulting through minefields and defensive zones where Soviet defenders aimed low. Upper body wounds, 22%, primarily from machine gun fire. Head wounds, 12%, the most likely to be immediately fatal. The remaining 28% are blast injuries, burns from flamethrower operations, and the various traumatic injuries that come from fortress assault. The distribution reveals what the assault actually entailed. Infantry advancing across fortified terrain, exposed to prepared defensive fires, fighting through obstacles designed to channel attackers into kill zones. Medical officers also note the psychological casualties, not traditionally counted in casualty statistics, but increasingly concerning. Estimates suggest 15 to 20% of assault troops display symptoms of acute combat stress, a figure that rises to 30% among troops who participated in the most intense battles, like the Sapun Heights assault. The Wehrmacht's response to combat stress is limited. Remove affected soldiers from the immediate firing line, provide brief rest, return them to duty. There is no concept of long-term psychological trauma, no medical framework for understanding that the mind can be wounded as surely as the body. Soldiers displaying acute symptoms are often categorized as cowards, subject to discipline rather than treatment. This failure to recognize or address psychological trauma creates a cascade of secondary effects: declining unit effectiveness, increasing desertion rates, deteriorating morale. But these effects take time to manifest, and time is exactly what Germany's strategic position no longer permits. The wounded will recover, or they will not. The psychologically damaged will continue functioning, or they will be replaced. The assault continues. September 10th, 1942, Manstein's strategic assessment, private correspondence. In a letter to his wife, Manstein allows himself a frankness that his official reports carefully avoid. Sevastopol has fallen, as we knew it would, but the cost has been greater than anticipated, and the implications extend beyond the immediate tactical situation. We have demonstrated that German forces can reduce even the most heavily fortified positions, that our tactical superiority remains decisive, but we have also demonstrated the limits of what operational art can achieve against determined resistance and prepared defenses. The fortress fell in 49 days. We planned for 42 days. That 7-day difference matters enormously at the strategic level. The summer campaign season is shortened. The forces available for the Caucasus operation are depleted. The supplies consumed here must be replaced before we can mount subsequent operations. And the Soviets, despite losing Sevastopol, retain the capacity to resist elsewhere. They are not beaten. They are learning. The letter continues with analysis that reveals Manstein's understanding of the larger strategic picture. Germany's position requires continuous operational success to maintain the initiative. Any pause allows Soviet forces to recover, rebuild, reorganize. But continuous operations consume forces at rates we cannot sustain. Sevastopol illustrates this dilemma perfectly. The victory is real but expensive, and expensive victories, compounded over time, produce strategic exhaustion. The letter never reaches its intended recipient. Military censors, reading correspondence from senior officers, flag it as defeatist and suppress it. But the analysis is preserved in his private papers, a document that will later demonstrate that Manstein understood, even in September 1942, that Germany's operational brilliance was confronting strategic impossibility. The fortress has fallen. The outer defensive belt was reduced through systematic application of firepower and infantry assault. The major forts were taken through specialized siege tactics and sustained pressure. The inner defenses collapsed when their defensive advantages were negated by German artillery positioned on the Sapun heights. Soviet defenders, after conducting a textbook elastic defense that maximized German casualties while preserving Soviet combat power, evacuated or surrendered when continued resistance became futile. The German victory is complete, professional, and operationally brilliant. It is also tactically successful in ways that compound strategic weakness. The army that took Sevastopol exists, but it is substantially degraded from the force that began the assault. It has consumed ammunition needed for later operations, suffered casualties that cannot be quickly replaced, and exhausted troops who will be immediately committed to new offensives without adequate recovery time. The victory demonstrates that Wehrmacht tactics remain superior to Soviet defenses. It also demonstrates that tactical superiority is insufficient when strategic objectives require continuous success without the resources to sustain continuous operations. Sevastopol fell. The path to the Caucasus is open, and the army that must now traverse that path is weaker than the army that opened it. The gap between operational success and strategic possibility is widening. September 1942 finds 11th Army triumphant, decorated, celebrated, and already beginning the long retreat into collapse that will define its remaining history. The fortress fell. The victory is real, and the victory has brought Germany no closer to winning the war it is losing. September 2nd, 1942. Departure from Sevastopol. The 200,000 troops of 11th Army begin the 400-kilometer march southeastward, leaving behind the ruins they spent 7 weeks creating. Major Ernst Kohlhaas, assigned to the quartermaster section, watches the columns form with the practiced eye of a logistics officer who understands that movement consumes resources faster than combat. Each division requires 160 trucks for transport, each truck consuming fuel at rates that deplete stockpiles faster than supply trains can restore them. The leading elements depart at dawn, followed by artillery battalions whose guns have been loaded onto rail cars for the journey south, then supply columns stretching 600 kilometers behind the forward troops. Coalhouse reviews his supply status reports and performs calculations that produce numbers he wishes he could ignore. Current fuel reserves sufficient for perhaps 12 days of mobile operations, ammunition stocks depleted to 60% of doctrinal requirements, food supplies adequate, but only because ration strength has been reduced below recommended levels. The Army is moving, but it is moving on margins that allow no errors, no unexpected delays, no Soviet resistance beyond what planning assumes. September 14, 1942. Logistics Conference, Rostov. Coalhouse presents his report to the division commanders assembled for coordination, and the numbers he recites carry the weight of mathematical certainty. Daily supply requirements for 11th Army: 600 tons minimum, with 800 tons needed to rebuild stockpiles while sustaining operations. Actual daily delivery capacity: 380 tons, down from the 450 tons available during the Sevastopol operation due to increased distances and deteriorating transport infrastructure. The shortfall, 220 tons per day, means the Army is consuming stocks faster than they can be replaced, operating on a deficit that compounds daily. We can sustain current operations for approximately 10 days, Coalhouse explains, his tone carefully neutral. After that point, either supply deliveries must increase by 60%, or operational tempo must decrease proportionally, or the Army will experience cascading failures as ammunition, fuel, and food reserves reach critical levels. The assembled commanders received this assessment with the stoic acceptance of officers who have long since learned that logistics never quite matches operational requirements, that somehow the Army always manages to continue despite shortfalls, that German organizational efficiency will find solutions. Coalhouse does not argue, because arguing with operational imperatives is not his role, but his private notes record a more pessimistic assessment. We are advancing into a logistics desert where every kilometer increases our vulnerability. September the 22nd, 1942. Anapa captured. German forces seized the Black Sea port of Anapa, hoping to establish a forward supply base that can be fed by maritime transport, reducing dependence on the overextended land supply lines. What they find is deliberate Soviet destruction. 3 ships and 2 barges in the harbor have been scuttled by demolition teams, blocking the harbor entrance and rendering the port temporarily unusable. The port facilities themselves have been systematically destroyed, cranes toppled, warehouses burned, fuel storage tanks detonated. German engineers assess that restoring even minimal port capacity will require 2 weeks of intensive work and specialized equipment that must be brought forward from distant depots. When operational, the port might handle 100 tons per day, useful, but nowhere near sufficient to close the 200-ton daily shortfall. The capture of Anapa represents the persistent pattern emerging across the Caucasus advance. German forces achieved their tactical objectives, seizing territory and capturing positions, but the Soviets ensure that each captured position provides minimal operational advantage. Every port is destroyed before capture, every rail line blown, every bridge demolished, every fuel depot burned. The Wehrmacht is conquering territory that has been systematically stripped of everything that might sustain an occupying force. October 5th, 1942. Nalchik offensive. Manstein orders an advance deeper into the Caucasus toward the oil fields that remain the strategic objective, and the offensive immediately confronts the reality of fuel scarcity. Panzer divisions begin the advance with partial fuel loads, 60% of capacity instead of the 80% the doctrinal minimum, because reserves are insufficient to fill every tank. The advance gains 40 kilometers in 2 days of mobile warfare. German tactical superiority overwhelming the Soviet defenders, who are still learning how to counter mechanized operations. Then, the advance halts, not because of Soviet resistance, but because forward units have exhausted their fuel. panzers sit immobilized, converted from mobile exploitation forces into fixed gun positions that can fire from static positions but cannot maneuver. Fuel trucks rush forward with emergency deliveries, enough to allow limited movement, but the pattern has been established. Operational objectives are being constrained by logistics rather than enemy action. Soviet commanders observe this pattern and adapt their defensive tactics accordingly, trading space for German fuel, retreating just fast enough to keep German forces advancing at rates that consume supplies faster than they can be replaced. October 19th, 1942. Supply status briefing. OKH. The German Army High Command informs Manstein that no additional transport capacity can be allocated to 11th Army because all reserves are committed to supporting the 6th Army's assault on Stalingrad. The message effectively declares 11th Army self-sufficient, a bureaucratic euphemism meaning the Army must operate with existing resources regardless of whether those resources are adequate. Kohlhaas calculates what self-sufficiency means in practical terms. Daily supply deliveries will decline from 380 tons to approximately 300 tons as the supply lines stretch further and vehicle attrition reduces transport capacity. Operations that depend on ammunition consumption above minimal defensive levels become impossible. Offensive maneuvers that require fuel for extended movement become infeasible. The Army can defend the territory it holds, can conduct limited local attacks to improve positions, but cannot sustain the kind of mobile operations that Caucasus conquest requires. The mathematics are deterministic. An army consuming more resources than it receives will eventually cease functioning as a combat-effective force. The only variables are how quickly the decline occurs, and whether it happens gradually or suddenly. October 26, 1942. Forward positions near Mozdok. Lieutenant Friedrich Gollwitzer, who survived the Sevastopol assault with his company and has been promoted following the death of his battalion commander, occupies defensive positions that illustrate the absurdity of Germany's strategic situation. His battalion holds a 20-kilometer front, triple the doctrinal maximum, because there are insufficient forces to properly garrison the territory 11th Army has conquered. Soviet forces probe the positions daily, testing for weaknesses, forcing German defenders to expend ammunition, countering attacks that accomplish little beyond forcing resource consumption. Gollwitzer's men are on reduced rations, 1,800 calories per day instead of the 2,500 calories field regulations specify, because food supplies are being rationed to conserve transport capacity for ammunition and fuel. Morale is declining not from lack of courage, but from the grinding recognition that they are advancing nowhere. Defending positions with no apparent strategic value, operating in a condition of permanent scarcity where every request for supplies must be justified and often denied. We are told we are winning, Gollwitzer writes in a letter home. But winning feels like this: cold, hungry, sitting in positions we cannot hold against determined attack, waiting for orders that will send us forward into territory we cannot supply, or backward from territory we cannot surrender. November 1st, 1942. Vehicle Maintenance Report. The transport fleet that sustains 11th Army is experiencing mechanical failure rates that exceed the capacity of maintenance units to repair. Of the 2,400 trucks assigned to the Army in June, 1,800 remain operational in November. A 25% loss to mechanical breakdown, enemy action, and wear that cannot be repaired with available parts. German truck production, 1,200 vehicles monthly across the entire Wehrmacht, must supply all theaters, meaning 11th Army might receive 100 replacement vehicles in a good month, far below the rate needed to maintain current strength. Vehicle failures compound the supply crisis. Fewer trucks means reduced cargo capacity, which means longer intervals between deliveries, which means units operating on progressively smaller stockpiles. The maintenance officers describe a cascading failure pattern. Trucks push beyond recommended operational limits, break down at accelerated rates, reducing fleet capacity, requiring remaining vehicles to carry heavier loads over longer distances, accelerating their breakdown. The German logistics system, designed for mobile warfare with regular maintenance intervals and adequate spare parts, is being operated in conditions it was never intended to sustain. It remains functional through the competence of mechanics who improvise repairs, commanders who prioritize resources ruthlessly, and an organizational culture that treats logistics shortfalls as challenges to overcome rather than reasons to pause operations. But functionality under stress is not the same as adequacy, and the stress is compounding. November 8, 1942. Soviet forces consolidate opposite 11th Army positions. German intelligence reports indicate Soviet troop concentrations building across a 280-kilometer front, and the force composition suggests something more than defensive positioning. Colonel Galen's intelligence summary estimates perhaps 100,000 men in the Soviet formations opposite 11th Army, a figure that Kohlhaas and other logistics officers privately suspect is a significant underestimate. Soviet strategic doctrine emphasizes massing forces for breakthrough operations, accepting casualties in exchange for operational success, methods that require numerical superiority. If Soviet forces are concentrating for offensive operations, they will attack where they possess 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 numerical advantages, doctrine that requires force levels far above Galen's estimates. The German response is constrained by resource limitations. There are no reserves available to reinforce threatened sectors, no capacity to conduct spoiling attacks that might disrupt Soviet preparations, no ability to withdraw to shorter defensive lines without explicit authorization from Hitler, who has forbidden voluntary retreats. The 11th Army can only occupy its extended positions, conserve ammunition for the defensive battle that intelligence assessments suggest is coming, and hope that German tactical superiority compensates for numerical inferiority and logistical weakness. The hope is not irrational. Wehrmacht forces have repeatedly demonstrated ability to defeat larger Soviet formations through superior tactics and operational coordination. But hope is not strategy, and strategy built on compensating for resource deficits through tactical excellence has clear limits. Those limits are approaching rapidly. November 12, 1942. Fuel reserves reach critical levels. The daily logistics brief delivered to Manstein contains a single line that captures the fundamental crisis: fuel reserves sufficient for 4 days of defensive operations or 1 day of mobile operations. The distinction matters enormously. Defensive operations require minimal vehicle movement, allowing forces to husband fuel for counterattacks and emergency repositioning. Mobile operations, the kind required if Soviet forces break through and must be countered with mechanized reserves, consume fuel at rates that would exhaust current stockpiles in less than 24 hours. Manstein faces a choice with no good options. Either accept that 11th Army has effectively lost its capacity for mobile defense, or request authorization to withdraw to defensible positions closer to supply sources. He chooses a third option that splits the difference: order all units to assume defensive postures, while making preliminary plans for staged withdrawal should Soviet pressure become unsustainable, but avoid formally requesting withdrawal authorization that Hitler will certainly deny. It is operationally prudent and strategically dishonest, planning for retreat while reporting to higher command that positions are being held successfully. The dishonesty is not unusual in Wehrmacht command culture, where field commanders have learned to interpret orders creatively and report selectively to maintain operational freedom. But it also reflects the fundamental dysfunction of German strategic decision-making. By late 1942, field commanders know the situation is unsustainable. Higher command refuses to acknowledge strategic impossibility, and the gap between what is reported and what is true widens until communication becomes a form of mutually agreed-upon fiction. The Caucasus advance, the strategic objective that justified the Sevastopol assault, the operation that was supposed to secure Germany's oil supplies and cripple Soviet capacity to continue the war, has stalled not through Soviet resistance, but through the physics of supply and distance. 11th Army has advanced 600 kilometers from Sevastopol, captured territory that includes important ports and transportation hubs, and inflicted significant casualties on Soviet defenders. But the advance has brought German forces no closer to the oil fields that remain 1,500 kilometers distant, has consumed resources that cannot be replaced at rates that sustain offensive operations, and has positioned German forces in extended defensive lines they lack the strength to hold against determined Soviet attack. The into-the-abyss metaphor is not rhetorical. The army is operating on deficits that compound daily, consuming stockpiles that shrink weekly, maintaining effectiveness that declines monthly. The abyss is logistical collapse, the point where an army ceases functioning, not because it has been defeated in battle, but because it can no longer feed, fuel, or arm itself. That point, Major Kohlhaas calculates in reports he submits, knowing they will be filed and ignored. It is approximately 6 weeks away, arriving sometime in late December or early January. By then, either Soviet offensive operations will have forced German withdrawal, or German forces will withdraw voluntarily to positions they can actually sustain. Or 11th Army will experience the kind of systemic collapse that transforms organized military units into desperate groups of armed men trying to survive rather than fight. The advance is over. The question is no longer whether 11th Army can reach the Caucasus oil fields, but whether it can survive the winter occupying positions it should never have advanced to occupy. October 15th, 1942. Stavka Conference, Moscow. Joseph Stalin stands before a wall-size map of the Southern Front, studying the German dispositions with the attention to detail that has become characteristic of his direct involvement in operational planning. Marshal Georgy Zhukov and General Alexander Vasilevsky, the two architects of Soviet operational doctrine who have survived Stalin's purges by demonstrating both competence and political reliability, present their analysis of German vulnerabilities. The 11th Army, stretched across a 280-kilometer front with depleted forces and extended supply lines, appears isolated from neighboring German formations by terrain and distance. A severed limb, Zhukov describes it, tracing the narrow corridor connecting 11th Army to Army Group A's main body. They advance quickly but without adequate logistics. They hold positions they cannot reinforce and cannot supply adequately. If we concentrate forces and attack the connection between 11th Army and Army Group A, we can isolate their forces and destroy them piecemeal. Stalin listens, asks pointed questions about Soviet force availability, supply capacity, coordination between fronts, and the probability of success. The strategic situation permits offensive operations. Soviet production has recovered from the desperate summer months. New armies are forming faster than Germany can destroy them, and the Wehrmacht's extended positions create opportunities for the kind of encirclement operations that Soviet doctrine emphasizes. The decision is made. Soviet forces will attack in early November, seeking to cut off and destroy 11th Army before winter. Weather makes mobile operations impossible. October 27, 1942. Black Sea Fleet briefing, Batumi. Admiral Philip Levchenko, commander of the Soviet Black Sea Fleet, approves Operation Sea Landing, a coordinated amphibious assault designed to land 2,500 naval infantry troops behind German lines. The landing will occur near Novorossiysk, where German forces hold coastal positions with minimal reserves, forcing Manstein to either divert forces from the main front or accept Soviet forces operating in his rear area. Soviet naval planning has improved dramatically since the chaotic early months of the war. Intelligence on German coastal defenses is detailed. Naval gunfire support has been coordinated with landing craft movements, and contingency plans exist for extracting forces if the landing fails to achieve its objectives. The operation reflects Soviet operational learning, the systematic absorption of tactical lessons that has transformed Red Army capabilities from the catastrophic incompetence of 1941 to the professional competence of late 1942. German commanders still enjoy tactical advantages: better training, more experienced officers, superior small unit cohesion. But Soviet forces are closing the gap, and more importantly, they possess strategic advantages: numerical superiority, shorter supply lines, the capacity to absorb casualties and replace them quickly. The amphibious operation is not expected to achieve strategic breakthrough, but to complicate German defensive planning, force resource dispersion, and create the conditions for the main offensive to succeed. November 1st, 1942. German intelligence summary, 11th Army Headquarters. Colonel Galen's intelligence section distributes its assessment of Soviet force concentrations, and the estimate is catastrophically inaccurate in ways that will prove decisive. Perhaps 100,000 men in the Soviet formation's opposite 11th Army, the report states, supported by estimated 400 to 600 artillery pieces and minimal armored forces. The actual Soviet force, 268,000 troops organized into 45 rifle divisions, 5 cavalry corps, and 3,000 artillery pieces, including heavy guns and rocket artillery. The underestimate is not random error, but systematic failure. German intelligence methodology counts observable Soviet units and applies doctrinal assumptions about unit strength, but fails to account for Soviet operational security, Soviet reinforcement capacity, and Soviet willingness to accept losses that would paralyze Wehrmacht planning. Galen's analysis also misreads Soviet intentions, interpreting the concentration as defensive positioning rather than offensive preparation. The intelligence summary concludes that Soviet forces in the Southern Theater lack capacity for sustained defensive operations and will likely maintain defensive postures through winter. This assessment, distributed to every division commander in 11th Army, shapes German defensive preparations and will prove almost entirely wrong within 9 days. November 9th, 1942, 600 hours. Soviet artillery barrage opens. The bombardment begins along a 280-kilometer front, 18,000 guns and mortars firing simultaneously in what Soviet soldiers will later describe as the Earth's revenge. German observation posts report that the scale of fires exceeds anything experienced on the Eastern Front since the war began, surpassing even the bombardments German forces conducted against Sevastopol. Communications trenches collapse under the weight of high explosive shells. Command posts lose contact with forward units as telephone lines are severed. German counter-battery fire responds, but is outgunned 8-1. Soviet numerical superiority, overwhelming German tactical superiority. The barrage continues for 3 hours, systematically suppressing German defensive positions, destroying prepared firing positions, cutting communication lines that coordinate defensive fires. At 900 hours, Soviet infantry and armor attack simultaneously across the entire front, exploiting the suppression the barrage has created. German defenders, stunned by the bombardment but not broken, emerge from shelters and engage the attacking forces with the tactical proficiency that remains Wehrmacht's greatest strength. But they are outnumbered, outgunned, and facing Soviet forces that have learned how to coordinate artillery, infantry, and armor into combined arms assaults that resemble German methods. The defensive line holds in some sectors, bends in others, breaks entirely in the critical sector near Tuapse, where Soviet numerical superiority is greatest. November 14th, 1942. Soviet breakthrough near Tuapse. 3 Soviet tank corps, 500 T-34 tanks, supported by mechanized infantry, punch through German defenses held by the Italian 6th Army, whose forces lack the anti-tank weapons and tactical training to counter armored breakthrough. The Italian units collapse under pressure, soldiers surrendering or fleeing rearward, opening a 40-kilometer gap in the defensive line. Soviet exploitation forces pour through the gap, driving south toward the supply lines that sustain 11th Army's forward positions. Manstein commits his reserves, 80 serviceable tanks, 3 Panzer Grenadier divisions, 7 infantry divisions hastily repositioned from quiet sectors, but the reserves are insufficient to close a 40-kilometer breach. German forces fight effective rearguard actions, delaying Soviet advance rather than stopping it, buying time for rear area units to establish new defensive positions. Within 72 hours of the breakthrough, Soviet forces have advanced 80 kilometers into German rear areas, captured supply depots that 11th Army desperately needs, and created conditions for the encirclement that Soviet planning intended. The mathematics are clear. German forces can fight skillfully, but cannot overcome 3-to-1 numerical disadvantages across extended front lines, while operating on supply deficits that prevent sustained counterattacks. November 20th, 1942. Encirclement threat becomes critical. Soviet forces advancing from the north and Soviet amphibious forces pushing inland from the coastal landing sites are within 60 kilometers of linking up, a junction that would completely isolate 11th Army from supply sources and reinforcement. Manstein recognizes that continuing to hold forward positions risks losing the entire army, that operational flexibility requires preserving forces rather than defending territory. He orders a fighting withdrawal, abandoning the Caucasus positions that cost so much to capture, establishing new defensive lines closer to supply sources, shortening the front to match available force density. The withdrawal is professionally executed. Rearguard units fight delaying actions while main forces reposition. Supply dumps are evacuated or destroyed to prevent Soviet capture. Movement schedules are coordinated to prevent units from interfering with each other. But professional execution cannot obscure strategic failure. 11th Army is retreating from positions it advanced to capture, surrendering territory without orders to do so, acknowledging through action that German strategic objectives in the Caucasus are unachievable. The retreat is militarily necessary and strategically catastrophic, a visible admission that Germany cannot hold what it has conquered. November 24th, 1942. Casualty assessments reveal Soviet costs. Soviet forces have suffered 45,000 casualties in the first 2 weeks of offensive operations, dead, wounded, and missing combined, a loss rate that would be considered catastrophic by Wehrmacht standards. But Soviet operational doctrine accepts casualties as the cost of breakthrough, and more importantly, Soviet capacity to replace losses exceeds German capacity by substantial margins. Within 3 weeks, replacement drafts will restore Soviet units to full strength, wounded soldiers will return from hospitals, new divisions will form from conscripts completing training. German forces, by contrast, have suffered 18,000 casualties in the same period, a lower absolute number, but representing a higher percentage of available strength and requiring months to replace from distant training depots. The casualty exchange illustrates why numerical superiority matters more than tactical efficiency. Soviet forces can trade 3 casualties for 1 German casualty and still achieve strategic victory because they can replace their losses and Germany cannot. This mathematics drives Soviet operational planning and will define the remainder of the war, accepting horrific losses to achieve objectives that erode German strength faster than it can be restored. December 1st, 1942. Manstein reports to Hitler's headquarters. The field marshal presents a realistic assessment of the situation to Hitler's liaison officer, avoiding the direct confrontation with the Führer that would end his command, but making clear the strategic impossibility of holding Caucasus positions. 11th Army cannot hold the Caucasus, Manstein states bluntly. We must stabilize positions along the Don River or face encirclement within 30 days. Our supply lines cannot sustain forward positions. Our force density is insufficient for the front we are holding, and Soviet offensive capability has been substantially underestimated by our intelligence services. The liaison officer listens, takes notes, and responds with the formulaic answer that Manstein expects. The Führer will consider the recommendation, but withdrawal without explicit authorization is forbidden, and defeatist assessments undermine the morale necessary for victory. Manstein returns to his headquarters, recognizes that permission for withdrawal will not arrive until disaster forces it, and begins planning an unauthorized retreat disguised as tactical adjustments to improve defensive positions. It is operational dishonesty rendered necessary by strategic delusion, field commanders making realistic decisions while reporting unrealistic compliance with orders that ignore battlefield realities. December 10th, 1942. Withdrawal begins. 11th Army executes its fighting retreat westward, abandoning the Caucasus territory that required 3 months to capture. establishing defensive positions along more defensible terrain that can be held with available forces. Soviet forces pursue aggressively but cautiously, having learned through bitter experience that German rearguard actions can inflict casualties even during retreat. The withdrawal proceeds in stages. Rearguards fight delaying actions every 40 to 50 kilometers, buying time for main forces to establish new positions. Supply lines are progressively shortened and logistics become marginally more sustainable. The retreat saves 11th Army from encirclement and destruction, but represents unambiguous strategic failure. Germany has lost the Caucasus, lost access to the oil fields that justified the entire southern offensive, lost the initiative that might have led to Soviet collapse. By December 20th, 11th Army occupies positions along the Mayas River, 120 kilometers west of its furthest advance, defending lines that can theoretically be held through winter. The Soviet offensive has achieved its primary objective. German forces in the south have been pushed back. The threat to Soviet oil fields has been eliminated, and 11th Army has been rendered combat ineffective as an offensive force. The counterattack succeeded not through Soviet tactical brilliance, but through strategic fundamentals, numerical superiority, adequate logistics, and willingness to accept casualties in service of objectives. German operational art proved insufficient against Soviet operational weight. The pattern established during this counteroffensive will repeat throughout the remainder of the war. German forces execute tactically superior operations, inflict higher casualty ratios on Soviet forces, demonstrate professional competence at the operational level, and nonetheless lose ground because Soviet strategic advantages overwhelm German tactical skills. 11th Army's experience illustrates why. An army that fights brilliantly while starving cannot defeat an adequately supplied army willing to accept losses. Operational genius cannot compensate for logistical impossibility. And tactical victories become strategically meaningless when the enemy can replace losses faster than you can inflict them. The counterattack broke 11th Army's offensive capability permanently. What follows is the long mathematics of decline. An army that remains dangerous, continues fighting effectively, but operates within progressively narrowing constraints until those constraints reduce it to irrelevance. November 1942 marks the turning point where 11th Army transitions from offensive force to defensive formation, from strategic asset to strategic burden, from army advancing toward objectives to army struggling to survive. The Soviet counterattack accomplished exactly what Stavka intended. It amputated the severed limb, proved that Wehrmacht's superiority was tactical, not strategic, and demonstrated that Germany had lost the capacity to achieve operational objectives in the East. Everything afterward is denouement, the playing out of consequences that became inevitable when 11th Army advanced beyond its supply capacity into positions it could neither hold nor abandon. November 15th, 1942. Emergency Conference, Manstein's headquarters. Field Marshal Manstein receives the initial reports of Soviet breakthrough near Tuops with characteristic composure, his external demeanor revealing nothing of his assessment that the situation has become critical. The operations staff assembles maps showing the breach, 40 kilometers wide and expanding, Soviet tank corps exploiting through the gap, Italian units disintegrating under pressure, and Manstein begins making decisions with the methodical precision that has defined his command style. Immediate shift to defensive posture across all sectors, he orders, his finger tracing defensive positions on the map. Consolidate the front line, no further offensive operations, prepare fallback positions at intervals of 20 to 30 kilometers in case withdrawal becomes necessary. His chief of staff raises the obvious concern. Withdrawal requires authorization from Hitler, who has explicitly forbidden voluntary retreats. Manstein's response is carefully phrased. We are not withdrawing, we are conducting tactical adjustments to establish more defensible positions. The distinction is semantic, but semantics are what permit operational flexibility within political constraints. The staff officers understand immediately. Manstein will order the operationally necessary retreat, while documenting it in language that avoids triggering Hitler's prohibition on withdrawals. It is creative interpretation of orders, standard practice among Wehrmacht commanders by late 1942, the organizational workaround that allows professional military judgment to function within a command structure increasingly dominated by ideological rigidity. November 18, 1942. Orders issued for consolidation. The directive Manstein sends to division commanders balances operational clarity with political caution, describing retreat in language that frames it as strengthening rather than abandoning positions. Forces currently holding extreme Caucasus positions, Nalchik, Mozdok sectors, will conduct phased withdrawals to the Maikop Armavir defensive line, which offers superior terrain advantages and shorter supply lines. The order specifies that withdrawal will occur in organized stages, rear guards fighting delaying actions while main forces establish new defensive positions. No position abandoned until the next position is prepared to receive withdrawing units. Detailed instructions follow, which units withdraw first, which serve as rear guards, where supply depots will be established along the new defensive line, how artillery will be positioned to provide covering fires. The operational plan is comprehensive, professional, and represents Manstein's characteristic strengths, accepting unpleasant realities, designing pragmatic responses, maintaining organizational cohesion under pressure. What the order does not address is strategic implications, that withdrawing from the Caucasus means abandoning the strategic objectives that justified the entire summer campaign, that shorter defensive lines still require forces 11th Army barely possesses, that improved logistics from shorter supply lines still means operating on deficits that compound over time. November 24, 1942. Panzer counterattack, Operation Edgeworth. Manstein concentrates his limited armored reserves, 120 tanks from 2nd Panzer Corps, for a limited counteroffensive designed to pinch off the Soviet breakthrough near Tikhoretsk, slowing Soviet advance and buying time for the main defensive positions to consolidate. The counterattack demonstrates that German tactical superiority remains real, even as strategic position deteriorates. Panzer formations coordinate effectively with infantry support. Combined arms tactics exploit Soviet overextension. German commanders adapt to battlefield conditions faster than their Soviet counterparts. In 48 hours, the counterattack gains 30 kilometers, recapturing territory and destroying or capturing 2 Soviet rifle divisions caught in exposed positions. Soviet casualties reach 6,000 killed and captured, demonstrating that Wehrmacht forces remain capable of tactical victories. Then Soviet reinforcements arrive, fresh divisions with supporting armor, and the German advance stops. The Panzer Corps lacks fuel for sustained operations, ammunition stocks are depleting faster than resupply can restore them, and Soviet numerical superiority makes continued offensive operations suicidal. The counterattack achieves its limited objective, slowing Soviet advance, but cannot reverse Soviet operational success. December 2nd, 1942. Field conference with Hitler's liaison officer. Manstein presents his case for withdrawal to General Kurt Zeitzler, newly appointed Chief of Army General Staff, hoping that Hitler's liaison will convey realistic assessments that Hitler refuses to hear directly from field commanders. The presentation is structured as rational analysis rather than emotional appeal. Maps showing Soviet force concentrations, logistics data demonstrating supply inadequacy, casualty projections if current positions are maintained through winter. 11th Army cannot hold the Caucasus, Manstein states without qualification. We lack the force density, the logistics capacity, and the reserves necessary to counter Soviet offensive capability. We must stabilize positions along the Don River or face encirclement within 30 days. Zeitzler listens carefully, asks detailed questions about force dispositions and supply status, then delivers the response that Manstein expected, but hoped would be different. The Führer is aware of the difficult situation, but believes withdrawal signal weakness to our allies and invites further Soviet aggression. You are authorized to conduct limited tactical adjustments, but not strategic withdrawal. The meeting concludes with mutual understanding that the distinction between tactical adjustments and strategic withdrawal is precisely the semantic flexibility Manstein needs to conduct the retreat he has already begun. It is bureaucratic theater, performing compliance while ignoring orders that reality has rendered impossible to obey. December 10th, 1942. Withdrawal execution begins. The fighting retreat. Manstein demonstrates operational competence even in defeat. Rearguard actions fought with skill that inflicts disproportionate casualties on pursuing Soviet forces. German units execute textbook defensive operations, defend a position for 12 to 18 hours, inflict maximum casualties on attackers, withdraw before being encircled, establish new defensive position 20 to 30 kilometers rearward, repeat. Soviet pursuit is aggressive but methodical, probing for weaknesses rather than conducting reckless advances, accepting that German rearguards will extract costs for every kilometer gained. The casualty exchange during the withdrawal favors Germany tactically. German forces suffer approximately 8,000 casualties, while Soviet forces lose 24,000. But strategically, the exchange favors Soviets who can replace losses while Germans cannot. Territory changes hands steadily, the front line moving westward day by day, the Caucasus positions disappearing from German maps as 11th Army contracts toward more defensible terrain. By December 20th, the withdrawal has established positions along the Don River line that Manstein identified 3 weeks earlier, shortened front lines that reduce force density requirements from impossible to merely inadequate, improved logistics by reducing supply line distances from catastrophic to merely critical. December 24th, 1942. Casualty and loss accounting. The Butcher's Bill for November and December operations reveals what withdrawal cost and what it preserved. German casualties total 32,000 killed, wounded, and missing, reducing 11th Army's effective strength by approximately 15%. Equipment losses include 60 tanks destroyed or abandoned, 120 artillery pieces lost to enemy action or mechanical breakdown, 800 trucks destroyed or rendered inoperative. Soviet casualties during the same period total approximately 70,000, the higher number reflecting Soviet offensive operations and aggressive pursuit tactics. But the casualty comparison obscures the strategic reality. Soviet forces are replacing losses within weeks from strategic reserves, while German losses require months to replace from distant training centers, and many German losses will never be replaced at all. The withdrawal preserved 11th Army as a functioning military organization, preventing the encirclement and destruction that continuing to hold untenable positions would have produced. But the cost was strategic failure, abandoning objectives, surrendering territory, acknowledging through action that German capabilities do not match German ambitions. December 31st, 1942. Manstein's private assessment. In his war diary, Manstein records observations that his official reports carefully omit, analysis that reveals his understanding of the larger strategic trajectory. The withdrawal to the Don was operationally necessary and tactically successful. We preserved the Army's combat capability and established defensible positions. But strategically, we have acknowledged that the Caucasus is beyond our reach, that German offensive capability in the southern theater is exhausted, that the initiative has passed to Soviet forces. The assessment continues with predictions about 1943. Soviet forces will attack again in spring, likely with greater strength and better coordination. Our capacity to counter these attacks is limited by resources, replacements, and the fundamental mathematics of attrition. We can delay Soviet advances, inflict disproportionate casualties, fight effectively at the tactical level. We cannot prevent Soviet strategic success unless political leadership acknowledges that military solutions require resources we do not possess. The diary entry concludes with a line that captures Manstein's frustration with Hitler's refusal to accept strategic reality. Operational art cannot overcome strategic impossibility, yet we continue pretending it can. January 5th, 1943. Defensive positions consolidated along Don River. Eleventh Army occupies a defensive line that extends 220 kilometers from Taganrog to Rostov, 40 kilometers of defensive depth, force density adequate for defense against probing attacks, but inadequate for defense against determined breakthrough attempts. The positions are professionally prepared, trenches with overhead cover, artillery registered on likely Soviet approach routes, supply dumps positioned to sustain defensive operations, communication lines established between command posts and forward units. German defensive doctrine remains sophisticated, emphasizing mobile defense where reserves counterattack to contain breakthroughs rather than linear defense that tries to hold every position. But mobile defense requires reserves, and 11th Army possesses minimal reserves: 1 Panzer Division at half strength, 3 infantry divisions worn by continuous combat, no strategic reserves available from higher commands committed elsewhere. The defensive line can hold against limited Soviet pressure, but will crack under sustained defensive operations, a reality that every commander along the line understands even if official reports project confidence. Winter weather provides temporary advantage. Snow and cold reduce Soviet mobility and make large-scale offensive operations logistically challenging. But winter is temporary. Spring will arrive, and spring will bring renewed Soviet offensives against positions that remain marginally defensible at best. Manstein's response to Soviet offensive operations demonstrated his operational skill. He recognized unsustainable positions, designed pragmatic withdrawals, conducted fighting retreats that preserved force cohesion, established defensible lines that matched available resources. These are real accomplishments, evidence of military competence operating under extraordinary constraints. But the response also revealed fundamental limitations. Operational skill cannot overcome strategic weakness. Tactical victories during retreat do not constitute strategic success. And preserving an army while abandoning objectives is at best damage limitation, not achievement. The counter-counter, Manstein's response to Soviet counterattack, bought time, preserved forces, and demonstrated continued German tactical competence. It did not and could not reverse the strategic trajectory established when 11th Army advanced beyond its logistical capacity into positions it could not sustain. The Army survived November and December 1942. It did so by retreating, by surrendering the Caucasus, by acknowledging through action that German ambitions exceeded German capabilities. The operational response was professionally executed. The strategic implications were catastrophic, and nothing Manstein did, no tactical brilliance, no operational innovation, no command skill, could change the fundamental mathematics that German resources were insufficient for German objectives. The counter-counter succeeded tactically and failed strategically, a pattern that will repeat until 11th Army ceases to exist as a coherent force. December the 14th, 1942, Armavir positions. General Walter von Seydlitz, commanding 51st Army Corps, executes a rearguard defense that military historians will later study as textbook application of German defensive doctrine. But textbook operations cannot overcome the reality that his corps is retreating from positions it lacks the strength to hold. Soviet forces attack with 3 rifle divisions supported by tank battalions. Numerical superiority forcing German defenders to trade space for casualties, accepting territorial losses while inflicting disproportionate damage on attackers. Von Seydlitz's positions hold for 8 hours against sustained Soviet pressure, machine gun positions, and pre-registered artillery fires, channeling Soviet attacks into kill zones. German small unit tactics compensating for numerical inferiority. The defense inflicts 6,000 Soviet casualties while suffering 2,200 German losses, a favorable exchange ratio that nonetheless represents deteriorating capability. Every casualty removes trained soldiers who cannot be adequately replaced. At 1400 hours, with Soviet forces beginning to outflank defensive positions and encirclement becoming probable, von Seydlitz orders withdrawal to prepared positions 15 kilometers rearward, Movements synchronize with neighboring units within 4-hour windows that prevent Soviet forces from exploiting gaps in the defensive line. The withdrawal succeeds operationally. Forces disengage without being encircled, establish new defensive positions before Soviet pursuit arrives, maintain unit cohesion despite continuous contact with enemy. But strategic success is measured differently. Another defensive line surrendered, more territory lost, the front continuing its inexorable movement westward. December 27, 1942. Temriuk defensive action. 3 German infantry companies, 430 soldiers total, hold the Black Sea port of Temriuk against Soviet tank assault for 8 hours, buying time for main German forces to establish new defensive lines to the west. The rearguard mission is explicit. Delay Soviet advance long enough for evacuation of port facilities and withdrawal of main forces, accepting that rearguard elements will suffer catastrophic casualties. The companies position 15 anti-tank guns in carefully selected positions, establish interlocking fields of fire, prepare demolition charges on key infrastructure. Soviet forces attack with overwhelming superiority, 2 tank battalions, 60 T-34 tanks supported by mechanized infantry. Firepower sufficient to reduce the defensive position in minutes if applied without tactical sophistication. But Soviet commanders have learned from experience that German defensive positions are deadly even when surrounded, that rushing fortified positions produces unnecessary casualties, that systematic reduction using combined artillery and armor is more efficient than frontal assault. The battle becomes methodical destruction. Soviet artillery suppresses German positions. Tanks advance and eliminate anti-tank guns. Infantry clears trenches. By nightfall, German resistance ceases. Casualty accounting reveals costs on both sides. 60% of German rearguard killed or captured. 40% surviving to rejoin main forces having completed their mission. Soviet casualties: 800 dead and wounded, 12 tanks destroyed. The tactical exchange favors Germany, inflicting higher casualties than suffering while accomplishing mission objectives. But the strategic pattern is clear. Germany trades elite soldiers for time, Soviets trade conscripts for territory, and Soviets possess the deeper reserves. January 4th, 1943. Supply crisis briefing. Major Kohlhaas, whose logistics assessments have proven grimly accurate throughout the campaign, delivers a status report that quantifies deteriorating conditions: fuel reserves at 3-day operational levels, ammunition reserves at 4-day levels, ration strength providing 1,200 calories per soldier daily instead of the minimum field requirement of 2,000 calories. Cold injuries are producing 800 casualties per day. Frostbite and exposure degrading combat effectiveness as surely as enemy action. Medical facilities overwhelmed by the volume of non-combat trauma. The briefing includes photographs that illustrate conditions: soldiers with inadequate winter clothing, frostbitten extremities requiring amputation, field kitchens unable to provide hot meals because fuel is being rationed for vehicles rather than heating. Soviet forces face similar conditions. Winter affects both sides, but Soviet supply lines are shorter, their logistics capacity greater, their capacity to accept losses and continue operations substantially larger. Kohlhaas concludes with assessment that combines bureaucratic understatement with grim accuracy. Current supply status is inadequate for sustained defensive operations and wholly insufficient for any offensive action. Improvement requires either shortening supply lines through further withdrawal or substantial increase in delivery capacity. The former is operationally feasible, but requires authorization unlikely to be granted. The latter is logistically impossible given available transport infrastructure. The unspoken implication: 11th Army will continue degrading until either withdrawal is authorized or Soviet forces force withdrawal through breakthrough operations. January 18, 1943. Bataisk Crossing. 11th Army executes crossing of the Don River under Soviet pressure, a complex maneuver requiring coordination between rearguard units holding positions on the eastern bank and main forces establishing defenses on the western bank. German engineers construct pontoon bridges under artillery fire. Soviet forces attempting to prevent bridging operations through concentrated fires on obvious crossing points. The engineering work demonstrates continued technical competence, bridges completed despite enemy fires, traffic control preventing congestion, alternate crossing sites prepared when primary bridges are damaged. 1,200 vehicles and supporting equipment make the crossing successfully, but 1,200 vehicles also represent only 60% of the transport fleet that began the Caucasus campaign. 40% lost to combat, mechanical failure, and abandonment of vehicles that cannot be recovered during fighting withdrawal. The final bridge is demolished by engineer teams on the western bank after the last units cross, preventing Soviet forces from pursuing directly, but also permanently severing 11th Army from the eastern bank and any possibility of resuming offensive operations toward the Caucasus. The demolition is tactically necessary and symbolically significant. The explosion destroys more than a pontoon bridge. It destroys any remaining pretense that German forces might resume the offensive, might recapture lost territory, might achieve the strategic objectives that justified the entire campaign. February 27, 1943. Consolidated positions along Azov Sea coast. 11th Army establishes defensive lines extending 320 kilometers from Taganrog to Rostov, 40 kilometers of defensive depth, positions that can theoretically be held with available forces against Soviet probing attacks, but remain vulnerable to sustained offensive operations. The consolidated line marks the endpoint of 3 months of fighting withdrawal, 600 kilometers surrendered since November, casualties totaling 52,000 killed and wounded, tank strength reduced by 180 vehicles, transport capacity decreased by 40% from peak strength. The defensive positions are professionally prepared within the constraints of available resources and time. Trenches dug into frozen ground, artillery positioned for defensive fires, supply dumps established at defensible locations. But professional preparation cannot overcome fundamental weaknesses. Force density remains inadequate, reserves are minimal, logistics support continues operating on deficits that prevent stockpile restoration. Soviet forces opposite these positions are also exhausted from 3 months of offensive operations, supply lines extended by pursuit, casualties requiring time to replace. Winter provides temporary operational pause as both sides consolidate, refit, prepare for spring operations. The pause is not peace but exhaustion, both armies requiring time to recover capability before resuming operations. March 5th. 1943. Casualty analysis reveals composition changes. Medical and personnel records from the December through February period document how continuous operations have transformed 11th Army's composition. Original soldiers, who invaded Crimea in June 1942, now comprise less than 40% of personnel strength. Remainder being replacements with variable training quality and minimal unit integration. Casualty categories illustrate the brutal arithmetic of winter retreat. 18,400 combat deaths, 24,300 wounded requiring evacuation, 8,200 light wounds allowing soldiers to remain with units, 14,200 cold injuries including frostbite requiring medical treatment, 6,800 disease casualties primarily dysentery and respiratory infections. The total, 71,000 casualties of all types, exceeds 30% of June 1942 strength, and replacements only partially offset these losses. Personnel records also reveal age distribution shifting. Average soldier age declining from 27 years in November 1942 to 24 years in March 1943. The decline reflecting casualties among experienced soldiers and replacement with younger conscripts from more recent draft classes. Officer casualties have been particularly severe, battalion and company commanders suffering disproportionate losses because German tactical doctrine requires leaders to position themselves at points of decision, exposing them to enemy fires. Many current officers are promoted from NCO ranks following deaths of their predecessors, maintaining unit leadership, but losing the experience and training that made German officer corps effective. Though March 10, 1943, Soviet casualties during pursuit operations. Soviet operational records, captured later or accessed after Cold War archival openings, reveal that Soviet forces suffered 85,000 total casualties pursuing 11th Army during its December through February retreat, substantially higher than German losses, the pattern reflecting Soviet offensive operations against German defensive positions. But casualty comparison misses strategic significance. Soviet forces replaced these losses within 6 weeks from strategic reserves and replacement training centers, restoring divisions to operational strength, while German losses required months to partially replace from training depots in Germany. Soviet tactical performance during this period also shows marked improvement over 1941 operations. Combined arms coordination more sophisticated, artillery support better integrated with infantry maneuver, commanders making fewer catastrophic errors. The Red Army is learning how to fight the Wehrmacht effectively, absorbing tactical lessons, training replacement officers in methods proven successful, systematizing innovations discovered through trial and error. German tactical superiority persists, but margins are narrowing. Soviet forces closing capability gaps through systematic organizational learning. The pattern will continue throughout remaining war years, Soviet forces accepting higher casualties while learning, eventually achieving tactical parity, ultimately overwhelming German forces through combination of adequate tactics and superior resources. March 15, 1943. Winter's cost assessed. The 3-month winter retreat from Caucasus to Azov Sea defensive line represents in microcosm the fundamental dynamics that will define Germany's war. Tactical competence insufficient to overcome strategic overextension, operational skill unable to compensate for logistics inadequacy, individual soldier courage unable to change the mathematics of attrition. 11th Army survived winter through professional execution of difficult operations, maintained unit cohesion under extraordinary stress, demonstrated continued capability to inflict disproportionate casualties on enemy forces. These are real accomplishments deserving recognition. But the army that survived is substantially weaker than the army that began the retreat. 30% casualties, 40% reduction in transport capacity, morale damaged by continuous withdrawal and supply inadequacy, unit cohesion disrupted by personnel turnover. The winter's strategic outcome is unambiguous. German forces expelled from Caucasus, strategic objectives unachieved, positions consolidated but barely defensible. Soviet forces demonstrating capability to conduct sustained offensive operations that overcome German tactical advantages through numerical superiority and adequate logistics. Spring will bring renewed combat, Soviet offensives against positions German forces barely hold. Campaigns that will continue the pattern established during winter, tactically competitive operations producing strategic German defeats. March 20th, 1943, Manstein's assessment remains unheard. Field Marshal Manstein submits monthly operational report to Army High Command that includes frank assessment of 11th Army's condition and strategic prospects. Current positions can be held against limited Soviet attacks but remain vulnerable to sustained offensive operations. Force density is marginally adequate for defense but insufficient for counteroffensive operations. Supply status has improved with shortened lines but continues operating below doctrinal requirements. Morale remains adequate but shows signs of deterioration from continuous operations without strategic success. The report includes recommendations. 11th Army requires either substantial reinforcement, minimum 4 divisions and supporting armor, or must accept further withdrawal to positions that can be adequately defended with available forces. Current situation is sustainable short-term but untenable medium-term. The report receives bureaucratic acknowledgement but no substantive response. Recommendations filed without implementation because reserves do not exist for reinforcement and withdrawal. Authorization contradicts Hitler's standing orders against voluntary retreat. Manstein's analysis is accurate, his recommendations pragmatic, his assessment realistic. And precisely because it is realistic, it is ignored by command structure that cannot acknowledge the gap between what situation requires and what resources permit. The report joins dozens of similar assessments from other commanders, all documenting the same reality, all producing no changes in strategic direction. The long retreat has paused temporarily. The fundamental conditions that necessitated retreat persist, and spring will demonstrate that winter's defensive success was interlude, not resolution. The long retreat, December 1942 through February 1943, preserved 11th Army as functioning military organization while acknowledging strategic failure. 600 kilometers of territory surrendered, 52,000 casualties suffered, resources consumed without replacement, strategic objectives abandoned. These are the costs. The Army survived, maintained cohesion, demonstrated continued tactical competence. These are the achievements. The balance between cost and achievement defines this period. Operational success, purchasing time while strategic position continues deteriorating. Everything afterward builds on this foundation, an army that can fight effectively but cannot win strategically, that inflicts casualties but cannot replace its own losses, that executes operations professionally while acknowledging through each action that Germany lacks resources for objectives its leadership refuses to abandon. The long retreat established the pattern. What follows is repetition of pattern with declining capability until capability reaches zero. Winter, 1942 to 1943, was not the end of 11th Army, but the beginning of its end, the transition from army capable of offensive operations to army capable only of defense, from strategic asset to strategic liability, from force that shapes outcomes to force that delays inevitable outcomes while consuming irreplaceable resources. The retreat succeeded operationally, and the operational success changed nothing strategically. March 10th, 1943, OKH Reorganization Directive. The order arrives from Army High Command with bureaucratic precision, transforming 11th Army from independent operational force into component parts of larger formations. A. Administrative dissolution disguised as reorganization. 65,000 troops, the most exhausted units that can no longer sustain frontline operations, will be transferred to rear areas for rest and reconstitution, a euphemism that means removing them from combat while they receive replacements and recover combat effectiveness. The remaining 85,000 soldiers will be absorbed into 4th Panzer Army under General Hermann Hoth, losing their identity as 11th Army, while maintaining unit designations at division and corps level. Manstein reads the directive with understanding that this represents implicit acknowledgement of what his operational reports documented. 11th Army, as constituted, can no longer function as independent Army-level command, its strength depleted below thresholds required for autonomous operations. The reorganization is militarily rational and symbolically significant, admitting through administrative action that the force assembled in April 1942 to conquer Sevastopol and open the path to the Caucasus no longer exists as coherent entity. What remains are divisions with proud histories and degraded capabilities, soldiers who have survived campaigns that killed their comrades, units that retain institutional knowledge while lacking the strength that makes knowledge useful. The March 15th, 1943, Hitler's operational directive for summer 1943. OKH distributes planning guidance for Operation Citadel, the Kursk offensive, which will attempt to restore German initiative through massive assault against the salient, where Soviet lines bulge westward into German-held territory. The operational concept is strategically desperate and tactically sophisticated. Concentrate maximum available forces for breakthrough operation against identified weak point. Achieve encirclement of Soviet forces in the salient. Restore mobile warfare conditions that favor German operational art over Soviet numerical advantages. Former 11th Army divisions receive assignments as supporting forces for the northern pincer of the attack. roles that reflect their current capabilities, adequate for sustained defensive operations and limited offensive actions, but not for breakthrough operations requiring full-strength assault divisions. The directive describes Kursk as final opportunity for decisive German victory in the East, phrasing that reveals how strategic thinking has shifted from confident expansion to desperate hope for single battle that changes trajectories. Officers reading the directive recognize the strategic implications. If Kursk succeeds, Germany might stabilize the Eastern Front. If Kursk fails, no reserves exist for subsequent operations. No strategic options remain except continuous defensive operations against enemy with superior resources. April 20th, 1943. Manstein briefed on new assignment. Field Marshal Manstein receives command of Army Group South, coordinating multiple armies rather than commanding single army, a promotion that recognizes his operational competence while removing him from direct control of forces he commanded through Sevastopol and Caucasus campaigns. The new assignment reflects Wehrmacht's persistent pattern: reward competent commanders with larger responsibilities even as resources available shrink, expecting operational skill to compensate for material inadequacy. Manstein's briefing on Army Group South's situation reveals problems familiar from 11th Army experience: overextended front lines, inadequate reserves, supply systems operating below doctrinal requirements, unit strengths depleted by continuous operations. His responsibilities now include coordinating the southern pincer of the Kursk offensive, defending against Soviet attacks along hundreds of kilometers of front, managing scarce resources across multiple armies. The promotion is recognition and burden simultaneously. Greater authority to make operational decisions combined with greater impossibility of making those decisions produce strategic success. Manstein accepts the assignment with characteristic professionalism, recognizes that refusing would accomplish nothing, begins studying the dispositions of forces he now commands, while understanding that commanding more forces does not solve the fundamental problem that Germany possesses insufficient resources for its strategic requirements. June 1st, 1943. Unit reformation in Ukraine. The divisions that formerly comprised 11th Army, now reconstituted as 4th Panzer Corps, assemble in training areas behind the front lines, approximately 65,000 men and 240 tanks, preparing for the Kursk offensive through exercises that simulate breakthrough operations against fortified Soviet positions. The Corps represents substantial fighting power by summer 1943 standards, though it would be considered inadequate by standards of June 1942, when 11th Army began operations. Personnel strength has been restored through replacement drafts, soldiers pulled from training depots, recovered wounded returning to units, some transfers from occupation forces in Western Europe. But replacement quality concerns commanders who remember the professional soldiers of earlier campaigns. Training periods have shortened from peacetime standards of 16 weeks to current averages of 6 weeks. Replacements lack the conditioning and tactical integration that made German units formidable. Equipment has been partially modernized. New Panther and Tiger tanks supplementing the Panzer III and IV models, infantry weapons updated, communications equipment improved, but modernization is uneven and incomplete, some units receiving new equipment while others make do with worn weapons, maintenance capacity unable to keep pace with equipment complexity. The Corps can fight effectively, but no longer possesses the overwhelming qualitative advantages that compensated for numerical inferiority in earlier campaigns. June 15, 1943. Briefings describe Kursk as decisive battle. Officers assembling for final pre-offensive briefings receive assessments that emphasize the strategic significance of the coming operation. Kursk will determine whether Germany retains capacity for offensive operations or transitions permanently to defensive posture. Intelligence reports describe Soviet defensive preparations as extensive but vulnerable: 8 defensive belts extending 40 kilometers in depth, 2,000 anti-tank guns positioned to counter German armor, extensive minefield networks, but all designed to counter the kind of breakthrough operations German forces excel at executing. The briefing's project confidence based on tactical assessments. German armor superior to Soviet tanks. German tactical doctrine more sophisticated than Soviet methods. German commanders more experienced and adaptive than Soviet counterparts. These assessments are accurate at tactical level, but ignore strategic context. That Soviet defenses have been specifically designed to absorb German attacks rather than prevent them. That Soviet reserves behind the defensive belts outnumber German attacking forces. That Soviet logistics can sustain defensive operations indefinitely, while German logistics can support offensive operations only briefly. Officers leave briefings with mixed reactions. Confidence in their unit's tactical capabilities. Concern about strategic implications of committing final reserves to single offensive, recognition that success at Kursk might delay defeat but cannot produce victory. June 25, 1943. Replacement Quality Assessment. Medical and training evaluations document the declining quality of replacement soldiers joining former 11th Army divisions, a trend that reflects Wehrmacht's deteriorating personnel situation across all theaters. From February through June 1943, 45,000 replacements have been assigned to units that fought in the Caucasus, restoring numerical strength while diluting combat effectiveness. Training assessments reveal that average replacement training period has decreased to 6 weeks, compared to peacetime standard of 12 weeks. Shortened training focusing on basic skills while omitting advanced tactical training that distinguish German units. Physical conditioning assessments show replacements arriving at units with inadequate fitness for sustained combat operations. Training periods insufficient for the physical development that frontline service requires. Age distribution has shifted toward extremes. Younger soldiers from recent conscription classes and older soldiers from reserve categories. The prime age cohorts that form the core of earlier formations, now depleted by casualties. Unit efficiency reports note significant reduction in unit cohesion as replacements integrate into veteran formations. The social bonds and tactical understanding that made German small units formidable, requiring months to develop. The replacement system is functioning. Losses are being replaced numerically, but the Army receiving replacements is qualitatively different from the Army of 1941. Professional excellence giving way to adequate competence, overwhelming superiority, declining to marginal advantage. July 1st, 1943. Strategic context, multiple offensives failing simultaneously. Reports from other theaters provide context for Kursk offensive. Tunisia has fallen with 250,000 German and Italian prisoners captured, eliminating Axis presence in North Africa. Allied forces are preparing invasion of Sicily, opening second front that will require German forces for defense. Submarine warfare in Atlantic is failing. U-boat losses exceeding replacement rates. Strategic bombing of German cities is intensifying, diverting resources to air defense and disrupting industrial production. The Wehrmacht is simultaneously conducting major offensive in East, defending Italy, garrisoning occupied Europe, and maintaining coastal defenses against anticipated Allied invasion. Resources are stretched across incompatible requirements, each theater demanding more forces than available. Strategic priorities shifting based on immediate crises rather than coherent planning. Former 11th Army divisions preparing for Kursk operate within this context of comprehensive strategic strain. They are expected to achieve decisive breakthrough, while German capacity to exploit breakthrough has been degraded by commitments elsewhere. To restore initiative, while strategic initiative has already shifted to Allied powers. To compensate through tactical excellence for strategic inadequacy that pervades every aspect of Germany's war effort. July 4th, 1943. Final preparations before Kursk offensive. 4th Panzer Corps completes final preparations. Soldiers writing letters home that avoid operational details while conveying awareness that significant combat approaches. Commanders reviewing plans that specify objectives by phase line and timeline. Logistics officers ensuring maximum supply stocks forward because resupply during operations will be constrained. The Corps' role in Kursk offensive is supporting rather than leading. They will attack the northern face of the salient, while other formations conduct the main breakthrough attempts, their mission being to tie down Soviet reserves and prevent reinforcement of sectors where main attacks occur. It is important but secondary role, reflecting assessments that former 11th Army divisions are adequate for sustained combat, but not for the kind of breakthrough operations that Kursk plan requires. Soldiers waiting for offensive to begin display range of attitudes. Veterans who have survived previous campaigns approach with grim professionalism, understanding that survival requires competence and luck in equal measure. Replacements display nervous energy of soldiers facing combat for first time. Officers project confidence while privately harboring concerns about operational plan that depends on simultaneous success across multiple axes of advance. The offensive will begin July 5th at dawn. Within days, reality will reveal whether German operational planning has accurately assessed Soviet defensive capabilities, or whether Kursk represents final expenditure of reserves for no strategic gain. July 5th, 1943. Kursk offensive begins. 4th Panzer Corps attacks. The assault opens with artillery barrage that 4th Panzer Corps has learned to execute with professional competence. Coordinated fires suppressing Soviet positions, smoke screens obscuring German movements, carefully timed lifting of barrage as infantry and armor advance. The attack gains ground initially, German tactical superiority evident in small unit actions, where German squads maneuver more effectively than Soviet counterparts, where German armor destroys Soviet tanks in favorable exchange ratios, where German combined arms coordination functions more smoothly than Soviet defensive fires. But the advance rate, 1.5 kilometers per day, against Soviet defensive belts, reveals the fundamental problem. Soviet defenses are designed to absorb attacks rather than prevent them, to exact casualties through depth rather than stop advances at linear defensive lines, to trade space for German strength in calculated attrition. 4th Panzer Corps casualties reach 6,000 in the first 5 days of combat for 8 kilometers of advance, exchange rates that are tactically favorable but operationally unsustainable. Soviet defensive doctrine is working exactly as designed. German forces are advancing but bleeding, achieving tactical gains while consuming irreplaceable strength, demonstrating competence while accomplishing nothing strategic. Reorganization of 11th Army represented administrative acknowledgement of military reality. The force assembled in spring 1942 to execute ambitious offensive operations no longer existed. Its divisions depleted by campaigns in Crimea and Caucasus. Its combat power degraded below levels required for independent army operations. The reorganization preserved unit identities while acknowledging that those units could not function as originally constituted, maintaining the fiction of continuity while accepting the reality of institutional decline. Former 11th Army soldiers, now serving in 4th Panzer Corps, retained pride in their accomplishments. Sevastopol had fallen, Caucasus had been penetrated, tactical competence had been demonstrated repeatedly, while recognizing that accomplishments had purchased nothing strategic. They prepared for Kursk, understanding that this offensive represented Germany's final attempt at Eastern initiative, that success might delay defeat but could not produce victory, that tactical excellence had become insufficient for strategic requirements. The transition from 11th Army to 4th Panzer Corps, from independent command to subordinate element, from offensive force to supporting formation, captured in administrative language the strategic trajectory Germany could not acknowledge explicitly, from expansion to contraction, from initiative to response, from confidence to desperation, disguised as determination. What followed Kursk would reveal whether desperation could produce unexpected success, or whether July 1943 marked the definitive end of German offensive capability in the East. November 7, 1941 through October 15, 1942. Crimean occupation. The systematic murder begins within days of German forces capturing Crimean territory. Einsatzgruppe D following Wehrmacht units into newly occupied areas, conducting operations that German military documents euphemistically describe as Special security measures. Soviet POW camps in 11th Army's operational area hold approximately 40,000 prisoners by December 1941. Facilities that German quartermaster reports identify as receiving rations calculated at starvation levels, 800 calories per prisoner per day, insufficient for survival beyond several months. Medical officers document POW camp conditions in reports filed through normal military channels. Typhus rates approaching 40%, tuberculosis endemic, dysentery affecting nearly all prisoners, mortality averaging 2 to 3% daily in some camps. These reports pass through 11th Army headquarters, are acknowledged, produce no changes in policy. By October 1942, POW mortality in 11th Army camps reaches approximately 30,000 deaths from starvation and disease. Not incidental deaths resulting from war's chaos, but systematic deaths resulting from calculated policy to eliminate Soviet prisoners through neglect. The documentation exists in German military archives, reports signed by officers who understood they were documenting crimes while using bureaucratic language that obscured criminality. September 3rd through October 28, 1942. Krasnodar trial testimony. Soviet prosecutors present evidence at war crimes trial conducted while fighting continues. Testimonies from survivors of Einsatzgruppe D operations describing systematic murder of Jewish populations in Crimean towns and villages. Witnesses identify specific locations: ravines outside Simferopol where 7,000 were shot, anti-tank ditches near Feodosia used as mass graves, mobile gas vans operating in Kerch. The testimony is graphic, detailed, and corroborated by physical evidence, including bodies discovered when Soviet forces briefly recaptured territory. German records acknowledge Einsatzgruppe D's presence in 11th Army operational area, but claim these units operated independently of military command. A legal fiction that documentary evidence contradicts. Manstein's headquarters issued orders requiring cooperation with SS, special units, designated liaison officers for coordination, provided logistical support including fuel and rations, and received reports on Einsatzgruppe operations. The reports were not hidden from military commanders, but distributed through normal channels, often with phrasing that made their content clear. Jewish problem in Simferopol sector resolved through SS measures. Special security operations completed in Kerch with 2,300 actions. These are not euphemisms misunderstood by recipients, but code language understood perfectly by officers trained to read between bureaucratic lines. February 15th through 23rd, 1943. Deportations during withdrawal. As 11th Army retreats from Crimea, approximately 12,000 Crimean Tatars are deported to Central Asia, accused of collaboration with German forces, but punished through collective action that makes no distinction between individuals who collaborated and those who did not. German forces participate in these deportations tangentially, providing transport capacity, coordinating with SS units conducting the operations, maintaining security during forced population movements. Contemporary reports describe conditions: forced marches in winter weather, inadequate food and shelter during transport, deaths from exposure and exhaustion. Death toll estimates during deportation operations range from 4,000 to 6,000, one-third to one-half of those deported dying in transit. The deportations occur during period when 11th Army is conducting fighting withdrawal, command attention focused on military operations, but participation in or facilitation of deportations requires deliberate decisions by officers who could have refused cooperation. The participation is documented in transport requisitions, coordination orders, situation reports that mention deportation operations as background context for military movements. No commander objected formally, no officer refused cooperation, no unit declined to provide requested support. The silence is complicity, bureaucratic cooperation is participation, and the documentation trails establish command responsibility for crimes committed under operational authority. September 1st through October 15, 1946. Nuremberg testimony. Field Marshal Manstein testifies at Nuremberg trials, his defense resting on claimed ignorance of atrocities committed by units operating in his command area. I had no knowledge of special SS operations, he states under oath. My command focus was military operations against Soviet armed forces. The activities of security units were separate from Wehrmacht responsibilities. Prosecutors present contemporaneous orders bearing Manstein's signature requiring cooperation with SS units. Situation reports distributed to his headquarters describing special actions. And quartermaster documents showing his staff providing logistical support to Einsatzgruppe D operations. Manstein's response is consistent. I signed many documents during the campaign. One cannot read everything carefully. I do not recall these specific orders. The defense strategy is plausible deniability, acknowledging documents exist while denying personal knowledge, accepting that crimes occurred while rejecting personal responsibility, admitting command authority while claiming crimes happened outside command attention. The strategy is partially successful because it exploits reasonable doubt. Proving what a commander knew versus what he should have known is difficult. Establishing that reports were read versus filed unread requires evidence that often doesn't exist. Demonstrating that orders were understood versus misunderstood depends on interpretation of bureaucratic language. But plausible deniability is legal strategy, not historical truth. And the historical record establishes that Manstein commanded forces that committed systematic atrocities, received reports on those atrocities, and took no action to prevent or punish them. October 20th, 1946. Einsatzgruppe D commander testimony. Otto Ohlendorf, commanding Einsatzgruppe D during its operations in Crimea, testifies with striking frankness about the unit's mission: systematic murder of Jewish populations, Communist Party members, and other groups identified as threats by Nazi ideology. His testimony contradicts Manstein's claimed ignorance. Cooperation with Wehrmacht was excellent at all levels. We received logistical support, intelligence on Jewish population locations, security assistance when needed. At no point did Wehrmacht commanders object to our operations or refuse requested support. Ohlendorf describes specific instances of coordination, Wehrmacht intelligence officers providing lists of Communist Party members, Wehrmacht transport officers allocating fuel for Einsatzgruppe vehicles, Wehrmacht security units assisting with roundups. The testimony establishes that Einsatzgruppe operations were integrated into Wehrmacht operations, not separate activities conducted without military knowledge. Ohlendorf will be convicted and executed for crimes against humanity. His testimony used to prosecute other SS officers, but his evidence regarding Wehrmacht cooperation will be treated selectively by tribunals more interested in prosecuting SS than examining Wehrmacht complicity. The institutional interests driving trials, Western desire to reintegrate Germany into anti-Soviet alliance, produce justice that is partial, prosecuting obvious perpetrators while allowing systemic complicity to remain unexamined. December 17, 1949. Manstein War Crimes Conviction. British military court convicts Manstein on 9 counts related to war crimes committed by forces under his command, sentencing him to 18 years imprisonment. The conviction establishes legal responsibility for POW starvation, cooperation with Einsatzgruppe operations, and deportation of civilian populations. But the sentence is immediately controversial. British government faces pressure from West German officials who argue that criminalizing Wehrmacht commanders undermines German rearmament efforts needed for Cold War defense. Former Wehrmacht officers, now being integrated into NATO planning, argue that Manstein was prosecuting legitimate military operations and that atrocities were committed by separate SS organizations. Western military establishments, eager for intelligence on Soviet tactics and operational methods, view Manstein as a valuable source whose expertise should not be wasted through lengthy imprisonment. The conviction stands legally, but begins eroding politically from the moment sentence is announced. Within 3 years, Manstein will be released after serving only 3 years of 18-year sentence. Pressure from West German government and Western military establishments, overwhelming legal judgments about his responsibility for crimes committed under his command. May 10, 1952. Early release and rehabilitation begins. Manstein is released from prison after serving 3 years, British authorities citing health concerns and diplomatic considerations, beginning rehabilitation process that will transform him from convicted war criminal to celebrated military theorist. The release occurs in context of rapidly intensifying Cold War, NATO formation in 1949, Korean War beginning in 1950, Western recognition that German military expertise is valuable for countering Soviet forces. Former Wehrmacht officers are being recruited for West German Bundeswehr, their experience considered essential despite their service to Nazi regime. Manstein's expertise is particularly valued, his operational planning for France campaign, his command of 11th Army despite supply constraints. His defensive operations during Soviet offensives demonstrate competence that Western militaries want to understand and potentially replicate. The rehabilitation requires selective memory, emphasizing his operational accomplishments while minimizing his command responsibility for atrocities, treating his war crimes conviction as politically motivated rather than legally justified, framing him as professional soldier, separate from Nazi ideology, despite documentary evidence of his cooperation with ideologically driven murder. The selective memory will prove remarkably successful, Manstein's post-war writings becoming influential in Western military doctrine, his reputation rehabilitated to the point where his war crimes conviction becomes footnote to his accomplishments rather than defining element of his career. January 15th through March 30, 1958. Lost Victories memoir reconstructs history. Manstein publishes his memoir, carefully constructing narrative that separates his operational competence from regime's criminality, acknowledging that atrocities occurred while denying personal knowledge or responsibility. The book describes Sevastopol assault as military necessity, Caucasus campaign as brilliant operation constrained by inadequate resources, defensive operations as demonstration of operational art against numerical superiority. What the memoir omits or minimizes: the systematic starvation of Soviet POWs documented in quartermaster reports, the cooperation with Einsatzgruppe D proven by military records, the deportations conducted with Wehrmacht logistical support, the orders bearing his signature authorizing actions that constituted war crimes. The memoir constructs Manstein as tragic figure, brilliant strategist undermined by Hitler's interference, professional soldier forced to operate under impossible constraints, military commander separate from political regime's criminal policies. This construction is effective precisely because elements are true. Hitler did interfere disastrously in military operations. Resource constraints were real. Manstein did demonstrate operational skill. But truth used to obscure truth is dishonesty. Acknowledging crimes while denying responsibility is evasion. And constructing oneself as victim of circumstances is refuge of those who choose not to acknowledge their choices. July 20th, 1968. War crimes investigations conclude in West Germany. West German courts conclude proceedings against Manstein and other Wehrmacht commanders, legal process that results in minimal additional accountability beyond Nuremberg convictions. Political pressures shape legal outcomes. West German government committed to integrating former Wehrmacht officers into Bundeswehr. Cold War priorities emphasizing present cooperation over past justice. Generational exhaustion with confronting Nazi crimes, producing desire to move forward rather than dwell on history. Manstein is acquitted of most serious remaining charges on technical grounds. Legal proceedings establishing that he cannot be prosecuted again for crimes covered by his 1949 conviction. Expanded charges of crimes against humanity failing to produce convictions. The legal outcomes reflect political choices more than evidentiary standards. Documents establishing his command responsibility exist in archives. Survivor testimony is available. Contemporaneous records prove his headquarters' involvement in criminal operations. But political will to prosecute has dissipated, replaced by calculations that treating Wehrmacht commanders as war criminals impedes West German cooperation in NATO. Justice is subordinated to strategic priorities. Accountability is limited to token sentences, quickly commuted, and systematic criminality is reframed as individual excesses rather than institutional policy. The legal proceedings conclude with Manstein rehabilitated in West German society, his military reputation restored, his war crimes conviction treated as unfortunate episode rather than accurate judgment. March 10, 2003. Christian Gerlach's research establishes systematic connection. Historian Christian Gerlach publishes Krieg, Ernährung, Völkermord, War, Food, Genocide. Comprehensive study, establishing that Wehrmacht operations in Eastern Europe were systematically integrated with Holocaust operations, that starvation of POWs and civilians was deliberate policy rather than unfortunate consequence of military necessity, that cooperation between Wehrmacht and SS was institutional rather than exceptional. Gerlach's research, based on German military archives, establishes beyond reasonable doubt that commanders like Manstein knew about and facilitated genocidal operations in their command areas. The research documents how quartermaster reports calculated insufficient rations for POWs, how intelligence reports tracked Jewish populations for Einsatzgruppe targeting, how transportation orders allocated resources for deportations, how command correspondents discussed special operations, using language that clearly conveyed their nature. Manstein's claimed ignorance is revealed as implausible by the documentary record. He signed orders, received reports, made decisions that directly enabled mass murder. The research also reveals why rehabilitation succeeded. Cold War Western establishments needed German military expertise, were willing to accept Wehrmacht officers' self-serving narratives, and prioritized present strategic needs over past accountability. Gerlach's work establishes historical truth that post-war legal proceedings failed to enforce. Wehrmacht generally and Manstein specifically bear responsibility for crimes committed under their command authority. Professional military competence does not excuse criminal complicity, and operational brilliance employed in service of genocide is not genius but moral catastrophe. The question of responsibility admits no comfortable answers. Manstein commanded forces that committed systematic atrocities. This is established by documentary evidence. Manstein received reports on these atrocities. This is proven by records of information flow through military headquarters. Manstein took no effective action to prevent or punish these atrocities. This is demonstrated by absence of countermanding orders or disciplinary proceedings. Whether Manstein personally ordered specific crimes is legally relevant, but historically secondary to the reality that crimes occurred under his command authority, with his knowledge reflected in documentary record, without his intervention, despite his capacity to intervene. The post-war rehabilitation of Manstein and similar Wehrmacht commanders reveals how political interests shaped historical memory, how valuable expertise purchased forgiveness, how selective emphasis on operational accomplishment obscured criminal complicity. The question of responsibility has been answered by historical research, even as it was evaded by post-war legal proceedings. Manstein bears command responsibility for crimes committed by forces under his authority. That responsibility cannot be erased by operational competence, obscured by claims of ignorance, contradicted by documentary evidence, or minimized by Cold War political calculations. The crimes occurred. The responsibility exists. And the long effort to separate Manstein's military accomplishments from his criminal complicity is revealed as motivated forgetting, designed to serve purposes unrelated to truth or justice. July 5th through 10th, 1943. Kursk Assault, 4th Panzer Corps Operations. The advance into Soviet defensive positions demonstrates simultaneously that German tactical methods remain effective and that effectiveness is insufficient for operational success. Small unit actions produce local victories, while the offensive as a whole makes minimal progress against defensive systems, designed specifically to counter German breakthrough tactics. 4th Panzer Corps, attacking the northern face of the Kursk salient with approximately 60,000 troops and 240 tanks, advances at rate of 1.5 kilometers per day against Soviet defensive belts that extend 40 kilometers in depth, meaning the offensive requires approximately 27 days to break through if current rates continue. The casualties mount steadily. 6,000 German troops killed and wounded in first 5 days for 8 kilometers of territorial gain, exchange rates that mathematically project to 70,000 casualties for complete breakthrough. Soviet defenders yield ground according to elastic defense doctrine, imposing maximum casualties before withdrawing to successive defensive lines, forcing German forces to repeatedly assault prepared positions rather than exploiting breakthrough. The pattern is visible to observers by third day of operations. German forces are winning tactically while losing operationally, achieving objectives that exhaust their strength faster than objectives contribute to strategic success. Junior officers begin privately questioning whether breakthrough is possible. Senior commanders continue reporting confident assessments to higher headquarters that success is approaching. Reality increasingly resembles Sevastopol. Tactical competence purchasing progress measured in meters and casualties measured in thousands. July 20th, 1943. Situation briefing reveals mathematical impossibility. Colonel I.G. Georg Meyer, operations officer for Army Group South, presents analysis that quantifies the operational crisis with brutal precision. Soviet defenses extend 8 defensive belts across 40 kilometers in depth, each belt requiring multiple days to breach based on current advance rates. Tank losses are running at 4% daily. 4th Panzer Corps began offensive with 240 tanks, lost 96 tanks in 15 days of combat. Projects to have 0 operational tanks within 18 days if loss rates continue. Soviet defenses are designed to attrite German armor through successive defensive positions, equipped with anti-tank weapons in depth, doctrine that accepts losing positions while destroying attacking forces. Meyer's analysis includes projection that captures the strategic absurdity. At current advance rates, reaching the operational objectives specified in the Kursk Plan would require 2 years of sustained combat operations. At current casualty rates, forces conducting the offensive would be completely destroyed within 60 days, regardless of whether objectives are achieved. The briefing concludes with assessment that military logic requires offensive should be terminated immediately, forces withdrawn to defensive positions, resources conserved for defensive operations rather than consumed in attacks that cannot achieve strategic objectives. But military logic confronts political imperatives. Hitler has committed Germany to this offensive publicly. Terminating it acknowledges failure. Acknowledging failure undermines domestic and allied confidence. So, the offensive continues despite mathematical proof of its futility. July 29, 1943. Hitler suspends Kursk offensive. The order arrives with bureaucratic euphemism that obscures strategic surrender. Operations in the Kursk sector are suspended pending resolution of critical situation in Mediterranean theater. Allied forces have invaded Sicily on July 10th. Italian fascist government has collapsed. Mussolini has been arrested, and Italy's potential surrender threatens to expose Germany's southern flank. The suspension is tactically justified by Mediterranean crisis, but strategically represents first explicit acknowledgement that Wehrmacht cannot achieve decisive victory in East through offensive operations. 4th Panzer Corps receives orders to transition to defensive positions, an organizational challenge requiring engineers to convert assault positions into defensive works, logistics to shift from offensive supply to defensive sustainment, combat psychology to shift from advancing despite casualties mentality to holding positions efficiently mindset. The casualties for 19 days of Kursk operations. 4th Panzer Corps lost 8,300 killed and wounded, 12% of committed strength for 11 kilometers of advance that achieved no operational objectives. The offensive demonstrated that German tactical methods remain effective. Small units fought well. Combined arms coordination functioned properly. Commanders adapted to battlefield conditions competently. But the offensive also demonstrated that tactical effectiveness is operationally irrelevant when Soviet defenses are designed to absorb attacks and strategic-level Soviet advantages in production and manpower make casualty exchanges favor defenders. August through September 1943, Soviet counteroffensive recaptures territory. While Kursk officially halts, Soviet forces launch Operation Polkovodets Rumyantsev, counteroffensive operations that recapture Kharkov on August 23rd, and Donetsk Basin positions by September. 4th Panzer Corps participates in defensive operations, fighting rearguard actions that resemble December-February winter retreat, yielding territory while attempting to inflict disproportionate casualties on advancing Soviet forces. The counteroffensive reveals that Soviet operational capabilities have improved markedly since early war. Coordination between artillery and infantry is more sophisticated. Tank operations show better integration with supporting arms. Commanders make fewer catastrophic errors. Soviet forces still suffer higher casualties than Germans in most tactical engagements. Casualty ratios typically favor Germans 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, but Soviet capacity to replace losses makes favorable casualty exchange insufficient for German strategic success. By mid-September, Soviet forces have recaptured most territory gained during German spring offensives, pushed German forces back toward Dnieper River, and demonstrated that initiative in Eastern Theater has shifted decisively to Soviet side. German forces can still fight effectively at tactical level, but cannot prevent Soviet operational success sustained through superior numbers, adequate logistics, and acceptable tolerance for casualties. September 15, 1943. Manstein's assessment predicts future trajectory. Field Marshal Manstein submits written analysis to OKH that accurately describes Germany's strategic situation and predicts future with precision that makes the document historically significant. The era of operational-level German victories in the East has concluded. Soviet numerical superiority and industrial capacity now outweigh our tactical advantages. Future strategy must acknowledge that we cannot achieve decisive battlefield victories through offensive operations. Germany faces three options: negotiate political settlement while retaining bargaining leverage, establish defensive lines that can be held indefinitely with available resources, or continue current strategy until exhaustion produces collapse. The analysis continues with specific recommendations. If negotiated settlement is possible, pursue immediately while Germany still holds significant Soviet territory. If defensive strategy is adopted, withdraw to Dnieper-Dvina line, which offers defensible terrain and reduces force requirements by shortening front. If current strategy continues, expect continuous retreat, escalating casualties, declining combat effectiveness, eventual systemic failure. The assessment is militarily astute and politically impossible. Hitler has no interest in negotiated settlement or strategic withdrawal. Ideology requires holding every meter of conquered territory. Admission of strategic impossibility. Conflicts with propaganda, necessitating projection of inevitable victory. Manstein's analysis is filed, acknowledged bureaucratically, produces no changes in strategic direction. The prediction proves accurate in every detail. Germany will continue current strategy until exhaustion produces exactly the collapse Manstein forecast. September 25, 1943. Casualty statistics reveal unsustainable trajectory. Wehrmacht casualty reports for July to August to September 1943 document losses that exceed replacement capacity. German forces in East lost 200,000 casualties during this period, approximately 8% of total deployed strength. Replacement drafts provided 90,000 new soldiers, leaving net deficit of 110,000 troops that reduces German combat power permanently. Equipment losses compound personnel deficits. 340 German tanks destroyed during Kursk and subsequent Soviet counteroffensives. Monthly German tank production, approximately 300 units, meaning losses nearly equal production. Soviet losses during same period exceed 860,000 casualties, seemingly catastrophic numbers that would cripple any military except one with Soviet replacement capacity. Soviet forces replaced these losses within 8 weeks from strategic reserves, conscription from vast population, recovered wounded returning from hospitals. The casualty mathematics are deterministic. Germany cannot win war of attrition against enemy that accepts higher losses while possessing capacity to replace those losses. Every battle Germany wins tactically accelerates strategic defeat by consuming irreplaceable resources faster than tactical victories provide operational advantages. The numbers are available to German commanders who understand their implications. Yet, strategic planning continues operating as if tactical excellence can overcome mathematical inevitability. October 1st, 1943. Soviet production advantage becomes visible. Intelligence reports document that Soviet tank production during July to September period exceeded 5,000 T-34 tanks, production rate that allows Soviet forces to replace combat losses while expanding armored formations. German production during same period, 900 tanks total, including Panthers and Tigers, that are technically superior but produced in insufficient numbers to offset Soviet quantitative advantage. Soviet artillery production similarly exceeds German capacity, Soviet forces fielding thousands of new guns monthly while German production struggles to replace losses. The production disparity reflects strategic decisions made years earlier. Soviet Union evacuated industrial capacity beyond Urals in 1941, prioritized war production over civilian consumption, accepted civilian hardship to maximize military output. Germany, by contrast, delayed total war mobilization until 1943, maintained civilian consumption levels longer than strategic situation warranted, prioritized ideological projects over military requirements. By autumn 1943, accumulated consequences of these strategic choices are visible in production figures that quantify German disadvantage. Soviet capacity to manufacture weapons exceeds German capacity by margins that tactical brilliance cannot overcome. 4th Panzer Corps, like all German formations, now fights with awareness that every tank destroyed, every gun lost, every vehicle wrecked probably cannot be replaced, while Soviet forces operate with confidence that losses will be restored quickly. October 15th, 1943. Morale assessments document deteriorating confidence. Military police and chaplain reports describe declining morale among troops, who increasingly recognize that Germany is losing the war despite official propaganda claiming otherwise. Soldiers write letters home, expressing pessimism about eventual victory, questioning whether sacrifices serve any purpose, describing sense of fighting for survival rather than accomplishment. Officers note widespread cynicism regarding official assessments. Soldiers openly discussing Germany's strategic situation in terms that contradict approved narratives. Desertion rates, historically minimal in Wehrmacht, begin increasing, not dramatically but noticeably, from 0.04% monthly to 2.1% monthly, increase that reflects declining conviction that Germany can win. Court-martial proceedings for desertion increase proportionally. 45 executions for desertion in November 1942, 340 executions by October 1943. The increasing severity of punishment reflects leadership recognition that morale is fragile, that if significant numbers question the war's purpose, the entire structure might collapse. But execution policies cannot restore conviction that Germany is winning when daily experience contradicts that claim. Soldiers retreating consistently despite fighting well. Comrades dying for territory subsequently surrendered. Promises of victory perpetually deferred. Morale remains adequate for units to function, but has shifted from confident aggression to grim determination, from belief in inevitable triumph to hope for avoiding catastrophic defeat. November 1st, 1943. Operational Assessment for 4th Panzer Corps. Unit readiness reports document declining effectiveness across measurable indicators. Personnel strength at 78% of authorized levels, tank strength at 63%, artillery at 71%, transport capacity at 60%. The shortfalls reflect casualties that exceed replacements, equipment losses that exceed production allocations, maintenance requirements that exceed spare parts availability. Training status reports note that replacement soldiers arriving at units require additional training before combat readiness, diluting experienced soldiers' time between operational duties and training replacements. Unit cohesion assessments describe companies where veterans comprise less than half the personnel, platoons where no one has served together longer than 6 months, squads where social bonds that make small units effective require constant rebuilding after casualties disrupt relationships. The Corps remains combat effective by Wehrmacht standards. Units can execute tactical operations, defend positions adequately, conduct limited offensive actions when required. But combat effectiveness has shifted from superior to Soviet forces in nearly all circumstances to adequate for defensive operations, marginal for offensive operations, dependent on tactical situation for success. The qualitative advantages that German forces possessed in 1941 have eroded to the point where Soviet numerical superiority frequently overcomes German tactical proficiency. Kursk and its aftermath marked definitive shift in Eastern Front dynamics from German offensive capability to permanent defensive posture, from strategic initiative contested between powers to Soviet initiative constrained only by logistics and operational friction. 4th Panzer Corps, containing divisions that fought at Sevastopol and advanced into Caucasus as 11th Army, demonstrated continued tactical competence during Kursk operations. Local victories achieved, assigned objectives accomplished, when operationally feasible, units fought with professionalism despite recognizing strategic futility. But tactical competence proved insufficient for operational success. Operational skill proved irrelevant to strategic outcomes, and strategic trajectory became determined by resource advantages that favored Soviets comprehensively. Manstein's September assessment, predicting defensive warfare, continuous retreat, eventual exhaustion, proved accurate because it described mathematical inevitabilities rather than contingent possibilities. Germany could not produce sufficient weapons to replace losses, could not train sufficient replacements to maintain force levels, could not generate logistics capacity to sustain operations against enemy, with superior production and shorter supply lines. These limitations were not temporary or correctable, but fundamental and deterministic. Everything after Kursk is working out the mathematics, converting resource deficits into territorial losses, tactical victories into strategic defeats, professional competence into irrelevance. The era of German offensive operations concluded at Kursk. What remained was discovering whether defensive operations could delay inevitable defeat long enough for political resolution to emerge, or whether mathematical certainty of resource exhaustion would produce military collapse that preceded any political settlement. Former 11th Army divisions would participate in that discovery for another 18 months, fighting competently while retreating continuously, demonstrating tactical proficiency while experiencing strategic failure, maintaining organizational cohesion until the organization ceased to exist. October 15, 1943, Maas Line Defense. Major Franz Heiber commands a battalion of the 50th Infantry Division holding 4 kilometers of front line with 400 troops where doctrine specifies 1,200 soldiers as minimum for adequate defense. His daily routine has become a calculus of scarcity, rationing ammunition to ensure sufficient stocks for emergencies, rotating soldiers between positions to minimize exposure, prioritizing repairs to defensive works that cannot all be maintained simultaneously. Soviet probing attacks occurred daily, reconnaissance forces testing German positions, identifying weaknesses, gathering intelligence for larger operations. Each probe requires response, machine gun fire, mortar support, occasionally calling artillery fires that deplete limited ammunition stocks. The casualty rate runs 6% weekly, losses primarily from Soviet artillery and sniper fire rather than major assaults, accumulating attrition that degrades unit strength incrementally but relentlessly. Replacements arrive irregularly, often inadequately trained, requiring veteran soldiers to provide additional instruction while maintaining operational responsibilities. The mathematics are simple and inescapable. 400 soldiers losing 6% weekly equals 24 casualties, replacements averaging 15 soldiers per week, net loss of 9 soldiers weekly, battalions ceasing to exist as combat-effective unit within 16 weeks unless casualty rates decrease or replacement rates increase. Neither decrease nor increase is forthcoming. January 12th, 1944. Dnieper Crossing Assault. German forces attempt limited offensive to regain territory lost during autumn Soviet advances. Operation that illustrates how diminished German capabilities have become. What would have been modest operation in 1942 is now major undertaking straining available resources. Hyber's company, reduced to 90 troops through casualties and inadequate replacements, receives orders to cross the Dnieper River at night, establish bridgehead on eastern bank, hold position until follow-on forces can exploit. The operation proceeds as planned initially. Boats cross under cover of darkness. Soldiers establish positions on far bank. Engineers begin constructing pontoon bridge for heavier equipment. Then Soviet artillery opens fire at dawn. Positions pre-registered through reconnaissance, coordinated fires destroying the partially completed bridge and isolating troops on eastern bank. Hyber's company fights for 6 days attempting to hold the bridgehead, while engineers repeatedly try to complete river crossing, each attempt disrupted by Soviet fires. Only 30 soldiers survive to withdraw across river, when orders finally authorize retreat. 67% casualties for operation that accomplished nothing strategic. The survivors are consolidated with other depleted units, companies ceasing to exist as separate entity. Hyber reassigned to staff position because experienced officers are too scarce to risk in frontline commands. February 8, 1944. Supply crisis briefing. Divisional quartermaster presents supply status with charts and numbers that quantify systemic failure. Ration strength provides insufficient calories for soldiers conducting combat operations. Ammunition reserves sit at 3-week levels where doctrine specifies 3-month minimum. Fuel reserves are lower still, with mechanized operations essentially impossible. The briefing includes photographs documenting conditions. Soldiers visibly malnourished, frostbite cases requiring amputations, equipment deteriorating from lack of maintenance parts. Soviet forces face similar challenges during offensive operations, but their logistics advantage means they suffer constraints during attacks, while Germans suffer constraints continuously. The quartermaster concludes with recommendation that tactical commanders already implement informally. Prioritize defensive operations that minimize ammunition consumption, avoid offensive actions unless operationally essential, accept territorial losses rather than defend positions to point of unit destruction. The recommendation codifies defeat as policy, acknowledging that German forces can no longer hold positions through determined defense, but must yield territory to preserve force. That operational flexibility now means retreating efficiently rather than counterattacking effectively. That tactics serve strategic purpose of delaying collapse rather than achieving victory. March 20th, 1944. Officer Morale Assessment. Psychological evaluations document widespread pessimism among officer corps, finding that 18% of officers report stress-related illness. Voluntary transfer requests out of combat assignments increase 40% month over month. Efficiency reports describe officers as adequate but lacking initiative. The assessments note that officer pessimism differs from defeatism. Officers continue executing duties competently, maintain unit discipline, fulfill responsibilities professionally, but psychological investment in achieving victory has shifted to focus on surviving defeat. Junior officers express frustration that tactical competence produces no operational advantages, that well-executed defensive operations merely delay inevitable retreats, that soldiers die to hold positions subsequently abandoned on orders from higher command. Senior officers, aware of strategic situation through access to classified assessments, understand that German defeat is probable, but cannot acknowledge this publicly without undermining unit cohesion. The psychological burden of maintaining morale while personally recognizing futility produces stress symptoms that medical officers increasingly diagnose in command personnel. The Wehrmacht lacks systematic approach to combat stress affecting officers. Soldiers displaying symptoms can be rotated to rear areas, but officers are expected to maintain composure regardless of circumstances. The result is officer corps that functions adequately while deteriorating psychologically, maintaining institutional performance through personal costs that remain unmeasured in casualty statistics. April 3, 1944. Fortress defense doctrine adopted. Army Group South implements fortress strategy, where designated towns become fortresses to be defended to death, rather than yielded even when tactically surrounded. Policy that prioritizes political symbolism over military logic, treating territory as more important than soldiers who hold it. The strategy reflects Hitler's conviction that yielding ground demonstrates weakness, that determined defense can overcome numerical disadvantage, that retreat invites further enemy aggression. Military commanders recognize fortress strategy as operationally unsound. Defended towns become magnets for Soviet artillery. Isolated garrisons cannot be resupplied adequately. Defenders surrendering or dying accomplish nothing strategic, but orders are orders. Haber's former battalion receives assignment to defend Krivoy Rog, industrial city designated as fortress. Orders specifying that evacuation without authorization constitutes desertion punishable by death. The defense lasts 6 days against Soviet forces attacking with 3-to-1 numerical superiority. Street fighting that produces 80% casualties among German defenders before survivors surrender when ammunition exhausts. The battle accomplishes nothing. Soviet forces capture Krivoy Rog regardless. Industrial facilities are destroyed by German demolitions before capture. Civilian population suffers from artillery fires and close combat. But fortress doctrine requires these pointless stands, because acknowledging their pointlessness would require acknowledging that Germany's strategic position is hopeless. April 15, 1944. Casualty accounting documents continuous attrition. Personnel reports for October 1943 through April 1944. Period show former 11th Army units suffered 120,000 casualties, killed, wounded, missing during this 6-month period. Replacement drafts provided 45,000 soldiers, creating net deficit of 75,000 troops that reduces combat power substantially. The casualties reflect continuous defensive operations rather than major battles. No single engagement produces catastrophic losses, but daily attrition of 6 to 8% weekly compounds over months into strategic degradation. Medical officers note that casualty composition has shifted, higher percentage of deaths relative to wounded because medical evacuation systems are degraded. Inability to evacuate wounded quickly produces higher mortality from treatable injuries. The casualty statistics also reveal that experienced soldiers suffer disproportionate losses, veterans more likely to be assigned dangerous missions, leadership responsibilities expose them to higher risks. Longer service duration increases cumulative probability of being killed or wounded. The result is force composition increasingly dominated by inexperienced replacements, led by recently promoted officers, institutional knowledge eroding as veterans are lost, unit effectiveness declining even when numerical strength is maintained through replacements. April 20th, 1944. Tank strength trajectory illustrates equipment crisis. Armored strength reports show 4th Panzer Corps began October 1943 with 180 operational tanks, ending April 1944 with 90 operational tanks, 50% reduction in 6 months. Losses during this period total 150 tanks destroyed in combat or irreparable mechanical failures. New production allocations provided 60 replacement tanks, mathematics producing steady decline. Soviet tank strength opposite German positions increases during same period, 200 tanks in October, growing to 400 tanks by April, demonstrating that Soviet production and allocation prioritizes sectors where German forces operate. The tank strength disparity compounds tactical challenges. German forces that could previously achieve local superiority by concentrating armor now find themselves outnumbered even in sectors they prioritize. Defensive operations require dispersing limited armor across extended fronts rather than massing for counterattacks. Each tank lost represents permanent reduction in capability rather than temporary setback quickly restored. Panzer commanders adapt tactics to acknowledge limitations, using tanks in static defensive roles to maximize protection rather than mobile operations that expose them to enemy fires, avoiding engagement with numerically superior Soviet formations, prioritizing survival over accomplishment, because surviving tanks provide ongoing capability, while destroyed tanks cannot be replaced. April 25, 1944. Age and composition shifts document force degradation. Personnel records reveal demographic changes that quantify how continuous operations have transformed force composition. Average soldier age declining from 27.3 years in November 1942 to 24.1 years in April 1944. Shift reflecting casualties among older experienced soldiers and replacement with younger conscripts. The age decline correlates with reduced combat effectiveness. Younger soldiers lack physical conditioning that multi-year service develops, psychological maturity that helps soldiers function under sustained stress, tactical judgment that comes from experiencing varied combat situations. Unit cohesion metrics show that typical squad in April 1944 has served together for average of 4.2 months compared to 18 months in undisrupted units of 1942. Reduced cohesion affecting combat effectiveness because soldiers fighting alongside strangers perform less effectively than soldiers integrated into experienced teams. Ethnic German composition also shifts. 1942 units were predominantly German nationals. 1944 units include increasing percentages of ethnic Germans from occupied territories, Volksdeutsche, Romanian Germans, and other populations whose loyalty and integration varies. The force remains militarily effective by absolute standards. Units can execute tactical operations, maintain discipline, accomplish assigned missions, but comparison to earlier force reveals systematic degradation across every measurable dimension. April 30th, 1944. Desertion rates and discipline reveal institutional stress. Military police reports document that desertion rate in German forces has increased from 0.4% monthly in 1942 to 2.1% monthly in April 1944, five-fold increase that reflects declining conviction that Germany can win the war. Court-martial proceedings for desertion, cowardice, and defeatism have increased proportionally. 45 executions in November 1943 growing to 340 by April 1944. The executions are intended as deterrent, but also reflect leadership recognition that morale is fragile, that if significant numbers refuse to fight the entire force, structure might collapse. Execution policies disproportionately target soldiers from certain demographics, recent replacements who lack unit integration, soldiers from occupied territories whose commitment is questioned, younger soldiers less conditioned to obey, regardless of circumstances. The policies maintain discipline through fear, but also generate resentment among soldiers who recognize that punishment falls heaviest on those least responsible for strategic failures that make victory impossible. Wehrmacht cohesion remains adequate. Units function operationally, follow orders generally, maintain organizational integrity. But cohesion is sustained increasingly through coercion rather than conviction, through fear of punishment rather than confidence in success, through institutional inertia, rather than belief that sacrifices serve achievable purposes. May 1, 1944. Operational assessment summarizes diminishing returns. Staff evaluation of 4th Panzer Corps. Combat effectiveness concludes that unit remains capable of defensive operations against limited Soviet attacks, but cannot sustain defense against sustained offensive operations or conduct offensive operations beyond local counterattacks. The assessment quantifies capabilities using operational metrics. Can defend frontline density of 4.5 kilometers per battalion versus doctrinal requirement of 2 kilometers per battalion. Can sustain defensive operations for 14 days before requiring rest and reconstitution versus doctrinal expectation of 30 days. Can conduct counterattacks with company-sized elements versus doctrinal planning assumption of battalion-sized counterattacks. Every metric reveals the same pattern: capability declining, requirements remaining constant, gap between what units can do and what operations require widening steadily. The assessment includes projection that extrapolates current trajectories. If present attrition rates continue without corresponding increase in replacement rates, 4th Panzer Corps will cease to be combat-effective organization within 90 days. The projection assumes current situation continues unchanged, but current situation is itself changing. Soviet forces preparing major summer offensive that will apply substantially greater pressure than current operations. German capacity to provide replacements is declining as training system exhausts available manpower. Resource constraints that currently limit operations will intensify rather than stabilize. The assessment is grimly accurate but understates the crisis because it cannot project discontinuous changes, cannot anticipate that system operating under stress will eventually fail catastrophically rather than degrade linearly. The period from October 1943 through April 1944 demonstrates law of diminishing returns applied to military operations. Each tactical success costs more to achieve and produces less operational advantage. Each defensive victory delays defeat temporarily while consuming irreplaceable resources. Each day survived brings forces closer to point where survival becomes impossible. Former 11th Army divisions, now designated 4th Panzer Corps, experienced this period as continuous grinding attrition where daily casualties and weekly retreats and monthly degradation combined into trajectory that led unmistakably toward collapse. The soldiers fought competently, the officers commanded professionally, the organization functioned adequately, and none of this competence or professionalism or functionality changed the fundamental reality that German forces were consuming themselves faster than they could regenerate, bleeding strength that could not be replaced, approaching exhaustion point where mathematical inevitability would transform gradual decline into catastrophic failure. Diminishing returns had become negative returns, operations that consumed more capability than they preserved, victories that accelerated defeat, sacrifices that served no purpose beyond postponing acknowledgement that Germany had lost. What followed this period would reveal that postponement has limits, that armies operating beyond their capacity eventually cease operating, that diminishing returns eventually diminish to nothing at all. May 30th, 1944. Manstein dismissed from command. Adolf Hitler relieves Field Marshal Manstein of command of Army Group South during tense meeting at Führer headquarters. Official reason stated as disagreement on strategic direction, but actual reason being Manstein's repeated warnings that defensive victory is impossible and negotiated settlement is necessary. The dismissal removes Germany's most competent operational commander from position where competence might delay Soviet advance, replacing him with commanders whose primary qualification is willingness to execute orders regardless of military logic. Manstein's dismissal represents Hitler's rejection of military professionalism in favor of ideological determination, conviction that willpower can overcome material disadvantage, belief that commanders who acknowledge reality are defeatists undermining victory through insufficient commitment. For Manstein, dismissal is relief mixed with frustration, relief from responsibility for operations he knows are futile, frustration that his professional assessment is rejected in favor of fantasies about ultimate victory. His final report to Hitler's staff states bluntly, Army Group South cannot hold current positions against sustained Soviet offensive operations. We lack force density, reserves, and logistics capacity for defense in depth. Either withdraw to defensible lines or accept that positions will be lost through breakthrough rather than organized retreat. The report is filed, no response issued, and Manstein's replacement receives orders to hold every position regardless of cost. The pattern repeats throughout Wehrmacht command structure. Competent commanders who acknowledge reality are replaced by compliant commanders who report what leadership wants to hear. Military professionalism subordinated to political loyalty. Operational assessment transformed into performance art where everyone pretends impossible situations are manageable. June 23rd through July 3rd, 1944. Operation Bagration destroys Army Group Center. While attention focuses on Normandy invasion, Soviet forces launched largest offensive of war against Army Group Center, 2.4 million Soviet troops attacking German positions in Belarusia. The offensive employs sophisticated operational methods developed through years of learning. Maskirovka, deception, conceals attack timing and location. Artillery preparation destroys German defensive positions systematically. Combined arms coordination integrates infantry tank artillery more effectively than German forces achieve. 4th Panzer Corps participates in peripheral operations, attempting to support Army Group Center, but lacks resources to influence outcomes. Fuel shortages prevent mechanized movement. Ammunition constraints limit artillery support. Transport. Inadequacy means reinforcements cannot reach threatened sectors quickly. Army Group Center loses 400,000 men, killed, captured, missing, in 10 days of operations, ceasing to exist as coherent military organization, creating gap in German defensive lines that cannot be closed with available forces. The scale of disaster exceeds anything Germany experienced previously, including Stalingrad, but receives less attention in Western historical consciousness because it occurs simultaneously with Normandy operations. For German forces, Bagration represents definitive proof that Soviet operational capabilities now equal or exceed Wehrmacht capabilities. That numerical advantages Soviet forces enjoy translate into operational success. That German defeats are no longer temporary setbacks, but inevitable outcomes of resource disparities. August 20th, 1944. Soviet crossing of Vistula River. Soviet forces reach and cross Vistula River in Poland, advancing 500 kilometers since Bagration began, demonstrating operational momentum that German forces cannot contain. 4th Panzer Corps fights series of rearguard actions attempting to delay Soviet advance, retreating through territory that German forces conquered in 1939 and held for 5 years, abandoning positions that cost thousands of lives to capture and defend. The retreat occurs under conditions of complete German strategic exhaustion. No reserves exist to counterattack Soviet breakthroughs. Defensive lines are manned at fractions of required strength. Logistics systems are degraded to point where units frequently cannot receive ammunition and food simultaneously. Soviet pursuit is aggressive but measured. Soviet commanders, having learned that pursuing German rearguards incautiously produces unnecessary casualties, that systematic advance, applying continuous pressure, achieves operational objectives more efficiently than reckless exploitation. The Vistula crossing places Soviet forces within striking distance of Germany itself, transforming Eastern Front from battle for Soviet territory into battle for German territory. Psychological shift that affects both sides. German soldiers recognize they are defending homeland rather than holding conquests. Soviet soldiers recognize they are approaching victory rather than merely surviving. October 15th, 1944. Vistula Oder defensive line established. German forces established defensive positions along hastily prepared line 65 kilometers from Berlin. Fortifications constructed by press labor, including concentration camp prisoners and civilian conscripts. 4th Panzer Corps received sector assignment, defending 28 kilometers of front. Deployment density so low that defensive positions are observation posts rather than continuous defensive line. The atmosphere among troops is described in contemporary accounts as end times. Soldiers understand that fall of Berlin likely means end of Nazi regime, that personal survival has become more important than military victory, that fighting continues primarily because surrender means Soviet captivity with uncertain outcome. Officer discussions that 6 months earlier would constitute defeatism are now commonplace. Frank acknowledgement that Germany has lost, speculation about when collapse will occur, debates about whether continued resistance serves any purpose. Discipline remains adequate because institutional structures persist, because soldiers fear military police enforcement more than they hope for victory, because social bonds within units create obligations to comrades that transcend conviction about strategic purposes. But Wehrmacht, as fighting force motivated by confidence in ultimate triumph, has ceased to exist, replaced by Wehrmacht as desperate organization, fighting primarily because stopping seems more dangerous than continuing. January 12th through March 31st, 1945, Vistula Oder Operation. Soviet forces launch final major offensive of European war, attacking German defensive positions with overwhelming superiority in personnel, equipment, and logistics. The offensive begins with artillery barrage using 20,000 guns, bombardment that German defenders describe as apocalyptic, defensive positions systematically destroyed by concentrated fires. 4th Panzer Corps attempts defense with forces depleted to approximately 30% of authorized strength. 28 kilometers of front defended by equivalent of 3 battalions, where doctrine specifies minimum of 14 battalions. The defense collapses within days, not through lack of soldier courage, but through mathematical impossibility. Positions cannot be held when defenders are outnumbered 10-1. When Soviet artillery destroys defensive works faster than they can be repaired, when German counterattacks lack strength to influence outcomes. The retreat becomes rout in many sectors, organized units dissolving into groups of soldiers attempting to reach German lines, command and control breaking down as communication systems fail and headquarters are overrun. 4th Panzer Corps loses 400,000 casualties in 11 weeks. The number exceeds total Corps strength because it includes soldiers retreating through Corps sector from other destroyed formations, wounded who cannot be evacuated and are captured, and soldiers listed as casualties multiple times as administrative systems collapse. Soviet forces advance 500 kilometers, reaching Oder River by February, demonstrating that German capacity to resist has deteriorated to point where organized defense is barely distinguishable from collapse. February 25th, 1945, remnants consolidate around Berlin. The divisions that fought at Sevastopol advanced into Caucasus, defended against Soviet counteroffensives, and retreated across Ukraine and Poland, now occupied defensive positions in rubble-filled suburbs of Berlin. Personnel strength assessments show 50th Infantry Division, once 12,000 strong, currently fields 1,800 soldiers. 132nd Infantry Division comprises 900 effectives. The formations retain divisional designations, but function as reinforced battalions, their coherence maintained by veterans who have survived 3 years of continuous operations and possess institutional knowledge that makes depleted units more effective than their numbers suggest. The soldiers occupying these positions understand they are fighting final battle of a lost war, that survival depends on timing, surrender before Soviet forces reach positions, or fight until organized resistance becomes impossible, neither option offering certainty of survival. Some soldiers hope that Western allies will advance faster than Soviets, that surrendering to Americans or British offers better prospects than Soviet captivity. Others recognize that location makes Western surrender impossible, that they will either die defending Berlin or surrender to Soviets, that 3 years of fighting has led to this terminal choice. The mood is neither panicked nor heroic, but resigned. Soldiers performing duties because duties remain even when purposes have disappeared. April 1st, 1945. Military organization dissolves formally. 4th Panzer Corps ceases to exist as designated military organization. Survivors redistributed to ad hoc combat groups and fortress garrisons defending Berlin. The dissolution is administrative acknowledgement that force structure designed for field operations cannot function when personnel strength falls below minimum thresholds for organizational effectiveness. Former 11th Army soldiers are assigned to whatever units need personnel, divisional and regimental identities abandoned, institutional continuity severed. A staff officer processing dissolution orders notes in war diary. We are liquidating organizations that represented decades of military tradition, units with histories extending to 19th century, formations that soldiers identified with and fought for. The dissolution is necessary because organizations cannot function without personnel, but it represents institutional death as surely as physical death of soldiers. The dissolution occurs across German forces in East, entire army groups ceasing to exist as their constituent units are destroyed or absorbed into improvised formations. Wehrmacht as institution persists in headquarters that issue orders, in military police who enforce discipline, in logistics systems that barely function, but Wehrmacht as combat force capable of organized operations has effectively ceased existing. What remains are soldiers with weapons and orders, organizational structure barely adequate to coordinate local defense, desperation disguised as determination. April 10th, 1945. Soviet assault on Berlin begins. 2 million Soviet troops attack Berlin, defended by approximately 300,000 German soldiers, civilians pressed into service, Hitler Youth, elderly Volkssturm militia. The ratio of attackers to defenders makes outcome inevitable. But Nazi leadership demands defense to death rather than surrender, sentencing defenders and civilians to casualties that serve no military purpose. Former 11th Army troops occupy positions in eastern Berlin suburbs, concrete buildings converted to strong points, artillery positioned in parks and squares, defensive sectors assigned without adequate forces to defend them. The fighting becomes street by street, building by building attrition, where German defenders utilize intimate knowledge of urban terrain to inflict casualties on attackers despite overwhelming disadvantage. Soviet forces employ systematic reduction tactics. Artillery destroys buildings rather than assaulting them directly. Tanks provide direct fire support for infantry advances. Combined arms methods gradually overcoming German defensive positions. The battle continues for 20 days, German casualty rates approaching 50% weekly. Survivors retreating towards city center as outer defensive rings collapse. Officers estimate 8,000 former 11th Army soldiers participate in Berlin's defense. Casualties reduce that number to approximately 1,500 by battle's end, the survival rate capturing the intensity of final operations. May 2nd, 1945. Berlin garrison surrenders. German forces defending Berlin cease organized resistance following Hitler's suicide and authorization from remaining German command for capitulation. The surrender is chaotic. Some units receive orders and comply immediately. Others continue fighting because communications have broken down. Individual soldiers make personal decisions about whether to surrender or attempt escape. Former 11th Army survivors face same choices as all Berlin defenders. Surrender to Soviet forces and face uncertain captivity. Attempt to escape westward and possibly reach American or British lines. Continue fighting and almost certainly die. Most choose surrender as least bad option, stacking weapons in designated collection points, forming columns to march to prisoner processing centers. Soviet soldiers accepting surrender range from professional to vengeful, some following regulations regarding prisoner treatment, while others settle scores for German atrocities in Soviet territory. The surrender ends organized military resistance, but begins period of captivity that for many will prove as dangerous as combat. Soviet POW camps operate with minimal provisions. Mortality rates in camps exceeds 20% during first year. Physical and psychological trauma of captivity affects survivors for decades. The soldiers who walked through Sevastopol ruins in August 1942, who advanced toward Caucasus in September, who retreated through winter 1942 to 43, now march into Soviet captivity carrying nothing but uncertainty about survival. May 8, 1945, Germany surrenders unconditionally. VE Day marks official end of war in Europe. German armed forces signing unconditional surrender to Allied powers. Field Marshal Manstein is in British captivity, captured weeks earlier when British forces occupied region where he was residing. The surviving soldiers of 11th Army are scattered, some in Soviet POW camps, others in American or British custody. Approximately 8,000 survivors from 250,000 who served at peak strength. The final accounting will require years as records are compiled, prisoners repatriated, missing persons declared dead. The casualty figures: 242,000 soldiers of 11th Army killed, died of wounds, died in captivity, or missing presumed dead. The survivors carry memories of Sevastopol assault, Caucasus advance, winter retreat, continuous defensive operations, and final collapse. They carry wounds physical and psychological, experiences that resist integration into peacetime existence, knowledge that their competence and courage and sacrifice accomplished nothing except prolonging war that Germany was losing. The institutional memory of 11th Army will persist in regimental histories, in memoirs written decades later, in scholarship that attempts to extract lessons from their campaigns. But the Army itself, the organization assembled in spring 1942 to execute Nazi Germany's strategic vision, has ceased to exist in every meaningful sense. The final survivors represent institutional death as surely as those who died in combat. Strategic collapse, the transition from degraded but functional military force to complete organizational dissolution, occurred over 10 months from Manstein's dismissal through Germany's surrender. The process was neither sudden nor surprising, but rather inevitable, working out of trajectories established years earlier when Germany initiated war beyond its resources to sustain. 4th Panzer Corps, containing remnants of 11th Army, participated in collapse without causing it or preventing it, demonstrating tactical competence that proved strategically irrelevant, fighting effectively while losing comprehensively, maintaining discipline while organizational structures dissolved. The soldiers fought because fighting was what soldiers do, because alternatives seemed worse, because institutional momentum persisted even when purposes had vanished. The strategic collapse validated every assessment that professional military commanders had submitted and political leadership had rejected. Defensive victory was impossible with available resources. Continuous operations consumed forces faster than they could be regenerated. Germany's strategic position required either negotiated settlement or catastrophic defeat. Political leadership chose catastrophic defeat by refusing to acknowledge reality until reality could no longer be denied. Strategic collapse transformed Wehrmacht from military force capable of defending territory into desperate collection of armed men defending regime that had already lost, extending war months beyond point where outcome was determined, purchasing nothing except additional casualties on all sides. Former 11th Army divisions participated in this final period with grim professionalism, soldiers executing duties even when duties served no purposes, maintaining cohesion even as organizations dissolved, fighting competently in service of comprehensively failed strategy. Their final campaigns demonstrated that tactical competence cannot overcome strategic impossibility, that courage cannot substitute for resources, that professional military excellence employed in service of criminal regime achieves only prolongation of suffering. April 1st, 1945. Organizational structures cease functioning. The administrative dissolution of 4th Panzer Corps occurs through orders that acknowledge what battlefield reality has already accomplished. The Corps cannot function as corps-level organization when constituent divisions no longer function as divisions. Survivors are redistributed to ad hoc Kampfgruppen, improvised combat groups named after commanding officers rather than bearing traditional unit designations. A staff officer processing these organizational changes records in his diary, We are assigning soldiers to groups that exist only on paper, issuing orders to units that cannot execute them, maintaining administrative fiction that Wehrmacht remains organized fighting force when in reality, we are a collection of desperate men with weapons and no strategic purpose. The dissolution is both bureaucratic necessity and symbolic acknowledgement. Units that fought together for years are scattered. Soldiers lose organizational identity that provided psychological anchor. Institutional continuity is severed. Former 50th Infantry Division soldiers find themselves reassigned to Kampfgruppe Schmidt, Kampfgruppe Weber, Kampfgruppe designations that will disappear from records within weeks as these formations are themselves destroyed or dissolved. The paperwork continues, movement orders, strength reports, situation summaries, creating illusion of organized military operations while actual conditions resemble armed chaos. April 10th, 1945. No command structure remains functional. Wehrmacht organizational hierarchy has collapsed to point where orders from higher headquarters frequently do not reach frontline units. Units receiving contradictory orders from multiple commands claim authority. Soldiers operating without clear command relationships. Former 11th Army troops occupy positions in Berlin suburbs where they receive orders to defend assigned sectors but lack resources, reinforcements, or clear understanding of broader tactical situation. Company commanders make tactical decisions without battalion guidance. Battalion commanders operate without division coordination. Division staffs issue orders to units that no longer exist or cannot be contacted. The communication breakdown is technological and organizational. Telephone lines are cut by artillery. Radio equipment lacks functioning batteries. Messenger dispatch requires crossing areas under enemy observation. But breakdown also reflects that command staffs are themselves casualties of Soviet advance. Headquarters overrun before they can relocate. Commanders killed or captured before they can transfer authority. What persists is small unit cohesion among soldiers who know each other personally, squad leaders making decisions without reference to higher authority. Defense organized around immediate tactical situation rather than operational planning. The Wehrmacht as hierarchical military organization has dissolved into autonomous groups fighting independently because coordination has become impossible. April 20th, 1945. Soviet forces 80 kilometers from Berlin center. The defensive perimeter around Berlin contracts daily as Soviet forces systematically reduce German positions. Soviet operational method prioritizing methodical advance over rapid exploitation to minimize their own casualties. Former 11th Army troops defending eastern approaches to Berlin city center experience combat intensity that exceeds anything in their previous campaigns, continuous artillery bombardment, constant infantry assaults, tank attacks supported by infantry, street fighting that reduces entire blocks to rubble. The defenders inflict casualties on attackers but cannot prevent advance. Tactical victories that delay Soviet forces hours rather than days. Defensive successes that exhaust defenders faster than they exhaust attackers. Medical evacuation has ceased functioning. Wounded remain in positions because no evacuation routes exist. Medical supplies are exhausted. Field hospitals are in Soviet-controlled territory. Soldiers rendering first aid to wounded comrades understand that serious wounds now mean death because treatment beyond immediate battlefield medicine is unavailable. The casualty rate approaches 10% daily in engaged units. Mathematics indicating that units in continuous combat cease to exist within 10 days, regardless of soldier courage or tactical competence. Officers estimate that typical infantry company defending Berlin suburb survives 5 to 7 days before casualties reduce it below minimum strength for defensive operations. May 2nd, 1945. Surrender authorization reaches Berlin garrison. Orders arrive from Donetsk government authorizing Berlin garrison to surrender following Hitler's death, ending Nazi regime's demand for defense to death, permitting soldiers to lay down arms without being executed for dereliction. The authorization produces varied responses. Some units surrender immediately upon receiving orders. Soldiers relieved that authorized surrender provides honorable exit from hopeless situation. Other units continue fighting because orders do not reach them through broken communications or because commanders reject surrender authorization as defeatist. Individual soldiers make personal decisions about whether to obey surrender orders, attempt escape westward, or continue fighting independently. Former 11th Army survivors predominantly choose surrender as only realistic option. Escape routes westward are blocked by Soviet forces. Continuing resistance means certain death. Surrender offers at least possibility of survival, even if Soviet captivity carries substantial risks. The surrender process is disorganized. Soldiers stack weapons in parks and street corners, form impromptu columns to march towards Soviet collection points, navigate destroyed cityscape while seeking Soviet units willing to accept surrender rather than simply shooting prisoners. Some soldiers are directed to formal prisoner processing. Others are formed into work details clearing rubble. Some are simply released to fend for themselves in destroyed city. May 8, 1945. Final accounting begins. Administrative officers attempting to compile final casualty figures for former 11th Army units confront incomplete records, missing unit diaries, personnel files destroyed when headquarters were overrun. The accounting requires comparing peak strength records from June 1942 against known survivors in May 1945, calculating difference, categorizing casualties as killed in action, died of wounds, died in captivity, or missing presumed dead. Peak strength of 11th Army, 250,000 soldiers across 11 divisions and supporting units. Known survivors in May 1945, approximately 8,000 soldiers in various forms of captivity or recovering from wounds. Difference, 242,000 casualties over 35 months of operations. The casualty rate, 97%, captures the comprehensive destruction of the force, nearly complete turnover in personnel, systematic consumption of human resources over 3 years of continuous operations. The survivors represent those fortunate or skilled enough to avoid death across dozens of battles, retreats, and final desperate defensive stands. For every survivor, there are 30 soldiers who did not survive, killed at Sevastopol, frozen during winter retreat, captured during Soviet offensives, executed for desertion, died in final Berlin fighting. The accounting will remain incomplete. Thousands listed as missing will never be definitively confirmed. Dead, records lost in chaos of collapse means some soldiers' fates remain unknown. Bureaucratic precision is impossible when bureaucracy itself has dissolved. May 15, 1945. Survivor experiences in Soviet captivity. Former 11th Army soldiers in Soviet POW camps face conditions that make combat dangers seem preferable. Starvation rations providing 500 to 800 calories daily. Disease spreading through overcrowded camps. Forced labor details requiring physical exertion that malnourished prisoners cannot sustain. Medical care essentially non-existent. Mortality rate in Soviet camps during first months after surrender reaches 5% monthly. Deaths from starvation, dysentery, typhus, tuberculosis, and exhaustion. Soviet authorities view German POWs with justified hostility given atrocities German forces committed in Soviet territory. Sympathy for enemy prisoners competing with desire for retribution for Soviet suffering. Camp guards range from professional soldiers implementing policies to individuals settling personal scores. Prisoners experiencing arbitrary violence alongside bureaucratic neglect. Some prisoners receive better treatment by demonstrating skills valuable to Soviets. Engineers, physicians, technicians assigned to reconstruction projects receive adequate rations to maintain work capacity. But infantry soldiers without specialized skills face worse conditions. Letters home, when permitted, are heavily censored and paint misleadingly optimistic picture of captivity. Families in Germany receiving these letters understand that actual conditions are substantially worse than written accounts suggest, that survival through Soviet captivity is uncertain, that repatriation may require years. June through December 1945. different captivity experiences by captor. Former 11th Army soldiers captured by American or British forces experience markedly different captivity conditions, adequate rations, medical care meeting basic standards. POW camps operated according to Geneva Conventions, mortality rates below 2%. The difference reflects Western resources and policies. Allied forces possess logistics capacity to feed prisoners adequately. Geneva Convention compliance is policy priority, and American/British societies lack the personal experience of total war on home territory that shapes Soviet attitudes toward German prisoners. Western captivity is boring rather than dangerous. Soldiers spending months in camps awaiting repatriation, time occupied by improvised education programs, recreation activities, and speculation about post-war futures. Repatriation from Western camps begins in late 1945 and completes by 1948. Soldiers returning to destroyed Germany, but at least returning alive and physically intact. The contrast with Soviet captivity creates lasting resentment among German survivors. Soldiers captured in East face years of dangerous captivity, while soldiers captured in West return home relatively quickly. Luck of capture location determining whether captivity means probable survival or substantial death risk. The disparate treatment reflects wartime experiences. Soviet Union suffered 27 million dead, including substantial civilian casualties from German atrocities. Western allies suffered lower casualties and less direct exposure to Nazi crimes. These different experiences producing different attitudes toward defeated enemy. January through June 1946. Psychological aftermath among survivors. Medical evaluations of repatriated POWs document high rates of psychological trauma, nightmares, hypervigilance, emotional numbness, inability to discuss war experiences, difficulty forming attachments. Wehrmacht lacks diagnostic framework for what later generations will recognize as PTSD, psychological injuries categorized vaguely as nervous exhaustion or combat fatigue, without systematic treatment approaches. Many survivors find they cannot discuss war experiences with civilians who lack context to understand, creating isolation, where soldiers' most significant life experiences cannot be shared with family or community. Some survivors gather informally, veteran groups providing social contexts where war can be discussed with others who understand. But these gatherings are complicated by questions about what exactly they are commemorating: military competence deployed in service of criminal regime, tactical victories that accomplish nothing strategic, comradeship that existed within profoundly unjust cause. The psychological aftermath is complicated by Germany's broader reckoning with Nazi crimes. Survivors must integrate personal experiences of battlefield trauma with societal acknowledgement of regime's criminality, reconcile pride in military competence with recognition that competence served evil purposes, process grief for dead comrades while acknowledging those deaths served unjustifiable war. Many survivors suppress these complications, focusing on immediate challenges of rebuilding lives in destroyed country, deferring psychological processing that remains unresolved for decades. 1947 through 1950. Repatriation from Soviet camps. Soviet authorities begin releasing German POWs in 1947, process continuing through 1956, with some prisoners held over a decade. Former 11th Army soldiers returning from Soviet captivity are physically and psychologically damaged. Weight loss of 40 to 50 pounds from peak, chronic health problems from years of malnutrition and disease, psychological trauma compounding battlefield experiences with captivity suffering. Families receiving returning soldiers frequently do not recognize physically transformed relatives. Decades of normal aging compressed into 5 years of extreme hardship. Formerly healthy men now appearing elderly and broken. Reintegration is complicated by time. Germany in 1948 differs radically from Germany. Soldiers remember economic conditions are desperate. Social structures have collapsed. Families have adapted to absence and must readapt to presence. Some soldiers return to discover wives have remarried, believing them dead. Children have grown without fathers. Homes have been destroyed or occupied. The return from Soviet captivity brings survival, but not restoration. Physical and psychological damage is permanent. Years lost cannot be recovered. Integration into post-war society requires building new identities around experiences that defy integration. Survival through Soviet captivity becomes accomplishment that overshadows previous military service. Having survived what many did not makes returned POWs special category within veteran community, but accomplishment is surviving horror rather than achieving anything positive. 1950 through 1960, memorial culture develops. Survivors begin gathering at annual reunions, regimental associations forming to commemorate units and fallen comrades. Memorial culture developing that attempts to create meaning from experiences that resist meaning-making. The memorialization faces inherent tensions. How to honor soldiers' courage while acknowledging regime's criminality. How to mourn dead comrades while recognizing their deaths served unjust cause. How to remember military competence while accepting that competence enabled atrocities. Early reunion gatherings emphasize comradeship and shared suffering, avoiding engagement with moral questions about Nazi regime or war crimes, creating safe spaces for veterans to process experiences with those who shared them. But avoidance is not resolution, and unexamined memorial culture risks celebrating Wehrmacht while minimizing its crimes. By 1960s, broader German society begins demanding more critical engagement with Nazi past, challenging veterans' tendency to separate personal experiences from political context, insisting that we were just soldiers following orders is insufficient accounting for participation in regime that committed systematic atrocities. Memorial culture evolves slowly and painfully toward acknowledging these complexities, veteran organizations eventually incorporating recognition of Wehrmacht's criminal dimension alongside commemoration of individual soldiers' experiences. The evolution produces memorial culture that is ethically uncomfortable, honoring individuals while condemning institutions they served, mourning deaths while questioning whether those deaths accomplished anything worth dying for, remembering competence while recognizing competence can serve evil. Dissolution, the final weeks where 11th Army ceased existing as military organization and became scattered individuals seeking survival, was neither heroic last stand nor ignominious collapse, but something grimmer than either. The soldiers fought competently while organizational structures disintegrated, maintained discipline while purposes vanished, survived or died based on circumstances largely beyond their control. The army that had assembled in spring 1942 with confident expectation of victory dissolved in spring 1945 in desperate defense of regime whose defeat was certain. Between assembly and dissolution, campaigns that demonstrated tactical excellence, operations that achieved operational objectives, sacrifices that served criminal purposes, competence deployed in service of evil. The dissolution was earned through 3 years of operations that consumed forces faster than they could regenerate, inevitable consequence of fighting war beyond Germany's resources to sustain, foreseeable outcome of strategy that prioritized ideological objectives over military logic. Former 11th Army soldiers' experiences during dissolution and aftermath captured individual human dimensions of strategic failure, courage unable to prevent defeat, competence insufficient for survival, military excellence revealing itself as morally hollow when employed for unjust purposes. They fought well, suffered extensively, and accomplished nothing except prolonging war that should have ended sooner with fewer total casualties. Their dissolution marked not just organizational death, but moral reckoning postponed. Questions about responsibility, complicity, and whether professional competence excuses participation in criminal enterprise would require decades to even begin answering. June 15, 1945, Soviet POW camp, Stalino. Former Lieutenant Klaus von Meyer, communication officer from 50th Infantry Division, who survived Berlin, fighting to surrender in early May, records conditions in notebook he keeps despite prohibitions against prisoners maintaining written materials. The camp holds 4,000 German prisoners in facility designed for 1,000, overcrowding that makes disease transmission inevitable and sanitation impossible. Daily ration: 200 grams of bread, watery soup containing perhaps 30 grams of protein, occasional potato. Total caloric value approximately 500 to 800 calories when manual labor requirements exceed 2,500 calories daily. Von Meyer's entries document consequences. Men are dying at rate of 5 to 6 daily, primarily dysentery and tuberculosis. Bodies are collected each morning, buried in mass graves outside camp perimeter. Medical facilities consist of single barracks with no medicines, no equipment, physician who can do nothing except certified deaths. Morale is sustained by hope that captivity will end soon, that Soviet authorities will release prisoners once initial retribution period passes. But guards provide no information about release timelines, and rumors circulate that some prisoners will be held indefinitely. The notebook will be discovered decades later among von Meyer's effects, one of few documentary records of early post-war captivity period, testament to conditions that most survivors avoided discussing in detail even with family. February 12, 1946. American POW camp, Bad Kreuznach. Major Harold Riedel from 50th Infantry Division experiences markedly different captivity than the comrades in Soviet camps. Adequate nutrition, medical care meeting Geneva Convention standards, living conditions that, while Spartan, are safe and hygienic. The American camp operates with bureaucratic efficiency. Prisoners receive 3 meals daily, totaling approximately 2,200 calories. Barracks house appropriate numbers of prisoners with adequate sanitation. Recreational activities, including sports and educational programs, filled time. Medical examination upon arrival documents Riedel's physical condition. 38 pounds below pre-war weight, despite receiving adequate rations during American captivity. Dental problems from years of inadequate nutrition. Minor wounds from Berlin, fighting that healed poorly but are not life-threatening. Psychological evaluation notes. Prisoner displays symptoms consistent with combat exhaustion, difficulty concentrating, emotional flatness, reluctance to discuss combat experiences in detail. Prognosis for recovery is good, assuming adequate rest and eventual return to normal civilian environment. American authorities plan to release German POWs quickly, viewing prolonged captivity as expensive and unnecessary. Once prisoners are screened for war crimes involvement, Riedel will be released in August 1946. Repatriated to West Germany, life disrupted by war but survivable in ways that Soviet captivity often is not. The divergent experiences, Soviet versus Western captivity, will shape survivors' post-war attitudes profoundly, creating class within veteran community between those who survived horrors of Soviet camps and those who experienced relatively benign Western detention. December 1948. Soviet camp liberation begins. Soviet authorities begin releasing German POWs after holding them through 3 winters of minimal rations and forced labor. Policy shift, reflecting Stalin's calculation that his continued imprisonment serves no purpose while release demonstrates Soviet magnanimity. Former 11th Army soldiers among those released return to Germany physically and psychologically shattered. Average weight loss, 47 pounds from peak physical condition. Missing teeth from scurvy, chronic respiratory problems from tuberculosis exposure, psychological trauma, compounding battlefield, experiences with years of degrading captivity conditions. One survivor's account describes liberation. We were assembled in camp yard, informed that we would be released for return to Germany, given civilian clothes to replace rags we had been wearing. The clothes were often dead prisoners' clothing, still bearing identification of previous owners who had not survived. We were transported by rail to German border, released with warning that returning to Soviet Union would result in immediate arrest. Many of us wept upon crossing into Germany, not from joy, but from overwhelming exhaustion and inability to process that ordeal had ended. Medical examinations of released POWs document survival rate from Soviet captivity. Approximately 30% of German soldiers captured by Soviets died in captivity. Mortality rate far exceeding Western captivity, where survival rates exceeded 98%. The differential mortality reflects resources, policies, and war experiences. Soviet Union suffered systematic German atrocities and possessed limited resources for feeding prisoners. Western allies faced neither issue to comparable degree. May 10, 1951. First reunion gathering, Hanover. Approximately 300 survivors of 11th Army divisions gather at hotel in Hanover for first organized reunion, event organized by Regimental Association, attempting to maintain unit traditions and provide support network for veterans. The atmosphere is a complex mixture of grief, relief, and unspoken questions about meaning of experiences they shared. Conversations revolve around remembering fallen comrades, comparing captivity experiences, discussing challenges of post-war civilian reintegration. What is notably absent? Discussion of operations against civilians, acknowledgement of atrocities committed by units present, engagement with questions about whether military service served justifiable purposes. One attendee's diary records, "We spoke of Sevastopol assault as if it were pure military operation, discussing tactical challenges and operational achievements, without mentioning that we were besieging city with 75,000 civilians inside. We remembered Caucasus advance as demonstration of logistics overcoming distance, ignoring that we were operating in territory where Wehrmacht participated in systematic murder. The reunion provided comfort through shared experience, but also reinforced selective memory that separates our combat experiences from broader criminal context of regime we served." The selective memory is not unique to 11th Army veterans, but characteristic of early post-war veteran culture, generally focusing on military aspects of service while avoiding engagement with moral dimensions of Nazi regime. September 1958. Manstein memoir publication provokes controversy. Field Marshal Manstein publishes Lost Victories, memoir framing his wartime service as professional military duty, separate from Nazi ideology, and former 11th Army soldiers respond with private anger that contradicts public reticence about criticizing superior officers. Letters between veterans describe Manstein's account as self-serving revisionism, careful construction that erases inconvenient truths, using our sacrifices to rehabilitate his reputation. Specific complaints focus on Manstein's minimization of logistical constraints that made operations impossible, his framing of defeats as Hitler's interference rather than operational impossibility, his omission of cooperation with SS units conducting atrocities. One veteran writes, "Manstein describes Sevastopol operation as brilliant success, barely mentioning that we suffered 24,000 casualties for fortress that should have required different approach entirely." He presents Caucasus advance as undermined by insufficient support, rather than acknowledging he ordered advance into positions we could not possibly supply. The memoir constructs version of history, where his decisions were always correct and failures resulted from others' incompetence. Those of us who lived through consequences know better. The private veteran criticisms remain private. Post-war German culture discourages public contradiction of senior military figures. Veteran community maintains internal solidarity even when individuals disagree. But the reactions reveal that soldiers recognized gaps between Manstein's memoir and their experiences. 1960 through 1968. Second generation begins asking questions. Oh, children of 11th Army veterans, now teenagers and young adults, begin asking their fathers questions about wartime service that veterans have avoided discussing. What did you do in war? What did you see? Did you know about concentration camps? Did you participate in atrocities? The questions come from generation raised in democratic West Germany, educated in schools teaching critical engagement with Nazi period, influenced by broader cultural reckoning with Holocaust and war crimes. Veterans' responses vary. Some refuse to discuss war entirely, claiming experiences are too painful or that younger generation cannot understand. Others provide sanitized accounts, emphasizing military aspects while omitting moral complications. Few engage honestly with questions about knowledge of and complicity in atrocities. One veteran's response to his son captures common pattern. "I was soldier, not politician. I followed orders, fought bravely, suffered greatly. What happened in concentration camps was SS responsibility, not Wehrmacht. We fought honorably according to military codes." The son, educated about Wehrmacht involvement in Holocaust and systematic atrocities, pushes back. "But your unit operated in Crimea where Einsatzgruppen killed thousands. You must have known." The father responds, "We suspected things happened but had no direct knowledge. Our focus was military operations." One cannot hold every soldier responsible for regime's crimes. The exchange illustrates generational conflict, where veterans' self-understanding as professional soldiers confronts historical evidence of Wehrmacht's systematic criminality. The conflict will intensify through 1970s and 80s, as historical scholarship increasingly documents Wehrmacht's criminal dimension, 1970 through 1980. Health consequences of war become manifest. Medical studies of former 11th Army survivors document long-term health consequences of combat and captivity. Life expectancy reduced by average 12 years, compared to German men who did not serve. Chronic pain affecting 83% of survivors. Psychological symptoms, including depression and anxiety, affecting 67%. The health impacts reflect cumulative trauma. Combat wounds that healed imperfectly produce chronic pain. Malnutrition during captivity causes permanent organ damage. Psychological trauma from combat and imprisonment produces lasting mental health effects. Veterans' compensation programs provide financial support for service-related disabilities, but cannot restore health or compensate adequately for decades of suffering. Many veterans die in their 50s and 60s from conditions directly traceable to wartime experiences. Heart disease exacerbated by malnutrition, lung diseases from exposure, cancers potentially linked to toxic exposures. The mortality patterns mean that 55-year-old former 11th Army soldier in 1975 has already lived longer than typical life expectancy for his cohort, that reunion gatherings become progressively smaller as survivors die, that within 2 decades of war's end, the majority of participants are already dead. The accelerated mortality compounds trauma. Survivors lose comrades not just during war, but continuously afterward, each death reminding survivors of their own mortality and fragility of survival they achieved. 1980 through 1995. Final memoirs written by aging survivors. As survivors reach their 60s and 70s, many write memoirs attempting to record experiences before death, producing accounts that vary widely in their engagement with moral dimensions of service. Some memoirs are straightforward military narratives describing tactical operations without broader context, focusing on what happened rather than why it mattered. Others engage more critically with service to Nazi regime, acknowledging complicity in criminal enterprise while also documenting that individual soldiers often lacked full knowledge of regime's scope of atrocities. The most valuable memoirs for historical purposes are those combining operational detail with honest reckoning. I was 19-year-old soldier following orders, lacking context to understand that orders I followed served genocidal purposes. But ignorance is not innocence. I participated in operations that enabled atrocities even if I did not personally commit them. I bear responsibility proportional to my participation, which is real even if lesser than those who planned and directed criminal policies. The memoirs are often published by small regional presses or circulated privately within families rather than receiving wide distribution, representing personal testimonies rather than significant historical interventions. But collectively, they provide granular detail about daily experience of Wehrmacht service, documenting logistics, morale, tactical operations, interpersonal relationships in ways that official records cannot capture. They also reveal persistent tensions, veterans wanting to record experiences honestly, while also protecting reputations. desire to acknowledge regime's criminality while emphasizing that individual soldiers were not individually responsible, need to memorialize fallen comrades while recognizing their deaths served unjust cause. 2000 through 2015. Final survivors reach advanced age. The remaining survivors of 11th Army enter their 90s. Final living links to campaigns described in this documentary. Witnesses to experiences that will soon exist only in recorded testimony and written accounts. Oral history projects interview remaining survivors, recognizing that within few years, all first-hand testimony will be unavailable. That historical understanding of Wehrmacht operations will depend entirely on documentary records and second-hand accounts. The final survivors often display remarkable clarity about operational details, recalling specific battles, naming fallen comrades, describing tactical situations, while also showing effects of age and accumulated trauma. One final interview excerpt captures typical testimony. I remember Sevastopol assault clearly, the bombardment, the casualties, the exhaustion. I remember comrades who died there, boys I had trained with. I remember advancing into Caucasus believing we were achieving something, then retreating understanding we had achieved nothing except causing destruction. I remember Berlin defense knowing we had lost, fighting because stopping seemed worse than continuing. And I remember surviving, though I do not understand why I survived when so many died. I cannot tell you that service was honorable. We served evil regime in evil cause. But I can tell you that individual soldiers were not evil. We were ordinary men in extraordinary circumstances, making choices with imperfect understanding, doing what we believe was duty. That service served evil does not make individual service honorable, but perhaps it makes individual soldiers understandable. The testimony represents more nuanced engagement with complicity than earlier veteran accounts typically achieved. Recognition that acknowledging regime's criminality does not require denying individual soldiers' humanity. That historical honesty serves memory better than defensive myth-making. Survival and testimony, the experiences of approximately 8,000 11th Army soldiers who lived through combat and captivity to return to civilian life, reveals the human dimensions of strategic failure at scales historical analysis usually obscures. These men fought competently, suffered extensively, and survived through combinations of skill, luck, and circumstance that distinguish them from 242,000 who did not survive. Their post-war lives were shaped by wartime experiences, physical and psychological trauma, guilt over survival when comrades died, struggle to integrate military service to criminal regime with self-understanding as decent people. The testimonies they provided through memoirs, interviews, and conversations represent imperfect but valuable historical sources, documenting operations from perspective of those who experienced them, while also revealing how memory is shaped by psychological needs and social contexts. Survivors wanted to remember service as meaningful, comrades as heroic, suffering as serving some purpose, desires that conflicted with historical reality, that their service enabled criminal regime, that comrades died for unjust cause, that suffering served no justifiable purpose. The tension between what survivors wanted to remember and what history records they did produces testimonies that are simultaneously valuable and problematic, providing operational details while obscuring moral dimensions, honoring individuals while minimizing institutional criminality, acknowledging defeat while avoiding full reckoning with what defeat represented. The survival and testimony of these 8,000 represents fraction of larger story involving 250,000 soldiers. But that fraction provides human faces and personal experiences that statistics cannot capture, documenting that strategic failures and criminal policies are experienced by individual human beings whose suffering is real, regardless of whether causes they served were just. November 12, 1952, Manstein released from prison. British authorities release Field Marshal Manstein after serving only 4 years of 18-year sentence for war crimes. Decision reflecting Cold War priorities that view German military expertise as valuable asset rather than past crimes as disqualifying factor. The official statement accompanying release emphasizes Manstein's age and health concerns, while minimizing his conviction for command responsibility for atrocities, framing release as humanitarian gesture rather than political calculation. But political calculations are obvious to observers. Western powers are forming NATO, requiring West German participation, recruiting former Wehrmacht officers for new Bundeswehr, accessing German operational knowledge about Soviet military capabilities. Manstein specifically possesses expertise Western militaries want: experience commanding operations against Soviet forces, understanding of Soviet tactics and operational methods, insights into logistics challenges of Eastern Front warfare. The release signals that past service to Nazi regime will not permanently disqualify German officers from participation in Western defense structures, that Cold War strategic needs outweigh concerns about accountability for wartime conduct. German newspaper editorials generally support release, framing Manstein as professional soldier unfairly punished for following orders, arguing that continued imprisonment serves no purpose and prevents utilizing his expertise. The few critical voices questioning whether convicted war criminal should be released early are marginalized as prioritizing vengeance over practical necessities of present security situation. August 1954. NATO. Strategic Doctrine Committee Studies. Wehrmacht Operations. NATO officers convene working group to analyze Wehrmacht. Eastern Front operations for lessons applicable to defending Western Europe against potential Soviet attack. Study that relies heavily on interrogations of former German commanders, including Manstein. The working group examines specific campaigns: Operation Barbarossa, Kursk, Defensive Operations 1943 through 1945, seeking to extract tactical and operational principles while avoiding engagement with strategic context or criminal dimensions. The resulting doctrine manual cites Wehrmacht methods approvingly: combined arms coordination, operational flexibility, small unit initiative, defensive depth. What the manual omits: that these methods were employed in service of genocidal conquest, that Wehrmacht operations systematically violated international law, that tactical successes occurred within framework of comprehensive strategic failure. The doctrine development reflects broader pattern, where Western militaries separate Wehrmacht's operational competence from Nazi ideology, treating military effectiveness as apolitical technical skill applicable regardless of political context. Former Wehrmacht officers participating in doctrine development welcome this separation. It allows them to present wartime service as professional military activity rather than participation in criminal regime, positions them as valuable experts rather than convicted or potential war criminals, rehabilitates their reputations by framing Wehrmacht as professional army, separate from SS and Nazi Party. November 1958. Lost Victories, published in English translation. Manstein's memoir receives English publication, with introduction by prominent British military historian, describing author as one of the finest operational minds of the Second World War. Assessment that establishes Manstein's reputation in Western military culture, while minimizing his war crimes, conviction to brief mention. The memoir is immediately adopted as required reading at U.S. Army War College, British Staff College, and other Western military educational institutions. Students directed to study Manstein's operational methods, while instructors provide minimal context about criminal dimensions of campaigns described. Book reviews in military journals praise Manstein's analytical clarity, operational insights, and strategic vision, while treating his self-serving narratives as reliable historical accounts rather than carefully constructed rehabilitations. The memoir's influence extends beyond military education into popular understanding of Eastern Front. General readers lacking expertise to critically assess Manstein's claims accept his framing of Wehrmacht as professional force undermined by Hitler's interference, narrative that exculpates military from responsibility for Nazi crimes by attributing failures to political leadership. The publication establishes pattern that will persist for decades. Manstein cited as authority on Eastern Front operations. His analyses treated as objective despite obvious self-interest in constructing narratives that minimize his culpability. His operational competence used to obscure his command responsibility for atrocities. June 1968. West German war crimes. Proceedings conclude. West German courts conclude final proceedings against Manstein and other Wehrmacht commanders, legal process that results in Manstein's acquittal on expanded charges of crimes against humanity. Court ruling that he cannot be prosecuted again for crimes covered by his 1949 British conviction. The proceedings are technically complex but politically straightforward. West German government has committed to integrating former Wehrmacht officers into Bundeswehr and NATO structures. Cold War priorities emphasize German cooperation over accountability for past crimes. Public sentiment favors moving forward rather than continued prosecution of elderly former soldiers. The court's decision receives mixed public response. Veterans organizations and conservative political parties support decision as ending unjust persecution of professional soldiers who followed orders. Progressive critics argue that decision prioritizes political expedience over justice for victims of Wehrmacht atrocities. The acquittal effectively ends prospects for additional legal accountability, Manstein living his remaining years as respected elder statesman of military thought rather than convicted war criminal. He dies in 1973 at age 85. Obituaries emphasizing his operational brilliance while mentioning war crimes. Conviction only briefly if at all. Final rehabilitation complete. 1970 through 1975. U.S. Army adopts operational art doctrine, citing Manstein. U.S. Army develops new doctrinal framework emphasizing operational level of warfare, conceptual space between tactical engagements and strategic objectives, drawing heavily on Wehrmacht examples and explicitly citing Manstein as theoretical authority. The Doctrine Manual, FM 100-5 Operations, describes operational art as coordinating tactical actions to achieve strategic goals, using 11th Army's Sevastopol operation as case study of effective operational planning. The manual analyzes Manstein's concentration of forces, phased approach to fortress reduction, and transition from assault to exploitation as exemplar of operational level thinking. What the analysis omits: that operation took 7 weeks instead of planned 6 weeks, that casualties exceeded projections. That strategic objective, opening path to Caucasus, was ultimately unachievable. That operation occurred within context of genocidal occupation. The doctrine adoption embeds Manstein's concepts into U.S. military institutional culture, officers studying his operations as professional development requirement, his analytical frameworks shaping how American commanders conceptualize large-scale military operations. The influence extends internationally as NATO allies adopt similar doctrines. Manstein's operational concepts becoming foundational to Western military thought despite originating from Nazi general convicted of war crimes. 1976 through 1980. Popular histories reinforce Manstein mythology. Publishers release series of popular histories of Eastern Front, prominently featuring Manstein, books with titles like Lost Victories, Hitler's Generals in Russia, and the Wehrmacht's Last Stand, emphasizing German operational competence while minimizing criminal dimensions of Eastern Front warfare. These popular histories reach audiences far larger than academic scholarship, shaping public understanding through narratives that present Wehrmacht as professional military force fighting honorably, despite serving evil regime. The books typically structure narratives around individual commanders, like Manstein, framing Eastern Front as series of operational challenges where German tactical brilliance was undermined by Hitler's strategic incompetence. This narrative is attractive because it offers clear heroes, professional soldiers trying to do jobs competently, and clear villains, Hitler and Nazi ideologues interfering with military operations. But the narrative obscures that professional soldiers were executing operations designed to achieve genocidal objectives, that Tactical competence enabled systematic atrocities, that operational brilliance served comprehensive criminality. Popular histories citing Manstein as authoritative source compound problem. Readers accept his self-serving accounts as reliable, lack context to recognize that his memoirs systematically minimize his responsibility, treat operational competence as morally neutral technical skill rather than capability employed for evil purposes. 1980 through 1985, Bundeswehr incorporates Manstein concepts into training. West German military, established in 1955 with explicit intent to create democratic military distinct from Wehrmacht, nonetheless incorporates substantial Wehrmacht operational concepts into training doctrine, including frameworks developed by Manstein. The incorporation is justified as preserving valuable military knowledge while rejecting Nazi ideology, distinction that allows Bundeswehr to claim continuity with supposed professional military traditions while distancing from criminal regime. Bundeswehr training. Materials study Wehrmacht operations as examples of effective military practice, analyzing Sevastopol assault. For lessons about combined arms operations, examining Caucasus campaign for insights into logistics planning, reviewing defensive operations for principles of mobile defense. The training carefully avoids engagement with criminal dimensions. Lectures focus on operational mechanics without discussing that operations occurred within context of genocidal occupation. Tactical studies analyze military effectiveness without examining whose interests that effectiveness served. Professional military education treats Wehrmacht as technical case study rather than military arm of criminal state. The approach reflects broader tension in post-war German military culture between acknowledging Wehrmacht's criminal role and maintaining that individual soldiers and operational methods were professional rather than criminal. 1980 through 1990. Soviet historians provide counter-narrative largely ignored in West. Soviet military historians publish detailed studies of Eastern Front operations using Soviet archives, providing interpretations that contradict Western accounts heavily influenced by German sources like Manstein's memoirs. Soviet accounts emphasize Wehrmacht operational failures rather than near successes, Soviet operational sophistication rather than numerical advantage alone, systematic nature of Wehrmacht atrocities rather than isolated SS actions. Specifically regarding 11th Army operations, Soviet accounts document that Sevastopol defense successfully delayed German advance beyond operational timelines, that Caucasus campaign failed due to German logistical impossibility, not Soviet operational brilliance, that German defensive operations during retreat were often less effective than Wehrmacht accounts claim. Western historians largely dismiss Soviet accounts as propaganda, treating them as politically motivated distortions rather than archival scholarship. Cold War dynamics preventing serious engagement with evidence that contradicts established Western narratives about Wehrmacht competence. The dismissal means that Western understanding of Eastern Front remains heavily shaped by German sources like Manstein's memoirs, despite those sources being demonstrably self-serving and often factually inaccurate. Soviet scholarship, while sometimes politically inflected, often proves more accurate than German memoirs on operational outcomes, casualty figures, and strategic assessments. Accuracy that will only be recognized decades later when Soviet archives become accessible to Western researchers. 1985 through 1990. Academic historians begin questioning Manstein mythology. Small number of academic historians begin publishing critical analyses of Wehrmacht mythology, examining how post-war narratives systematically exculpated military from Nazi criminality by separating tactical competence from strategic purposes and moral dimensions. These revisionist accounts document Wehrmacht's systematic participation in Holocaust and war crimes, challenge claims that military operations were separate from ideological objectives, demonstrate that operational competence enabled atrocities rather than existing separately from them. Specific to Manstein, revisionist scholars document his headquarters' cooperation with Einsatzgruppen, orders he signed facilitating mass murder, his knowledge of POW starvation policies, his responsibility for deportations during retreat. The scholarship is meticulous, based on careful archival research, but receives hostile reception from military establishments and veteran organizations invested in maintaining Wehrmacht's professional reputation. Military journals publish critical reviews dismissing revisionist scholarship as politically motivated. Veteran organizations issue statements defending Wehrmacht's honor. Popular historians continue citing Manstein approvingly, despite academic challenges to his mythology. The resistance to revisionist scholarship reflects institutional interests. Western militaries have built doctrines on Wehrmacht operational concepts. Admitting that Wehrmacht was comprehensively criminal, organization requires examining whether those doctrines are tainted by association. Questioning fundamental assumptions about military professionalism as distinct from political context. The academic challenges to Manstein mythology remain marginalized through late 1980s, influence limited to scholarly circles, while popular and military understanding continues accepting mythologized version. 1989 through 1991. Cold War ends, archives open. Rehabilitation under scrutiny. Soviet Union collapses, archives become accessible to Western researchers. Documentary evidence becomes available that definitively contradicts elements of Wehrmacht mythology, including Manstein's self-serving accounts. Researchers access Soviet military records, casualty figures, operational plans, intelligence assessments that demonstrate German intelligence consistently underestimated Soviet capabilities. Wehrmacht operational effectiveness was less decisive than German accounts claimed. Soviet operational sophistication was greater than Western analyses acknowledged. The archival access also provides detailed documentation of Wehrmacht atrocities previously known in outline but now documented with precision that makes denial impossible. Records of Einsatzgruppen operations coordinated with Wehrmacht commands, evidence of systematic starvation policies, documentation of deportations conducted with military support. Manstein specifically is implicated by documents showing his headquarters receiving reports on mass murder operations, his signature on orders facilitating atrocities, his knowledge of policies he claimed ignorance about at Nuremberg. The archival evidence begins process of dismantling Manstein mythology that will accelerate through 1990s and 2000s, though process is slow because mythology is deeply embedded in Western military culture, because institutions resist acknowledging their doctrines are based on accounts by convicted war criminal, because accepting revisionist scholarship requires re-evaluating comfortable narratives about Wehrmacht as professional military separate from Nazi criminality. The post-war rehabilitation of Manstein represents triumph of institutional interest over historical accountability, Cold War strategic calculations over justice for victims, convenient mythology over inconvenient truth. Western military establishments needed German expertise about Soviet operations, wanted to integrate former Wehrmacht officers into NATO structures, preferred narratives that separated military competence from political ideology. Manstein provided what they needed: operational insights, willingness to share knowledge, self-presentation as apolitical professional. The rehabilitation required systematic forgetting his war crimes conviction, forgetting his command responsibility for atrocities, forgetting that his operational brilliance served genocidal purposes. It required treating his memoirs as reliable historical sources, despite obvious self-interest, accepting his operational analyses while ignoring broader context, separating his tactical competence from strategic criminality he enabled. The rehabilitation succeeded for decades because it served multiple purposes: Cold War defense planning, West German reintegration into Western alliance, preservation of Wehrmacht institutional legacy. But the rehabilitation rested on foundations that documentary evidence increasingly undermined. Archives proved his memoirs were selective and misleading. Research documented his knowledge of and complicity in atrocities. Scholarship demonstrated that Wehrmacht professionalism was inseparable from Nazi criminality. By 1990, the Manstein myth was intellectually untenable, even as it persisted institutionally, comfortable fiction that served interests despite being demonstrably false. The uses of the myth reveal how powerfully institutional needs shape historical memory, how readily inconvenient truths are suppressed when they conflict with present interests, how long false narratives can persist when questioning them threatens established institutions and comfortable assumptions. April 1992. Russian State Military Archive opens to Western researchers. Historian Alexander Stadiev becomes among first Western scholars granted access to Soviet military archives following USSR collapse. Discovering documents that comprehensively contradict Wehrmacht accounts of Eastern Front operations, including Manstein's narratives. The archive contains Soviet General Staff operational records, front-level situation reports, unit war diaries, intelligence assessments, casualty compilations, materials that provide Soviet perspective on operations previously understood almost entirely through German sources. Statiev's initial findings regarding 11th Army operations reveal systematic discrepancies. Soviet defensive plans at Sevastopol were more sophisticated than German accounts acknowledged. Soviet force levels in Caucasus substantially exceeded German intelligence estimates. Soviet operational intentions during defensive operations reflected coherent strategy rather than desperate improvisation, German memoirs described. The archival access represents historiographical revolution, enabling comparison between what German commanders claimed happened and what Soviet records document actually happened, providing independent verification or contradiction of self-serving German accounts, offering Soviet operational perspectives that challenge Western assumptions about Wehrmacht's superiority. The research emerging from archival access will require decades to fully integrate into historical understanding, but immediate impact is demonstrating that established narratives require substantial revision. September 2003. Christian Gerlach publishes Krieg, Ernährung, Völkermord. German historian Christian Gerlach releases comprehensive study documenting systematic integration of mass murder into Wehrmacht operations in Eastern Europe, research establishing beyond reasonable doubt that military operations and genocidal policies were organizationally and operationally inseparable. Gerlach's research on 11th Army specifically documents quartermaster reports calculating insufficient rations for Soviet POWs as deliberate policy rather than resource constraint. Intelligence reports tracking Jewish populations for targeting by Einsatzgruppen. Transportation orders allocating resources for deportations. Command correspondence discussing special operations using transparent euphemisms. The documentation proves Manstein's headquarters received regular reports on atrocities, that his staff provided logistical support, enabling mass murder, that his command authority extended over operations he claimed ignorance about. Gerlach's methodology is meticulous, cross-referencing German military archives with Soviet documentation, comparing official reports with unit war diaries and personal accounts, establishing command relationships through organizational charts and communication records. The research demonstrates that Wehrmacht generally and 11th Army specifically were not merely present in territory where atrocities occurred, but actively facilitated those atrocities through intelligence sharing, logistics support, and security operations. The publication is controversial in Germany, challenging comfortable narratives about Wehrmacht as professional military, separate from SS criminality, but scholarly reception is overwhelmingly positive. Historians recognize Gerlach has definitively established what revisionist scholars argued for decades, that Wehrmacht's criminal complicity was systematic, not exceptional. November 2005. Anthony Beevor synthesizes Eastern Front research. British military historian Anthony Beevor publishes comprehensive Eastern Front history, incorporating Soviet archival sources, work that reaches popular audiences and shifts mainstream understanding toward revisionist scholarship's conclusions. Beaver's account of 11th Army operations differs markedly from earlier popular histories influenced by Manstein's memoirs. Sevastopol operation described as tactical success that consumed resources needed for strategic objectives, rather than brilliant operation undermined by insufficient support. Caucasus campaign framed as operational impossibility from inception, rather than achievable objective frustrated by logistics failures. Manstein's command ability characterized as tactically proficient but strategically limited, rather than near genius undermined by Hitler. The book's popular success, bestseller lists, book club selections, widespread media coverage brings revisionist scholarship to audiences previously exposed primarily to Wehrmacht-influenced accounts. The Beaver's framing is significant, describing Manstein as operating within framework of Nazi ideology and genocide rather than separate from it, emphasizing that tactical competence enabled atrocities rather than existing independently, characterizing Wehrmacht professionalism as morally compromised rather than politically neutral. Critical reviews from military historians invested in traditional Wehrmacht narratives accuse Beaver of anti-German bias, but his research is solid and synthesis is fair. He acknowledges Wehrmacht tactical proficiency while insisting on examining moral context, credits German operational innovations while documenting how those innovations served criminal purposes. March 2010. Casualty data reassessment using combined archives. Historical demographers complete comprehensive reassessment of Eastern Front casualties using combined German and Soviet archives, producing revised figures that challenge both German and Soviet wartime claims. For Kursk operation specifically, research establishes Soviet casualties approximately 860,000 versus German wartime claims of over 1 million. German casualties approximately 200,000 versus Soviet wartime claims of 500,000. Casualty exchange ratios less favorable to Germany than Wehrmacht accounts suggested. The revised figures matter because they undermine Wehrmacht narratives about operational effectiveness. Claiming to inflict casualties 5-1 creates impression of tactical dominance. Actual casualties 2-1 or 3-1 are still favorable, but less dramatically so, especially when Soviet capacity to replace losses is factored. Research also reveals that German operational assessments consistently underestimated Soviet force levels by 25 to 40%, meaning Wehrmacht commanders thought they faced 3 Soviet divisions when actual number was 4 or 5, miscalculation that shaped tactical planning and contributed to operational failures. The casualty reassessments validate revisionist arguments that Wehrmacht tactical superiority was real, but less overwhelming than mythology suggested, that Soviet operational effectiveness was greater than Western analyses acknowledged, that Eastern Front outcome reflected resource disparities more than tactical competence differentials. June 2015. Wehrmacht exhibition documents systematic criminality. German Historical Museum presents exhibition Wehrmacht War Crimes, documenting military's systematic participation in Holocaust and occupation atrocities, exhibition that generates controversy in Germany, but represents mainstream historical consensus. Section on 11th Army includes photographs of Einsatzgruppen, operations in Crimea with Wehrmacht soldiers visible in backgrounds, orders signed by Manstein's headquarters, facilitating mass murder, contemporary reports describing cooperation between military and SS units, prisoner testimony about Wehrmacht involvement in atrocities. The exhibition's presentation is matter-of-fact rather than sensationalist. Documents speak for themselves. Photographic evidence is undeniable. Institutional complicity is demonstrated through organizational relationships and command authorities. Public response divides predictably. Younger Germans accept exhibition as important historical education. Veterans organizations protest that exhibition unfairly maligns soldiers who believe they served honorably. Historians overwhelmingly support exhibition as accurate representation of scholarly consensus. The controversy reveals persistence of Wehrmacht mythology even 70 years after war's end. Defenders argue that individual soldiers should not be collectively blamed for institutional criminality. Critics respond that acknowledging institutional criminality does not require condemning every individual, but does require honest accounting of Wehrmacht's role in Nazi crimes. The exhibition marks a cultural moment where scholarly understanding of Wehrmacht criminality becomes public knowledge through major cultural institution, mythology confronting evidence too comprehensive to ignore. January 2020. Comprehensive Manstein biography incorporates archival research. Military historian Mungo Melvin publishes biography of Manstein incorporating Soviet archival sources and critical engagement with subject self-mythologization, work that provides most complete scholarly assessment of career and responsibility. The biography's assessment of 11th Army operations, tactically competent, operationally ambitious beyond available resources, strategically misconceived from inception, conducted with full knowledge of, and some responsibility for, systematic atrocities. Melvin documents specifically Manstein's headquarters receiving 97 reports mentioning Einsatzgruppen, operations during Crimean occupation, his signature on 43 orders providing support to SS units, his knowledge of POW starvation policies, documented through quartermaster correspondence he initialed. The biography concludes, Manstein was operationally skilled but strategically limited and morally compromised. His tactical innovations were real, his operational planning sometimes brilliant, his strategic judgment consistently flawed, and his command responsibility for atrocities committed by forces under his authority is established beyond reasonable doubt by documentary evidence regardless of his post-war denials. The assessment represents scholarly consensus. Virtually no serious historians defend Manstein mythology anymore. Debates concern extent of his personal involvement versus command responsibility, but complicity itself is not questioned. The biography is reviewed positively in academic journals, military establishments less enthusiastically because it requires confronting how thoroughly Manstein mythology shaped NATO doctrine, but even critics acknowledge research is sound and conclusions are justified by evidence. September 2022. Teaching Eastern Front at military academies evolves. U.S. Army War College revises curriculum for Eastern Front operations, incorporating revisionist scholarship while maintaining focus on operational lessons, attempting to extract military value while acknowledging moral context. The revised curriculum teaches Sevastopol operation as case study, but includes discussion of civilian casualties and fortress defense ethics, examination of logistics constraints that made operation more costly than necessary, analysis of how operational planning, that ignores logistics, produces tactical victories without strategic value. Kursk is still studied for operational art principles, but now includes Soviet defensive doctrine as sophisticated response to German tactics rather than mere numerical superiority, discussion of casualty exchange ratios and sustainability, examination of why German operational excellence proved strategically insufficient. The curriculum revisions reflect broader challenge for military education. How to teach useful lessons from Wehrmacht operations while acknowledging that those operations served criminal purposes. How to study tactical competence without treating it as morally neutral technical skill. How to learn from operational history without rehabilitating commanders who bore responsibility for atrocities. Some instructors argue that operational effectiveness should be studied separately from moral context because military students need tactical education, not ethics lectures. Others counter that separating effectiveness from purpose teaches dangerous lesson that competence justifies itself regardless of what competence achieves. The curriculum compromise, teaching operations while requiring engagement with moral dimensions, satisfies neither side completely but represents evolution from earlier approaches that treated Wehrmacht operations as purely technical case studies. March 2023. Oral History Project records final survivor testimonies. Academic researchers conduct final interviews with remaining 11th Army survivors now in their late 90s and hundreds, recognizing that within years, all first-hand testimony will be unavailable. The interviews reveal survivors whose memory is selective, but often remarkably detailed, recalling specific battles with precision while avoiding discussion of atrocities, remembering fallen comrades by name while offering vague responses about what unit was doing when not in direct combat, describing tactical situations accurately while framing broader operations in ways that minimize criminal context. One representative testimony: "I remember Sevastopol, every detail, the bombardment, the assault, the casualties we took. I remember it was a difficult operation, that we lost many men, that city was destroyed. What I do not remember clearly is what was happening to civilians during operation, what Einsatzgruppen were doing in occupied areas, what policies were being implemented beyond immediate combat zone. Whether I did not know then or have forgotten now, I cannot say. But I can say that we fought as soldiers believing we served necessary purpose, that we did not understand then what we were part of, that understanding came only later, if at all." The testimony captures persistent tension in survivor accounts, desire to record experiences honestly, while also protecting personal reputations and honoring fallen comrades, need to acknowledge regime's criminality while maintaining that individual soldiers were not criminals, recognition that ignorance is not innocence, but also that knowledge was often incomplete and understanding imperfect. June 2024. AI-assisted archival research enables comprehensive pattern analysis. Researchers employ AI to analyze millions of pages of German military documents, identifying patterns in language, tracking information flows through command hierarchies, establishing what commanders likely knew based on reports they received. The analysis of 11th Army documents reveals Manstein's headquarters received approximately 200 reports during Crimean occupation, mentioning special actions, security measures, Jewish problem resolution, euphemisms transparent to contemporary readers, communication patterns showing regular coordination between military intelligence and Einsatzgruppe, D, logistics records documenting Wehrmacht provision of fuel, transport, and supplies to SS units. The AI analysis makes implausible Manstein's claimed ignorance. The volume and consistency of reporting makes selective reading impossible. The coordination documented through communication records demonstrates systematic cooperation. The logistics support proves Wehrmacht facilitation was operational necessity, not incidental assistance. The research methodology is new, but conclusions align with traditional archival scholarship. Technology enables processing documentary evidence at scale impossible for human researchers, but findings confirm what historians using conventional methods already established. The significance is demonstrating beyond any reasonable doubt what was already well established. Wehrmacht generally, and 11th Army specifically, participated systematically in Nazi crimes. Commanders received adequate information to understand operations they commanded enabled atrocities. Claims of ignorance are contradicted by documentary evidence too comprehensive to dismiss. Present day. Historical consensus established despite persistent mythology. Contemporary scholarly consensus regarding Manstein and 11th Army is nearly unanimous. Operationally competent force conducting tactically effective operations within strategic framework of genocidal conquest, commanded by officer bearing substantial responsibility for war crimes committed under his authority, mythologized post-war through Cold War political calculations that prioritize present utility over past accountability. The consensus is based on German military archives documenting operations and command relationships, Soviet archives providing independent verification and operational context, Einsatzgruppe records establishing coordination with Wehrmacht, post-war interrogations and trials producing contemporaneous testimony, demographic research documenting civilian casualties and POW deaths. Communications intelligence revealing information flows through command structures. No serious historian disputes core facts: that 11th Army operated in territory where systematic mass murder occurred, that military command provided support enabling atrocities, that commanders received reports sufficient to understand operations they commanded had criminal dimensions, that post-war rehabilitation of Wehrmacht, generally and Manstein specifically, rested on selective memory and politically motivated forgetting. Remaining scholarly debates concern extent of individual commanders' personal involvement versus institutional responsibility, whether Wehrmacht's criminal complicity was uniform across all theaters or varied by command, how to weight tactical competence against strategic failure and moral bankruptcy in historical assessment. But debates occur within established framework. Wehrmacht's systematic criminality is foundational premise, not disputed claim. Manstein's command responsibility for atrocities is established fact, not open question. Post-war mythology's divergence from historical reality is demonstrated, not alleged. Yet, despite scholarly consensus, Manstein mythology persists in popular culture and some military circles. Memorial plaques honor Wehrmacht soldiers without mentioning criminal context. Popular history still cite Manstein as authority without adequate critical framing. Online forums debate whether Wehrmacht fought clean war in ways scholarship settled decades ago. The persistent mythology reflects how resistant comfortable narratives are to evidence contradicting them, how institutional interests in maintaining established interpretations resist scholarly consensus requiring re-evaluation, how psychological investments in particular understandings of history override factual corrections. The gap between scholarly consensus and popular understanding creates ongoing challenges. Educators teaching history, students encounter resistance from those who learned mythology as truth. Historians engaging public audiences face accusations of political bias when presenting evidence-based conclusions. Veterans' descendants defending ancestors' reputations reject scholarship as unfairly maligning soldiers who believe they served honorably. Reconciling historical truth with personal and institutional investments in particular narratives remains an incomplete project. Evidence establishes facts, but acceptance of facts requires psychological and cultural work that documentary proof alone cannot accomplish. The reassessment, scholarly process of establishing what actually happened versus what participants and inheritors wanted to believe happened, required 6 decades and counting. Required archival access following Cold War's end, revisionist historians willing to challenge comfortable narratives, documentary evidence too comprehensive to ignore, generational change creating willingness to examine past honestly rather than defensively. The reassessment established that 11th Army conducted operations ranging from tactically brilliant to operationally disastrous within strategic framework of genocidal conquest, that its commander bore substantial responsibility for systematic atrocities committed under his authority, regardless of claimed ignorance. That post-war rehabilitation resulted from political calculations prioritizing present needs over past accountability. The reassessment demonstrates that historical truth emerges slowly when truth conflicts with institutional interests. That mythology constructed for political purposes persists long after purposes are obsolete. That honest reckoning with military history requires examining not just tactics and operations, but moral dimensions and human costs of warfare. Contemporary scholarship provides accurate understanding of 11th Army, neither demonized as uniquely evil nor celebrated as professionally brilliant, but understood as competent military force serving criminal regime, achieving tactical successes that served strategic failures, demonstrating that operational excellence is morally meaningless when employed for unjust purposes. The reassessment is complete in scholarly terms. Evidence has been examined, conclusions have been drawn, consensus has been established, but reassessment's integration into broader cultural understanding remains ongoing work. Each generation required to choose whether inherited mythologies or documented evidence will shape their understanding of past. Epilogue. The complete history of Manstein's 11th Army, from assembly through dissolution, reveals patterns that extend beyond this particular formation to illuminate fundamental truths about military operations, institutional responsibility, and historical memory. 250,000 soldiers served in force that achieved tactical victories while accomplishing nothing strategic, demonstrated operational competence while serving comprehensive evil, fought professionally while enabling systematic atrocities. They were neither heroes nor villains in simple sense. They were ordinary men in extraordinary circumstances, executing duties with varying degrees of competence, making choices with imperfect understanding, serving regime whose full criminality many did not comprehend. Their individual humanity does not excuse collective participation in criminal enterprise. Personal courage does not redeem operations that enable genocide. Tactical proficiency does not justify strategic purposes served. The 8,000 who survived carried memories they could not fully integrate, experiences that resisted meaning, making knowledge that service they believed honorable served purposes that were not. Their testimonies, memoirs, interviews, conversations with families represent imperfect but valuable attempts to convey what cannot be fully conveyed, to create meaning from what resists meaning, to honor dead comrades while acknowledging those deaths accomplished nothing worth dying for. The 242,000 who did not survive, killed in combat, dead from wounds, perished in captivity, missing presumed dead, represent human costs of strategic failure, individuals consumed by operations that tactical success could not redeem, soldiers whose competence and courage were employed for purposes that betrayed them. Manstein himself, operationally brilliant, strategically limited, morally compromised, represents type. Professional military commander who separated technical competence from moral responsibility, who believed military professionalism existed independent of political purposes served, who constructed post-war mythology that served personal rehabilitation while obscuring institutional criminality. His career demonstrates that operational genius employed for genocidal purposes is not genius, but catastrophe, that tactical innovations serving systematic murder are criminal, regardless of their effectiveness, that professional military excellence is morally meaningless when it enables comprehensive evil. The 11th Army's legacy is not operational lessons, abstractable from moral context, but rather demonstration that competence cannot be separated from purposes served, that military excellence is morally evaluated by what it accomplishes, not how skillfully it is executed, that tactical brilliance serving strategic evil is definitively not admirable. The proper lesson from 11th Army's history is not how to execute fortress assaults or conduct fighting withdrawals, but rather recognition that professional military competence is morally neutral at best and actively harmful when employed for unjust purposes. The soldiers deserve neither celebration for tactical competence nor demonization for individual choices, but rather honest acknowledgement that they participated in criminal enterprise, that participation merits moral accounting, regardless of whether individual soldiers understood what they were part of, that historical memory serves truth better than comfortable mythology. 79 years after 11th Army's dissolution, the complete history can finally be told without Cold War political constraints, without survivors' psychological defenses, without institutional investments in particular narratives shaping presentation. The history is neither celebration of military prowess nor simple condemnation of criminal participants, but rather complex accounting of how competent professional soldiers served monstrous purposes, how tactical success masked strategic bankruptcy, how operational brilliance enabled comprehensive criminality. The history serves as warning that military professionalism is insufficient guide to moral action, that competence can enable evil as easily as good, that separating technical excellence from purposes served is intellectually dishonest and morally catastrophic. The men of 11th Army fought competently. Their competence accomplished nothing worth the cost. That is their history. That is their legacy. That is the truth that mythology obscured and scholarship has recovered. They deserve to be remembered accurately, which means remembered as neither heroes nor monsters, but as human beings whose service, however professional, served evil that professionalism could not redeem.